I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president. Oh! But I think she's not qualified to be president. Let's start there. Number one.
First question! Are you fucking kidding me? It's the first question!
To run for president, Vice President Trump.
Oh!
Fact
First
is,
question!
Vice President Trump. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. You can beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump. I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she's not qualified to be president.
That's a Megaphonics W right there. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening and fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Awesome Hour broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday, and normally I would be giving you a little bit of my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker, but at this part of the broadcast, but unfortunately, I feel like there's something a little bit more pressing than that. I don't know. I feel like there's something going on. There's something in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the 46th President of the United States of America, Joseph Robinette Biden, on this beautiful Sunday, on July 21st, 2024, has chosen to drop out of the race. That's right. I fucking told you. I told you this shit would happen. I told you for months at this point. I told you this shit at a time when these pants would actually fit a lot better. Now they're falling off my goddamn ass. It's fucking Jover, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is Jover. I still got fucking eyeliner on my face because I was at a goddamn trailer shoot. It's Sunday fun day, baby. Go ahead, spam filters off. Spam filters off. Spam till your heart's content. Woo! God damn it. It's fucking coconut time, bitch. It's coconut time, ladies and gentlemen. You already know. Joseph Robinette Biden has officially dropped out of the race and, as I told you he would, endorsed Kamala Harris. And for that, because this is I don't know if you're new here or not, but because this is a very political community, I have something for that as well. I have a song for Kamala Harris's vice presidency as well. We knew that this was coming a long time ago. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Harris is now very likely to be the official candidate, the official presidential candidate for the 2024 Democratic Party ticket.
They've been locked away in the mountainside, slapping fucking rocks, okay?
We are all K-Hive on this day, folks.
Completely naked, training themselves so that they can destroy the MAGA sickos. And if there is one force to be reckoned with on the internet, within the Democratic Party's constituencies, it is the motherfucking K-Hive.
Woo! We did it, Joe! We did it, Joe!
They go balls to the fucking wall.
That's right. Fuck all the haters. Fuck all the non-believers. It's coconut time. It's mamala time, baby. Woo!
Kamala Harris wants to vaccinate your children in the ass to make them all autistic and homosexual. She's working with the deep state. Come, more like Kamala Harris. She wants to make you never come again, but not in a puritanical good Christian way, but in a weird, freak-like liberal kind of way. Welcome to the cum zone. Deep straight deep in your ass.
Jiggle balls to the fucking wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MPs, welcome to the Cum Zone. Welcome to the Hasanabi broadcast. Kamala Harris wants to vaccinate your children. That is a song by Satch, another community member that was made approximately 4 years ago on September 25th, 2020, gearing up for this moment.
And then QAnon Republicans are like, what the fuck?
IsItJover.com says it is 100% Jover, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. We're going to get right into it, okay? Folks, no personal news time with the exception of one thing. So you might be wondering, oh, fuck, I just stabbed myself. You might be wondering, Hassan, you're a little bit late. I mean, this is a pretty significant moment in American political history. Like, how are you not immediately on it? Like, why were you not covering it ahead of time? You said if he drops out, he's probably going to drop out on Sunday. If he drops out, he's probably going to drop out on Sunday for fucking a long-ass time, right? And you were saying all of that, and that's because I knew it was going to happen, but I had other obligations to Twitch. We were actually setting up a really sick trailer for a debate, like for a show, like a secret show that we're doing, which you guys will, I hope, enjoy. That's not out yet, obviously. In the trailer, I was like, listen, guys, we pushed it back because last week Trump got shot. We were supposed to shoot the trailer last week, and then Trump got shot. So I was like, I'm not doing this. Like, obviously I can't do the trailer to tomorrow. And then and then they were like, okay, we'll push it to next week. And I was like, okay, well, next week, leading up to this like shoot, I was like, I know that Joe Biden is going to drop out on Sunday, guys. And they're like, no, you don't know that. Come on. I was like, no, I know he is going to drop out on Sunday. Like, I'm telling you right now, I can't be there. Like, they were like, oh, we set up a green screen for you. I'm like, you don't understand. I'm going to be fucking live for like 8 hours minimum, possibly 12 after this. So they were like, they were literally like, sure, whatever. We'll figure it out. I was just like, nope, big dog. As soon as I found out, March went, oh no, I was putting on my fucking stupid ass emo makeup on. Okay, having a grand old time, not having a care in the goddamn world. Okay, and March, who's also helping produce the show, points to me and goes, "Oh no!" And I got the first text message from Austin. As a matter of fact, Austin Show was the first person to actually text me. It's Jover. And from that moment on, it was like, all right, I got the fucking emo shit on me. I'm not going to put this on ever again. I don't want to put it on ever again. Let's just take this shot. So we did we filled out that, but there was like 8 other things going on. Okay. And I basically, I was like, I'm done. I'm going. I grabbed Kaya, put her in the car, drove back. I had to piss myself so bad. I had to pee so bad on the drive back. I had to pee so fucking bad. I pull up to my driveway. The gate is not opening fast enough. I'm like, fuck this. I get out of the car. I run into the house. I try to unlock my door. I can't unlock my door. I pissed in my front yard. That's how bad my situation was. Yeah, that's what I did to 83,000 people that just came in. You get your political commentary from a dude who, I mean, it was in the grass, so it's fine. And Kaya was also peeing in the front yard anyway. So I was like, you know what? This is some alpha dog shit. I'm so hot right now. I was like, you know what, Kaya, this is how you're supposed to do it. Okay. I taught her the way. I taught her how to do it. And I did. That's the level of dedication that you get. For me, Hassan Hasanabi Piker, ain't nobody else out here doing it the way I'm doing it. No, that's not. The Capri Sun Poppy is wrong. That's not when I found out. I wasn't in this outfit at that point, but it's funny regardless. But I'm not joking when I tell you, like, I posted on my TikTok. I was like, oh yeah, we'll post this TikTok. We'll post this fucking TikTok first. Like, we got a bunch of these cool ass outfits. I'm going to get to the news in a second, by the way, obviously, right after this. Holy shit, what is happening here? I was like, oh, we're in these cool ass outfits. Let's do a TikTok with all the each individual outfits, right? So we posted the first outfit. Like I shot in the first outfit.
In the spot, I came with the fellas.
We're in the middle of our second shoot right now, and Joe Biden has officially chosen to drop out. So I am going to be rushing home, and I'll be live in approximately 30 minutes. I knew this was going to fucking happen. That's real. That's actually real. We were in the middle of a shoot. We were in the middle of a fucking shoot, and that's actually what happened to me in real life. I had an opportunity. I was like, do I actually drive back home in this fucking emo gear? Or, yeah, I know I called it earlier today. Of course I called it earlier today. I'm shooting a show today for Twitch, so I most likely won't be live. Biden, you better not drop out yet. Yeah, but, you know, of course. That was like in the midst of, I'm shooting a trailer today for Twitch. I most likely... Someone make sure he's okay. No, I did it. I'm here. Are you playing a blue-haired liberal in the show? I'm playing a blue-haired liberal and a fucking red-blooded patriot. But yeah, I mean, this is the expectation. I'm such a messy bitch that, like, of course, campaign is canceled. I need some time to relax and bounce on dick. I'll announce Kamala when I feel like it. Woo! Remember when I fucking told you guys? I said this is the most boring election cycle, but overnight it has the capacity to become the most interesting election cycle. We're there. We're officially there. This is now officially become a historic run. It went from a fucking rerun between a cadaver and a convict, both people that Americans were tired of on both sides. Regardless of policy, people were just like on vibes alone. They were like, bro, I don't fucking care about this. I don't want to fucking dial into this. I don't give a shit about this at all. And then overnight, guys, 7 days ago, Donald Trump, 45th president of the United States of America, Donald John Trump, got shot in the ear at a Butler, Pennsylvania rally. That was 7 days ago. It feels like 8 lifetimes ago. That shit happened only 7 days ago. Think about that. The writers woke the fuck up. They thought, you know what? We gave the NBA a goddamn dud. No 7-game final. Basically fucking blew out the entirety of the Mavericks. So they were like, turns out it's because they were writing the script for this shit, dude. They literally gave nothing to the NBA final script. So they gave it all to the fucking election cycle. As my main man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin likes to say, there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen. We are in the week where decades are happening. We are now officially in that week, okay? We were in that week last week. We're in that week this week. It hasn't stopped being the week. You have to see this. There are days where decades happen. Those are the days Hassan doesn't stream. There are decades where days happen. Those are the days Hassan does stream. I mean, it's just like, dude, being out there in fucking downtown Los Angeles as a goddamn shoot with full emo gear on my fucking face, like, it feels like you're getting caught with your dick out. You know what I mean? It's like, how is that even possible? Anyway, that's besides the point. We're done. We're done with my shitty drama, not even drama really, but like my own silliness. We are getting into the news. All right, I'm just gonna see what the fuck is going on. I don't want to watch MSNBC because I don't want to watch people who are suicidal. And I don't want to watch Fox News because I don't want to watch people masturbating, because I feel like both are, you know, a violation of terms of service. So I'm just gonna go right down the middle. Clinton News Network. We're going Clinton News Network. We're going right down the middle, CNN. Let's see what's happening.
President Biden and the campaign running in full force until the moment that he wasn't. You know, there's no real way for you to run for president 50%. There's no way for you to sort of half be a candidate.
No,
and I think that is sort of what
you
we
can't
have
do
seen,
this. We can't do this. I cannot look at Rachel Maddow right now. I don't want to see. Listen, dude, listen. I don't want to see someone on the brink. She's on the brink, big dog. Look at her. Look at her. She's on the brink. Step away from the ledge, Rachel. Don't fucking do it, Rachel. It's okay. Rachel is going to be all right. It's going to be all right. Don't do it. She's sitting. She's like bathtub toaster. She gets the call. She's like, fuck it. I have to go in for a little bit. We're postponing it for like 5 minutes. Let's get to Kamala Harris, or not Kamala Harris.
Right now about how exactly this race is going to unfold in the coming days and weeks. We are obviously in a really unprecedented situation, but it was important for a lot of people in the Democratic Party to hear the words coming straight out of the president's mouth that in his eyes, the person that needs to take the torch from the president, is his deputy, is the person that he chose, is the person who he said could take on the role of the presidency on day one. I was just talking to campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond, and he said there's no question about it. This is an example of President Biden doing the right thing, and he said he was really glad to hear the president coming out to publicly endorse Kamala Harris, and that the campaign is going to be behind her, but sort of the machinations of exactly how the campaign is going to sort of transition over to making that sort of the campaign's operation in the coming days. Obviously, all of those things need to get figured out. But look, I think if there was a scenario where the
bro, immediately they're switching up the narrative so fast. I told you. Bakari Sellers, Kamala is running against the oldest nominee for president of the United States in American history. I mean, the man is nearly 80 years old. And so the question is, can he serve another 4 years? I'm not sure he can. Now, every single one of these indecent motherfuckers straight up were like, Joe's not old. How dare you say that? Every single one. What did I tell you? I told you there's no fucking Biden or bust in this goddamn party. They're all just fucking ruthless machine politicians with bad fucking instincts. It didn't even take 30 seconds for these motherfuckers to switch up. They were trying to fucking gaslight us. Oh, Joe Biden is not going to drop out. You're out of your mind. He's actually sharp as a tack, okay? He's actually sharp as a tack. The moment that they fucking switch it up, what did I tell you? You think Harry Sasson is going to be out there? He's going to be out there being like, yeah, actually, I'm a Biden dead ender. Sorry, Biden or bust for me. I wanted a candidate that's like 800 years old, you know? Kamala's too young, too vibrant. You think that's what they were going to say? There were people in this fucking community that were trying to tell me, Hassan, Biden is actually really popular in certain demographics, and that the media or certain aspects of the Democratic Party are really riding with Biden. Like, no, they're not. They're just careerist pieces of shit who did not make the right calculation. Okay? Vindication after vindication. Put some respect on it. Obviously, put some respect on Uncle Cenk, too, who's been fucking dialed in on this issue for months at this point. People made fun of him. Not me, of course. I'm riding with Cenk as always. But he was right 100%. He was right from the jump. 2024 is the year of Hasanabi vindication so far. Anyway, but I can't be the only one who's a Biden dead ender. I lied this entire time. As a obvious political commentator, as a unbiased political journalist, political commentator, I always try to tell you not what I think, but what the public wants to hear. And for that reason, I must reluctantly tell you that I will not be voting for Kamala Harris because I was riding with Biden. I'm the only one in America, in the United States of America, that was actually like, I need the 800-year-old carcass. Okay? I need him. I need him in my veins. I need him. Just kidding. Of course not, because I'm not a fucking idiot. All right. Holy shit. All right, let's continue. Let's see what Bakari Sellers, who was selling us the idea that Joe Biden is fine not that long ago, what is he saying now?
Getting them, whipping them up, trying to get them on board for Kamala Harris. I don't think that's going to be a difficult task. In anything else, the vice president.
Where's Jamie Harrison? Where's Jamie Harrison? Bring him to me now. $100 million lost in front of Lindsey fucking Graham. Then the Democratic Party puts you on the DNC chair. Where is he? Where are you? What happened? I don't want Bakari. I want Jamie. I want to see his piece of shit. I want to see that piece of shit on television on the front lines going, yeah, everything I lied about for the past fucking like 6 months is actually, I was just lying. What are we doing? We put a motherfucker who does not know anything about campaigning, who got absolutely bodied by Lindsey Graham, an in-the-closet gay man in the fucking Deep South, who is one of the least popular politicians in Congress. Jamie Harrison dumped $100 million into that race, got fucking cumstered, and then what did the Democratic Party do? The Democratic Party went, you know what, Jamie? You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT. You lost gracefully, so you should lead the DNC. Oh my God. And what did Jamie Harrison do? For those of you who are, just tuning in, and those of you who are wondering what the fuck's going on, Joe Biden has dropped out. But these characters that I'm pointing to right now are the characters within the Democratic Party who just kept telling us a lie. Something that we can see with our own two fucking eyes. I've been saying this since 2019. Since 2019, I said, Joe Biden has lost his fucking step. He is not the Joe Biden that would have won in 2016. He is not the right person for this fucking party. In 2019, I said that obviously I was biased. I'm a Bernie bro. I was a Bernie or buster. I was busting. I was busting for Bernie pretty fucking hard. That was one of the reasons. But there was a very valid reason not to put Joe, because he was going to drop the incumbent advantage come 2024, because he was too fucking old in 2019. People knew he was old in 2019, but the media gaslit us. The media kept telling us, no, this 85-year-old man, this 800-year-old demon is actually running on the best adrenochrome you've ever seen. He's perfectly fine. Nothing is wrong. And then 50 million people watched Joe Biden look like all of our collective grandparents, okay? 50 million Americans watched the president of the United States of America basically play the role of grandpa that's unfortunately, lost not only his step, but his mental fucking faculties. And then after that debate where 50 million people watched, 50 million Americans watched Joe Biden fail to demonstrate basic competency for weeks, if not an entire month. I don't even know. My concept of time is so out of whack at this point because, like I said, 7 days ago, Donald Trump was shot, and it feels like a lifetime ago. But I think it was a month ago. For an entire month, we played this song and dance on television with donors where all of the family members of Joe Biden were basically saying, come on, Grandpa, you can't drive no more. We have to take the car keys away from you, Grandpa. We have to. And he stood by and said, fuck no, I'm driving this goddamn car. If you can't drive a vehicle, you can't drive a nuclear submarine as the commander-in-chief. One. Number two, the only people in Joe Biden's orbit that obviously wanted him to stay in the race was like Hunter fucking Biden and his immediate family members and like 8 people in the Progressive Caucus. That's it. And Joe Scarborough. Never forget. Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, Jamie Harrison, the DNC chair, Bakari Sellers, and a couple select few members were the people that were like, no, Joe's good. I'm riding with him. I'm riding with Biden. Behaving like Biden dead enders as though he was the best possible choice here. Oh my God. And it was wild. I felt like I was going crazy. Couple years down the line, we are going to look back at this moment and go, remember when the president's like inner circle, Jill Biden, his wife, and his children, one of which is literally a convicted felon and like a person who very famously has more pictures doing crack than sober, okay? Those were the guys who were like, you have to stay in this race, honey. You have to stay in this race. When the entire country was like, what are you doing? 67% of Democratic Party voters were like, we have to swap Joe out. 67%. 70+% of the entire country. 70% of independents. The entire nation was like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? So yeah, I will be taking a fucking victory lap on this day, and I will not be nice about it. Oh my Lord. You should have known. You should have known when Hillary Clinton came out, okay, like 3-4 days ago and said, no, Biden should stay in the race. Listen, I get it. You feel like you deserve to be the president. You felt like it was your time in 2016 and you got ritualistically humiliated and refused to learn any lessons from that humiliation. And then you stuck to it. And now it sucks because there's another woman. There's another woman with a likelihood of possibly winning the presidency, as a matter of fact. And those words are never going to be Madam President Clinton. If it happens, it's going to be Madam President Harris. It's going to be Kamala Harris. And that probably just stings you right in the fucking heart every time you think about that. You're like, ah! And you deserve it because you're a bad person. Hillary Rodham Clinton, you are a bad person. You brought Donald Trump upon this nation for 4 fucking years. Your incompetence, You and you alone and all of those in your immediate fucking circle is responsible for Donald Trump. They did the Pied Piper strategy. They propped up Donald Trump. They said Donald Trump would be the best possible person to run against, and Donald Trump defeated you. Your instincts were so bad. You're like, Wisconsin, I don't need to go there. Why the fuck would I go there? You know what I mean? Blue wall my ass. And for a moment, I thought this was a rerun, that this election cycle was seemingly a rerun. Bad candidate that many people are not enthusiastic about going up against an unknown entity in 2016, but a known entity now, for better or for worse. And I will get into that in a second. But I told you, it's like, this is not a 2020 rerun. This is a 2016 rerun. We have a person who's gripping on when everyone else is reading the fucking room and recognizing that this situation is untenable. This is not good. It's not good at all. That he is going to most likely lose to Donald Trump. Okay? Here's the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison, only 48 hours ago. What a difference 48 hours makes. We'll see. Oh, we'll fucking see, baby. We'll see what kind of difference that makes, won't we? Haha. Let's see what he had to say, actually. You know what? Let me be ruthless today. Let me be a piece of shit. Let's see what he had to say. He said, just in case you didn't know, I'm still riding with Biden 2024.
The polls that are most important to me is when I hit the ground and I interact with folks. Look at the crowd that Joe Biden talked to at the NAACP. Can
you imagine bringing up crowds when you're Joe Biden and you're running up against Donald Trump? Joe Biden never in a million fucking years had the same level of fandom as Donald Trump. He did not. And he never did throughout his entire political career. Okay? And he did not when he was the vice president. That was for Obama. And he did not when he was the president. Okay? And he is the president still. The idea that you would ever bring up something that Trump is objectively good at, which is no metric of success anyway, because Trump drew significantly larger crowds in the 2020 election and still lost to Joe Biden. The idea that you would bring that up when you're running against Trump is so fucking stupid, because the reality is 67% of Democrats said that they were voting against Trump. They were not voting for Biden, whereas 60% of Republicans say they are voting for Trump. That's the difference. Okay? That's the difference. So for him to be like, oh, he draws a lot of crowds, like, who are you lying to, man? Who the fuck are you lying to?
These are folks who are leaders, black leaders in communities across this country.
And then bringing this up, 52% of black voters in the Democratic Party said that they want to replace Joe Biden, that they said he was not competent enough to be president even. That's also bullshit. It is 100% a cynical weaponization of identity, which Democrats love to do. They love to do it. They did it to Bernie, and they were doing it to keep Biden in the race. Biden is not black. Kamala Harris is. Fuck you mean black people want Biden? What a ridiculous fucking statement. Like, they were literally gaslighting in the worst ways possible. They were literally like, yeah, no, black people want Biden, so you're fucking racist because you say, no, a black woman should be the presidential candidate. Like, you're racist, actually. And it doesn't even fucking matter what Kamala's background or identity is in this circumstance. I'm just simply saying that, like, it was that ridiculous that they were just acting as though the vice president, which is chosen as a replacement for the president, was not good enough. But what do you expect from Biden, who literally openly said, oh no, I'm picking a VP not because of their background or anything, but because she's a black woman. He said that. He said that with Ketanji Brown Jackson, who I actually like. Ketanji Brown Jackson is the only defense attorney, the only public attorney, okay, that has ever sat in the fucking Supreme Court of the United States. She had qualifications out the ass. She is a better representation of the American public in terms of the Supreme Courts of the United States justices than anyone else. And they literally cut that in the most cynical way by being like, well, we put a black woman in the Supreme Court. It's like so gross. Leaning in to the worst instincts of the leaning into the worst messaging from the Republican Party. Okay? Oh no, they went private. The Biden accomplishments guy. What about Biden's wins? It's so funny how the moment the money stops coming from the donors, they switch on Biden. Listen, buddy. it wasn't just the donors, but unfortunately for all of us, the only way to get these fucking assholes to do anything is through the donors. Okay? Is Harry Sasan okay? Of course he's okay. He's going to be the most loyal Fedayeen for Kamala Harris. A lot of these guys who openly said, no, I'm riding with Biden, you guys are wrong. They're all going to immediately turn around and, of course, endorse Kamala Harris. They're going to advocate for Kamala Harris. Okay? Of course they are, because they want to be party loyalists. I told you, no one in this goddamn nation was going, I'm voting for Biden because I like Biden and Biden alone. He is so charismatic. I love his policies. I love his legislative agenda. No one was doing that. That is precisely the reason why Biden was actually getting outcompeted with down ballot candidates. In key states, he has to win. Arizona, Nevada, Georgia even. Like everywhere in the country, Biden was like getting outperformed by fucking Amy Klobuchar. Okay? By like 10 points. You were jerking off Biden 4 years ago. Kekleo. That's such a funny thing to say, because there has never been a moment where I have ever fucking given this dude even an ounce of credit that he does not deserve. If we talk about the NLRB under the Biden regime, great. Okay? I've defended that. If we talk about actually pulling out of Afghanistan, that is brave. Okay? That was the right thing to do. I'll stand by that. But everything else, especially in the lead up to the race and everything else post the race, he has gone back on. Don't be ridiculous. Anyway, do you have any guesses for who Harris will choose as her VP? White man. One of the whitest men you can find, okay? One of the whitest, most straight men you can find, okay? Not even like a little gay, not even a little zesty. Like you can't even have someone like maybe a little zesty. It just has to be like it's like a rerun. Barack Obama's perfect counter was like a racist, goofy white guy, Joe Biden. Kamala Harris's counter has to be like the driest white boy to ever do it. Okay? And I don't mean like Tim Kaine style white guy. I mean like an Andy Beshear or a Mark Kelly, that type of guy. Okay? If there's a cop dome, that actually fucking works even better. Mark Kelly does have the cop dome, the cop phrenology. JB Pritzker is great, but I don't think that'll be the case. But I do love, I like JB Pritzker. We need a tubby man. We need like a big rotund boy. We need to bring back big boys. I mean, look at this, bro. Dropped this pic of Bashir's family. Bro, that's what I'm talking about. Motherfucker looks related, dude. And I don't mean just with his parents. No, Bashir is actually pretty solid. That's a joke. Those are jokes. Okay. All right. I need to sit down. Holy fuck. Holy moly. What a fucking day.
Or not with his senior most staff. This was him informing his staff that the decision was made. I also just want to note, in the letter that he sent, he said he is going to focus the rest of his term on making sure that he is finishing out the rest of the first term as well as he can, and really focusing on really just doing the duties of the presidency. What he didn't say there.
Do the right thing, Brandon. Cut all aid. Put BDS on the map, Brandon. Do it. Netanyahu fucked you over. He fucked you over. You bear hugged him. He was a fake friend. Okay? Take that phone call when he comes in to the American Congress. His arrest warrant should be out by then. Okay? Coordinate with the ICC. Get that arrest warrant application to go through and then arrest his ass. I swear to God, dude. I swear to God. I will door knock for Kamala Harris. I will go around the nation. I will tell every single person to vote for Kamala Harris if this happens. It's not going to happen, but if it did, that would be pretty cool. Okay.
Making the right decision. There is also a lot of anger, a lot of bad blood, a lot of hard feelings about the way all of this was handled by various Democrats in the party. I was on the phone with campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond, and he unleashed some really harsh words on the donors that in recent days had refused to give to President Biden. And he said that what the donors had done was create a self-fulfilling prophecy, because essentially when the money dries up, there is no way that you can win. And he was saying, look, the donors basically ensured that this was a no-win situation for the president. He said the donors now better pony up, and we are actually seeing the first signs of donors actually turning around and saying, yeah, now that he has decided to step down, we are going to continue supporting this ticket. Wolf.
Dramatic developments indeed, and historic developments we're watching very, very closely right now. MJ Lee at the White House, we'll get back to you. We'll get back to our panel shortly. I want to go to Caitlin Collins, who's also covering all of this for us. Caitlin, these are dramatic developments, and it's come as a surprise to a lot of us after the President of the United States for days and days kept saying he's in it to win it. He's not going anywhere. He's staying in the race. Then all of a sudden, he posts this letter to the American public saying he's no longer.
It wasn't
going
all of a sudden. Everyone knew it was coming. I knew it was coming, and I'm a fucking dumbass, okay? I don't have insider sources or anything. Well, maybe a little bit, maybe some. But come on. Everybody knew it was happening.
Improved significantly. So that could also play a factor in how we are learning this dramatic breaking news from the president himself in a letter that was posted online announcing he is not going to seek the election and the Democratic nomination for this November to challenge Donald Trump for the presidency. Jamal Simmons is here with us. He is a CNN political commentator, but also, and more importantly in this moment, the former communications director for Vice President Harris. And Jamal, I want to talk to you about the Harris dynamic of this because Senator Mark Warner of Virginia has just lined up behind her. We're watching closely to see what Democrats are saying about this. But first, you worked inside the Biden White House. What's your reaction to this news from the president?
You know, it's an incredible amount of, we kind of thought
the DNC chair blocked me. Oh, damn.
It's still so sad, right? I mean, Joe Biden is this American hero. He's such a patriot.
It's not sad.
Saved us from Donald Trump.
No one is sad.
If you're a Democrat.
Literally not a single person is sad. Hunter Biden is sad. His ass ain't getting a pardon. Oh, no. Oh, his ass is going to federal prison, big dog, okay? That's the one guy who's sad right now, and he can suck me. I was a big Hunter Biden advocate for the longest time until I saw his fail son ass in the fucking White House attending meetings with the fucking staffers, sitting side by side with Joe Biden, being like, nope, please keep running, Pop. Please keep running, Papa, bitch ass.
Saying essentially that he did not believe Biden
Lock
could
him
defeat
up!
Donald Trump if he remained on the ticket. But with Biden's statement about 20 minutes after he posted this letter saying that he is going to endorse Vice President Harris as the Democratic nominee, we're watching these statements. We're seeing people like Senator Mark Warner, progressive House member Jamal Bowman getting behind her as the Democratic nominee. Is that what you expect to see?
If Republicans try to run the gambit of being like, we're going to sue to make sure that like Kamala is not on the ballot before the convention even happens, okay, the entire nation will collapse on them. Do you understand me? That was one of the many reasons why I said there's no fucking way that they're going to like try and hold this up in the court system. They can try because they're panicking right now. That is the worst possible thing that they can do. Why is that the worst possible thing they can do? Because that feeds into they want to end democracy. They have no respect for democracy narrative. A smart staffer, and I know many of you motherfuckers are watching me right now. If you are in those fucking rooms, that's the angle. Oh, really? The convention didn't happen? And that's how scared they are that they can't run a normal race? So they're going to try and do like the exact same thing that they did last time? Like with January 6th when they tried to do false electors? When they wanted to like do some weird court process to undermine the will of the people? Really? How about you fight on November 5th? How about you fight in November? Why are you trying to fight in the fucking court process? It's the easiest messaging dub of all time. Mike Johnson called it illegal. These fucking pieces of shit in the Republican Party, they have the audacity. They're like, oh, sorry, you can't do that. Fuck you mean you can't do that? There's no procedure that is actually was put into motion. Okay, you can cry until you have no more tears left. Oh, 14 million primary voters who cast their ballots for you. Am I right? Fuck them up. You're fucking them over. Suck my dick, dude. Your account's called End Wokeness. Keep crying. Okay. These are the types of people who like imagine trans people in their minds and then fucking have an aneurysm, okay? These are not serious people. Get the fuck out of here. Keep crying, dude. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so wonderful. It's so brilliant. Oh, my Lord. Cernovich? I thought it was Jack Posobiec. By any objective analysis, we witnessed a coup. Yeah, dude, totally. Totally. Yeah, they're chirping. They're chirping so hard because they know that Biden was a weak candidate. And they know that anyone that's like even remotely competent is actually going to be a stronger candidate than the fucking carcass. There's enough movement. There's enough momentum. There's enough movement and enough momentum in the Democratic Party. They got juice right now. They got motion. Okay? They do. Now, I need you to understand something. They can still fuck it up. And the Democratic Party always fucks it up. Okay? So these upcoming months are very important. Okay? They're very important. Kamala Harris has to basically undo a lot of the last minute motions from the Biden administration without actually creating a big enough rift in the party. Okay? It's not going to be from Kamala's side. It obviously is going to happen with competent administrators around her. And I really do hope that they have that. Okay? CNN, avalanche of donations pouring into Harris campaign. President Joe Biden is patriotic American. Dude, I verbatim told you. I could have written these fucking quotes. Joe Biden is a patriotic American who has always put our country first. His legacy, vision, values, and leadership make him one of the most consequential presidents in American history. With love and gratitude to President Biden for always believing in the promise of America and giving people the opportunity to reach their fulfillment. God blessed America with Joe Biden's greatness and goodness. I told you, he is a wonderful man. We're going to preserve his legacy. I told you verbatim that's what they're going to say, and that's what they're saying. Of course, that's what they're saying. You said a white man for advice, but I'm trying to think Buttigieg is up there and the gay thing might make it hard. Nah, I don't even think Pete Buttigieg like reads as gay. I think Pete Buttigieg is just like not very likable. He's too much of an elitist. And Kamala Harris is already like got that. You need a salt of the earth type dude. Okay. You don't need a guy who is basically like gay and a little bit more charismatic JD Vance. That's what I think though. Who knows what the Democratic Party will do. Okay. Endorse Harris now. Are you supporting Kamala Harris? Good job, Nancy. You pulled off another insurrection. Totally disappointed with the elites, the Democrats, and the MSM. Joe Biden did not deserve this hack job. I will continue to vote for Joe Biden. That's a bot, okay? That's not a real person. Get the fuck out of here. By the way, obviously, this community, well, right now we have 117,000 people in here, okay? So this community is a little bit different. Well, right now, there's probably a lot of normies in here as well. Having said that, however, okay, by and large, this community is a little bit different than other communities. We pay a lot of attention to politics. We're kind of losers that way, right? And not just when like shit starts popping off. So what do I mean by this? Why am I saying this? Because a lot of normies that see this shift will actually register to vote. I believe it, okay? We're brain broken. We already have made up our minds a long time ago. However, a lot of normies, a lot of people on TikTok, a lot of people that are in demographics that literally were just like, I'm not too invested in this race. It's a rerun. My life is not better. Will actually start paying attention. And that's why it's very important. It's very important that Kamala Harris stays strong on her messaging, sticks to issues, and actually says like, look, we are continuing this progressive agenda. It's bold. We are not letting the Republicans ruin democracy. We're not letting Donald Trump become a dictator on day one. None of that. And we're also restoring reproductive rights for everyone in this country. We're going to do that. We're going to fight tooth and nail. Okay? We're going to claw back those civil liberties that the Republican Party tried to take away from you. Okay? That's right. No more ad breaks at the top of the hour. Sometimes they come in the middle of the hour because I'm an hour in now, 3 minutes long. Okay. No more. Medicare for all, gifted subs for all. At the top of the hour and sometimes in the middle of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $6. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free. Mess Survey, thank you for the 5. Akabidi, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Thank you. We're going to look at Donald Trump and what he had to say as well. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, Jack. That was not part of the storyline. No, she's running on gifted subs for all. Anyway, I'm so fucking fired up. A lot of people will be like, oh, this is like your Super Bowl. And it's like, they don't understand. I do this when there's 10 people in here. I do this when there's 1,000 people in here. I do this every day. You're paying attention now. But it gets me very excited that a lot of people are now paying attention to politics. Makes me very happy. Okay? What about Josh Shapiro? I think Josh Shapiro is too green. Pennsylvania is a key state, and he actually outperforms Biden on some of the polls. I mean, he gets like, he has like almost a 10-point lead on Donald Trump if he was at the top of the ticket. Obviously, those are like one-off polls. There's not a lot of those polls. There's a unique. He's very like he would clear Pennsylvania. It'd be a lock. Having said that, however, he is a lesser known entity in the Democratic Party. So I don't know about Josh. Anyway, Taylor Swift, brother, is the win. Anyway, you know what I think? You know who I think should be Kamala Harris's running mate? Joe Biden. And if Joe Biden is not interested in the vice presidential position, then it should be Jimmy Carter. And if it's not Jimmy Carter, we should just find the oldest possible person we can. You know what I'm saying? Why not? Fuck it. YOLO. You know, it seems like that was fine. Yeah, reach across the aisle. Get Dick Cheney to be your VP. He has a lot of experience in that field anyway. Joe Biden said, "My fellow Democrats, I have decided not to accept the nomination and focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term." Verbatim what I told you he was going to say. "My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president. And it's been the best decision I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year, Jack. Cut the malarkey, Democrats. It's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this. Let's do this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Watch me. I'm going to finish the job. I'm going to finish the job, Jack. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyway, here's the deal, Jack. Anyway, I shouldn't say that. In a phone call with CNN minutes after Biden announced his exit from the 2024 race, former President Trump responded, "He's the worst president in the history of our country. He goes down as the single worst president by far in the history of our country." Oh, dude. Oh, he is coping. He's worried. He's panicked. He's fucking panicking, dude. Come on, dog. He's panicking hard. You know, his entire fucking campaigning strategy is just dust now, okay? They had it. They were like, he's the perfect person to run against. If there's one Democrat we could easily fucking beat, is Joe Biden. It's motherfucking Joe Biden. And now they got to cast aside all those campaign ads. They got to toss them. They have to toss them. They have to restart. Woo! Everything that the RNC did, even though they tried to message it, why is my family calling me in this moment right now? That's crazy. Even though everything that they did, they tried to on the last second swap to like a unity message. They tried to make it seem like they weren't attacking Joe Biden. Donald Trump mentioned Joe Biden by name like once or twice. You know what I mean? And just kept saying this administration. All of that is still hollow. It's still gone. It's Jover for them. Okay? It's freaking Jover for them, baby. Woo. Ken Klippenstein with another leak. What happens to this account if Biden loses? The name of the account is Biden's Wins, not Biden's Loses. There are no plans to lose. He said, any updates to this? Oh my Lord. Fucking prophetic. Yeah, I love Veep. I might do a rerun. I might watch Veep again from the start because this is a very Veep-ass election cycle. Straight up. They fell in line 20 minutes ago. I'm 100% Kamala Harris. You should be too. Retweet and follow to make sure all Americans are ready to defeat Donald Trump. Of course they are. Of course they are. They immediately started a new account called Kamala Harris's Wins. Wow. What is this? Biden lettuce? Oh, we had our own version of this? Well, I guess the lettuce won. We had our own version. By advocating for Biden to drop out, Hassan said in the motion, "The end of Western civilization as we know it. I hope you are happy, sir." Bro, your name is Anatolian Alt. What are you talking about? Anatolia will rise again, brother. Don't worry. Anyway, let's check in on Donald Trump, who is definitely not mad right now. Let's see what he had to say. Crooked Joe Biden was not fit to run for president and is certainly not fit to serve and never was. He only attained the position of president by lies, fake news, and not leaving his basement, which is a cell phone, by the way. That is, you're owning yourself. You're saying that a cadaver basically, like was on a stretcher the entire time and stretched his way into the presidency against you, the powerful being that you are, supposedly. Okay? Just a reminder for that. Also, what happened to unity, sir? Where's the unity? All those around him, including his doctor and the media, knew that he wasn't capable of being president, and he wasn't. And now, look what he's done to our country with millions of people coming across the border, totally unchecked and unvetted, many from prisons, mental institutions, and record numbers of terrorists. I suspect that if there is any narrative damage that is the most significant to the re-election campaign, to the election campaign now of Kamala Harris, it was done by Joe Biden at the last minute when he tried to pull this fucking right-wing Donald Trump's own border policy agenda. Okay? It's very, very important for the Democrats to just move away from that as quickly and as expediently as possible, because I don't believe that the American population, no matter how reactionary they may get on immigration, are going to like putting their name in association with a guy who keeps saying Mexicans are rapists and they are killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. Okay? That's his argument for the upcoming election. That is insane. You are not only hallucinating, but you're actually now hallucinating at a level where it's like objectively untrue. Okay? It's like, I was thinking about this last night. He's like, hundreds of thousands of Americans are being murdered by undocumented migrants every year. That's what he was saying, right? And it's such an insane thing to say that if someone counter messages against that and goes, you're out of your mind, that is objectively untrue, empirical evidence suggests, like, there's no data for this. Data actually shows the exact opposite, that undocumented migrants are responsible for less crimes per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. Okay. And they keep hammering that in, and they keep trying to explain to people what the process in which the deportation of 10 million plus people living on U.S. soil right now would look like, and how similar that is to Nazi Germany. Americans will move away from that. Americans will go, okay, that's a little bit gross. Okay. Oh, you lost Americans at Imperial. I don't care. That part is fine. They don't have to say that. The content will be unleashed if Biden gives the green light.
Pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman. I'm the one that up to score with him. Walking down whole time. I know he got some hoe in him. Pull on him. Extort shit. Bully the flow on him. Say Drake. I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any bitch that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb's the only one that.
That's the other side of this. Like, Americans love tough on crime narratives and shit. And it's like, you have a prosecutor, a former prosecutor, like, I don't like that. But average voters are going to look at this and be like, that's a former prosecutor going up against a convicted felon. If Trump was not a convicted felon at this point, that would be a different dynamic. But Americans do care about that. They fucking hate the idea of voting for a convicted felon. The ones that are deep in the pocket, deep MAGA, they don't give a shit. Donald Trump could literally, in his own words, execute someone on Fifth Avenue and they'd still vote for him willingly, okay? But this, for the old folks, oh my God, this shit would go kind of nutty for the old folks. It would go kind of crazy for the Rust Belt. All these people that are also swept up in the crime panic narrative. Jamie Harrison, DNC statement. The American people owe Biden an enormous debt of gratitude for the unparalleled... Okay, shut up, Jamie, you bitch. It's a little bit dependent on which narrative the Republicans go with. If they turn around and try to go with, like, Kamala Harris was actually a woke DA or something, then it's a little different. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm thinking about it right now. There's a lot of things happening in my mind. Okay, too many things at once. We didn't even talk about my fucking fat ass dub against the FaZe boys yesterday. That was crazy. That was wild, but that's besides the point. I've officially reached, for those of you who were watching yesterday, I officially reached UNC status, W-UNC status, as a matter of fact. So that was pretty fire. Zoomers calling you Jokic. Yeah, I saw that.
Oh,
Yep.
Max got facialed. Anyway, I doubted, and to be proven wrong. Yeah, all my doubters, where they at now? The news has been so stacked lately that you've barely had a chance to cover the ICJ ruling. Yeah, I covered it yesterday. Hey gang, just woke up. Did I miss anything significant? I found out Biden dropped out from the race from Hassan the Hunt's TikTok. What the fuck? That's why I posted that TikTok. I thought it'd be the funniest possible way for people to find out that Joe Biden dropped out of the race. RFK probably going to drop and endorse Trump. We'll see. I could see that happening. Even though RFK Jr. was like, I mean, he's crazy, man. I could see him fucking endorsing Kamala Harris, low key, because he's a weird dude, brother. He's a weird fucking dude. It's less likely, but it's more likely that he definitely. It's more likely that he endorses Trump. But he's weird as fuck, dude. He's weird as hell. Anyway.
Get your hand-me-downs and party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baca got a weird case. Why is he around? Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 wop. That fuck 'em up. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. Sometimes you gotta.
Not if Trump offered him a position at the FDA or some shit. He had pork tapeworm T. soleus that caused cyst formation, seizure, and brain. Med student here. What? Yeah, I mean, either way, he drops out, and like, it's probably beneficial for the Democrats regardless. Rachel Maddow says, I don't think there's going to be another one whisper of a fight in the Democratic Party about getting behind Kamala Harris, adding that this is not the start of an open primary and Harris will be at the top of the ticket. I do think that it'd be
really
a bad
scared
idea.
about what happens next and whether the Democratic Party can come together. What would you say to them?
I think that the Democratic Party was in really bad shape with the concerns about the enfeebled public appearance of the president. And that debate shook people, not only because it was one bad performance, but because it underscored, reified, and validated some niggling concerns that people had had about the president's age and his...
The fuck kind of word was that? What? What did she say? What?
It underscored, reified, and validated some niggling concerns that people had had about the president's age and his health and his capacity. And it
I have never heard that word in my entire life. I'm sure it's a normal word. I've just never heard it.
Absolutely split the Democratic Party into a million different pieces. And with that, with that status of the Democratic Party heading into November, I think that alone would have meant that the Democrats had essentially zero chance of prevailing in November. President Biden has endorsed Vice President Harris. I don't think there is going to be one whisper of a fight in the Democratic Party about getting behind her. I think that the Democratic Party will now unify like nothing you have seen from this party in many years around the necessity of supporting her and of building the kind of campaign you have never seen before to try to keep Donald Trump from returning to the White House and from undoing the American system of government. The endorsement of President Biden of Vice President Harris, I believe, I mean, I could be wrong, but I believe that will be seen as...
Bro, Kamala pulls a fucking Keir Starmer and is like, all of a sudden, Kamala Harris pulls a Keir Starmer, all of a sudden, the specter of communism is not only haunting Europe, but also haunting America. Oh my Lord, dude. I mean, not going to happen, obviously, even though her dad is a Marxist professor at Stanford. But, you know, they're not exactly on good terms. I'm just saying, dude.
A period at the end of the sentence underscored, let's go. And it'll be, you know, there will be technocratic stuff that needs to happen in terms of getting her at the top of the ticket and the delegates and the convention and all that stuff in the campaign. But this is not the start of an open primary. And if the Democrats want to start a primary in late July and thereby commit electoral suicide, I will be surprised. You know, Democrats have surprised me before. But this means that Vice President Harris is going to be at the top of the ticket. And what this is going to mean for Joe Biden, I mean, by running with Barack Obama in 2008 and then serving ably as...
So a couple angles of attack from Republicans immediately, okay? One, they're going to say if Biden, obviously Trump already mentioned this. I've talked about this in the buildup to Biden dropping out. Couple angles of attack are going to be if he can't actually run for president, how the fuck is he supposed to be president, right? And to them... To them, the counter is pretty easy. You just say, look, I think Americans deserve like a younger, more vibrant, more dynamic person. And I did my job. I've been in office for 50 plus years. You know, I've been in office for so long that I think it's like the right thing to do. I think I wanted to give the Americans an opportunity to put a fresh face on this like bold progressive agenda. Right. And I feel like there's an effective counter there for that. But that's one thing that they're going to do. They're obviously also going to try and sue at every state to be like, no, you have to put Joe Biden on the ticket, even though he's literally not even the fucking candidate yet. The convention hasn't happened yet. So another avenue of attack is obviously that like Kamala Harris was the vice president and she knew that Biden's mental faculties were not in order, which is why I thought that was another angle of attack, an avenue of attack that is like pretty solid. Which is why I thought that the Democrats could not be so open and so bold about Joe Biden's mental faculties diminishing, which is why him staying in the race post that debate or even doing that debate was really, really stupid. But if that debate had not happened, ladies and gentlemen, today I will say this. I want to thank all of the fucking idiots in Biden's orbit, in Biden's close circle, that thought that that debate that happened this early was a good idea, that Biden will be able to demonstrate competence in that debate. Because if it wasn't for them, we would be fucking slow rolling this demented old man into the convention, and I would be still screaming for the fucking rooftops that he's going to get cumpstered by Donald Trump, because he's going to keep having those moments. He's going to keep having those moments, and the Trump administration is going to keep fucking, or the Trump campaign is going to keep hitting those moments over and over again. The tweet that changed it all. Yep. Thank God. Thank the fucking Lord, dude. Holy moly. Obama's release statement. For now, Michelle and I just want to express our love and gratitude to Joe and Jill Obama said. They're such phony little bitches, dude. Yeah, fuck Obama. I mean, he is just objectively a bad person. Like, anyone who kept Joe Biden in the race for this long and then doesn't immediately turn around and go, I'm 100% fully behind whoever is the top of that ticket, which is Kamala Harris, is a bad person, okay? If you care about the Democratic Party, or even more than that, if you care about Donald Trump not being president again, you can't behave in this snake-like fashion, okay? This is some snake shit, straight up. This is just like personal pride and being fucking annoyed with the situation and not like, oh God, and not immediately fucking falling in line because it's outside of your control in the party. Anyway, is there going to be a Harris-Trump debate? There has to be. Are you kidding me? If Trump doesn't do a debate against Kamala Harris, remember, Kamala Harris actually performed fairly well in the debates, even though she obviously was deeply unpopular in the stacked Democratic primary. But Kamala Harris did perform fairly well in the debate. She had a couple pop-off moments. She is a prosecutor at the end of the day. She will, I think, cook Donald Trump. She will be able to cook Donald Trump. They just got to get her off those downers and put her on some uppers. Okay. They literally got to swap out. She needs to not be barred out ever again. And then from this moment on, you know, put her in a fucking vat, let her go cold turkey. No more Xanax for Mamala. Only uppers from this point on. I want her fucking cracked out like Hunter Biden on the main stage. You know what I'm saying? Doing cartwheels and shit. Okay? You got the uppers already on deck for this fucking corpse. Give him to Mamala. Let her fucking thrive. Okay? My name is Harry Sassan. I'm 21 years old and I'm fully supporting Vice President Kamala Harris in 2024. Who's with me? Of course he is. That's my goat. No disrespect to Harry Sassan on this broadcast, okay? I love him. This happened to you too, bro. What is this? They said, get your ass back into the studio. What is this? Enjoying a Wolf Spritzer at El Presidente restaurant here in DC. They said, get your ass back to the studio. It's true. This happened to me as well. Objectively. Do you think they will run with a Kamala versus felon Trump narrative? Potentially. I don't think it's that bad of a narrative. Democrats have raised $5 million in just over an hour. Holy shit. Jesus Christ, dude. Listen. The fight is not done. Okay. There is still, you know, this is not a moment of celebration beyond the fact that Genocide Joe is out. Okay. Jim Crow Joe is out. And and it's like a very different race now. But in some respects, it's not all that different in the sense that Donald Trump is still very much, he's a weak candidate, but very much a candidate that has a shit ton of momentum. Okay? This swap out, I hope, will activate a lot of those in the margins, a lot of young voters, Hispanic voters in general, that have not been paying attention in key states. And Kamala Harris's genuine separation from Joe Biden on the issue of Palestine will actually play a significant role here. Okay? It will. Kamala Harris, months ahead of Biden, kept leaking to Politico and other outlets that she was like for a ceasefire, that she was just like that to me absolutely shows decent political instinct, regardless of the fact that she's been really awful in the past 4 years with respect to how she's like basically hemorrhaged her staff, and how, you know, she's played the role of like a person doing side missions and kind of goofy overall. Anyway, yeah, Kamala Harris defends anti-Israel college protests as speculation mounts she could replace Biden in a race. This was on July 9th. Okay? You put a woman in office, you get World War III. That's so funny. Yeah, no, totally. You're right, chatter. Women are so emotional, am I right? And not Donald Trump, who is like very clearly super competent and unemotional, famously. That's awesome. Dude, it's 2024, man. How are you still operating with these ridiculous fucking narratives? Like, I don't understand. Are you a fucking ape? Are you a goddamn caveman? Like, what kind of a statement is this? And I'm not even saying like Kamala Harris doesn't have a shit ton of weaknesses. I certainly did not want her as the candidate in 2020, okay, in those primaries. Like, I'm not exactly super fond of Kamala Harris either. This is not the moment for that. That's neither here nor there. And I will get to that eventually. But like, to say it's because she's a woman is so stupid. And especially when one of the most pressing issues on this election is going to be on the boundaries of women's reproductive rights. Okay? Thank you, Mr. President, for your service and stepping aside. Yeah, Austin is doing victory laps right now. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. Let's see what they're saying.
To Mike Johnson. No. And how tough of a call do you believe this was for him?
No, I think that is
He's
ridiculous.
Crying.
I think President Biden has shown in recent weeks his ability to handle and manage complex international matters, to continue his lifelong record of service and his legacy of leadership in foreign policy.
Bro's
and
crying.
To make hard calls.
Okay, this is glazing. This is too much.
Stronger and safer.
It's too much. It's too much, Chris Coons. You can't be doing that. That's too much. That's illegal, bro. You're crying about an 82-year-old man.
We are still negotiating our annual appropriations bill.
He didn't die, bro. He didn't die. He's still alive, barely, but still alive, motherfucker. What are you doing?
Peace in Gaza and a stable and more secure future for Israel and the Israeli people. Joe Biden has more experience in foreign policy than any national leader. And to have him step aside now, I think,
dude, yeah, we need to keep Biden in the office. Actually, the one guy from Delaware who's like, we got to keep him in office.
And I know you've got to go, Senator Coons. You're joining us on just breaking news that is happening as of this moment. Last question: President Biden said that he'll address the nation later this week.
That's my opinion.
For people watching,
that's what I'm thinking. That's the Rust Belt, okay? You know, that's like everyone in the Rust Belt is basically like, I'm a Wisconsin voter who works at an HVAC business, and I was thinking, like, I want a president that will protect Israel. That's what I was thinking. You know, that's my one vote. Okay. I'm a Western Pennsylvania voter. Okay. I worked in the fracking industry pretty much all my life. And I'm thinking, who's the president that brought Finland and Sweden into NATO? That's my guy. I'm writing with Biden. I will write his name. Okay. I will write as a writing candidate. He is my guy. I don't care. I'm not voting for anybody else, okay?
And he laid out for what we could do together if we put down the tools of partisanship, come together as a country, and legislate and solve problems. 3.5 years later, I've had a chance to watch Joe Biden sign into law landmark bills, the most consequential legislative record since LBJ. And I expect you'll hear from him when he speaks in a few days about his confidence in the American people, the urgency of our coming together and putting aside partisan bickering and embracing the bright future that our country can have if we will just work together.
Yeah, massive news from him this afternoon. Senator Chris Coons, thank you for jumping on with us on this breaking news. I really do appreciate your time.
Thank you, Caitlin.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And if you're just joining us, I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington, D.C.
My
Caitlin
goat.
Collins is joining us
My
from
goat,
New York.
Wolf.
I want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. We're following major breaking news. President Biden has just dropped out of the 2024 presidential race and is publicly endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic presidential nominee. He made this historic and stunning announcement just before 2 p.m. Eastern earlier today, sending out a statement that reshapes the 2024 presidential race just 1 month before the Democratic National Convention in Chicago.
And Wolf, we're learning that Biden made this decision within the last 48
It's wild because technically Wolf is drinking on the job again today. Is we know that he was objectively getting zooted off his own fucking alcoholic beverage, the Wolf Spritzer. Okay, my man is drunk as a skunk right now. Okay, he's in the Situation Room going, yeah, that's right, baby, we did it. We served a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. We did it again at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 now because of fucking Brandon inflation. Okay, Brandonomics, or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free, or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky.
Joining us from Rehoboth
now.
Beach in Delaware, where the president is in isolation right now. Give us the latest. What are you hearing over there, Priscilla?
It's so funny that he has COVID too right now. This is hilarious.
Well, as the president was self-isolating at his residence here in Delaware from his positive COVID diagnosis, these were also days of self-reflection, days where he was clearly deliberating his next steps and whether or not he would run for re-election. We had that answer this afternoon when he put out that letter saying that he would step aside. Now, importantly, right after putting that out, he also said that he was fully throwing his support behind Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee and urging the party to come together. It was a remarkable moment after weeks of Democratic lawmakers, allies, donors calling for the president to withdraw from the race over the last few weeks. The president has had multiple private conversations with lawmakers. He has tried to assuage their concerns on the campaign trail, but none of it was enough as lawmakers were still putting out letters just yesterday telling him he had to step aside. Now, this morning, to show you how quickly all of this came together, his campaign was saying that President Biden was in it to win it, that he was staying in the race and not going anywhere. But then now
was it that quick, honestly? Was it that crazy? Was it that crazy?
Before putting this out, he had notified his senior White House and campaign teams that, according to a source who spoke with our MJ Lee, and I am also told by a source that he spoke with Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, in the moment since, donors, too, have been throwing their money behind the campaign. That, too, was a challenge for the campaign. So clearly a stunning development and one that has been shocking to campaign and White House officials.
They put the money faucet
on.
President
in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
10 bands, baby. They put the money faucet on. They turn it on like that. They were like, "Yep, that's up. That's right. Get your money up, not your funny up."
Wolf, these have been some 3+ agonizing weeks for President Biden and those close to him, even amid all of the growing calls that Priscilla was just talking about since that debate in late June. The president initially had very much dug in. He made very clear that even with the polls that he was being presented with, the data that was showing that things were not looking good for him, we know of private conversations where he insisted that he was, in fact, seeing polling and data that showed that he could defeat Donald Trump. One thing that I think is so important for us to just look back on for a second is President Biden, when he was running for the presidency back in 2020, he had described himself as a bridge and a transition candidate. And after that disastrous debate performance, a lot of Democrats were asking the question of, well, whatever happened to that? And I thought we got a really insightful answer from the president on that just last week. When he was asked about this, he said, I thought I was going to be able to move from this to pass it on to someone else, but I didn't anticipate things getting so divided, is what the president said. Earlier this year, when I asked him at a press conference, basically the same question, why does it have to be you on the ticket, given that so many voters across the country have questions about your age, your health and fitness? He said because he believes that he is the most qualified person to do the job and finish the job that he had started. So the picture that has emerged, Wolf, over the course of his presidency is that the president came into this job at the White House very much intending to be a transition candidate. But once he started doing the job, it became clear to him that it was going to be more difficult than he could have ever imagined for him to pass the torch, as he had once made clear he wanted to do back in 2020. Now, we should make clear for our viewers that the president, in announcing that he was going to drop out of the race, he also endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris. And now the party is in a place where, even given that endorsement, they need to actually figure out the process of how they move forward and decide who that nominee is going to be. We got an important statement from former President Barack Obama, and this was a really key line.
Governor Newsom cancels his appearance at the U.S. Ninth Circuit Judicial Conference.
He said, "We will be navigating uncharted waters in the days ahead, but I have extraordinary confidence that the leaders of our party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges." So, Wolf, just in the moments after this remarkable news from the president that he was going to be leaving the race, we have heard from a lot of different Democrats and a lot of different voices, too, who fall on different sides of the argument. Should this be sort of a coronation with the president endorsing the vice president, or should there be a process that plays out where the party really gets together and figures out who that candidate is going to be? But one thing is for clear, the clock is ticking, and this has been a concern for so many Democrats, as we have all been waiting for a decision from President Biden. Wolf.
And we're just about 2 weeks or so away from that Democratic convention in Chicago that will officially nominate the Democratic presidential candidate. We're watching all of this unfold. MJ, I understand that the Vice President, Kamala Harris, has issued her first public statement. I don't know if you have it right there, but presumably it's on your phone. If you didn't have it, maybe you could read it to our viewers.
Yeah, I've got it, Wolf. We do have the first public statement from Vice President Kamala Harris in the aftermath of President Biden dropping out of the 2024 race. She says that she was honored to have received President Biden's endorsement and intends to earn and win the nomination for the presidency. This, of course, is the first time that we are hearing from him. We did report earlier that President Biden and Vice President Harris did speak on the phone earlier today. That is not surprising. Just a little bit more from the Vice President statement here. She says, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination." And she also says, talks about how it has been such a profound honor to
We're looking at the statement right now on CNN. Kamala's statement
expresses her gratitude to First Lady Jill Biden as well, and talks about sort of the relationship that they have built over the years, including the relationship that she had with the president's late son, Beau Biden. This, of course, is something that the president has talked about in the past as having been a factor when he was trying to decide who his vice presidential running mate would be back in 2020. The vice president also says in her statement, with this selfless and patriotic act, President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of service, putting the American people and our country above everything else. Wolf, all of the attention now is going to really be on Kamala Harris. This has already been the case for the last several weeks, as we have been sort of in limbo, trying to see where the president was going to land in terms of his own decision. But of course, given that things seemed headed in the wrong direction for the president for a while now, there has been a lot of speculation about Vice President Harris and whether an endorsement formally would come from the president, which of course it has. And so now we are going to be paying close attention to everything that she does just in the coming days. How does she carry herself in public now that this news is out? Does she sort of step up her campaign operations?
Here, I mean, you can run this. You can literally run this. You can literally run this as an ad now. Like,
sick of this? Well, think about this. He's a world leader in temper tantrums. She never loses her cool. She prosecuted sex predators. He is one. Grab him by the... She shut down for-profit colleges that swindled Americans. He was a for-profit college.
At Trump University, we teach success.
Literally. He's owned by the big banks. She's the attorney general who beat the biggest banks in America and forced them to pay homeowners $18 billion. He's tearing us apart. She'll bring us together. This is Trump. And in every possible way, this is the anti-Trump. So if that's what you're looking for,
Bro, call me Coco Melon the way I'm coconut pilled right now. Okay, I don't know. I'm feeling the momentum.
There's really only one, Kamala.
I'm dude, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad.
You were just talking about what this day means and the significance of this in a personal level.
Bro, stop crying. Stop crying. You used to be a fucking Maoist. Stop crying. Oh my God, bro. He already cried earlier. He's crying again. He got to take his fucking glasses off to cry one more time.
Statement where she plans to earn and win this nomination.
I think that's very politically astute of her.
This man used to be a Maoist third worldist in San Francisco, bro.
Take the rules very seriously. Technically, Joe Biden can't just say, you're now the nominee. If Joe Biden stepped down from president, the Constitution says she's automatically president. But this is not about the Constitution. This is about the Democratic Party. And under our rules, it's the delegates who make the decision. It's not Joe Biden. It's not Kamala Harris. It's not Nancy Pelosi. It's not the Clintons. It's not the Obamas. Our delegates make the decision. And so she's being very politically astute by saying to the delegates, I am going to work to earn your support. I appreciate the support I'm getting from the Clintons and from everyone else, but I understand that it comes down to you. And by saying she's going to work to earn that support, I think that's very, very smart. So that gives the delegates the opportunity to feel that they can, they have a job to do. They have to make a decision here. Also, I think that she's letting other people know the water's warm. You want to jump in? You want to get some? You can try to earn these delegates' support as well. She's not saying, if you come against me, it's a problem. She's not closing the door. She's not saying, I accept Joe Biden, therefore I'm the, no. So that puts other Democrats in a very interesting position. If you're a swing state governor, if you're a rising star in this party, if you're a celebrity, if you're somebody who wants to say, look, I don't believe in Kamala Harris. I don't trust that she can win. I think I can win. What are you going to do? You're going to have to make the decision that, no, I'm going to raise my hand and I'm going to say, I think I could do a better job. I think I can win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. I think I've got a better shot. And I want those delegates to listen to me. So you're going to have to watch over the next 24, 48 hours. Does anybody else raise their hand and say that they want to also earn the nomination? What she's acknowledging is the nomination is not yet hers. And that's a very, very big deal. That's a true fact. But, in other parties, you might just have somebody just demagogue it, steamroll it, say, everybody get behind me. I am now going to lead this party. She's not doing that. Very politically astute.
But, Vin, you've been involved in Democratic politics your whole life. To see the Clintons, the president, top senators getting behind her as the nominee, do you think anyone else, if you are a governor or a Democrat who has a lot of star potential going forward, that they'd be brave enough to kind of get in this ring at this point with seeing who's lining up behind Harris so far?
It would take an extraordinary amount of self-confidence and belief in self to do it. But are there doors that are still open? Yes, there are doors that are still open. For instance, Pelosi hasn't yet said she's for Kamala. President Obama, as usual, is staying very, very neutral, at least publicly, to make sure that, because he is the rock star of rock stars in this party, that he doesn't tip it one way or the other. And so you do have some doors that are still open. And so, but the grade just got steeper because Joe Biden gave the endorsement. He gave it immediately. The Clintons came out immediately.
Oh, there was another funny thing. Donald Trump literally donated to Kamala Harris while she was a candidate for state attorney general. A total of $6,000 in 2011 and 2013 combined. So that's something to remember. But I also want to check in on our fellow Defiant dads, specifically out of Brooklyn. Hold the line. We got this, he said. And then he got the news. I hope he's doing all right. He was pretty fucking defiant. He was defiant till the last moment, okay? Which was kind of ridiculous. As I stated, these guys, these Biden dead enders, were like hallucinating a world in which like Biden was going to crawl across the convention. Oh my Lord.
I believe Kamala can win it at the top of the ticket. I don't believe this. I don't believe that. I think I can do it. Kamala Harris just said, come on in, the water's warm.
Well, and you know what I thought about when I saw that both Clintons got behind her? I was thinking of Hillary Clinton, because she is a woman who knows what it's like to run against Donald Trump. And that could be the position we see Harris in. We don't know yet. Obviously, we are keeping our powder dry. We're waiting to see what Democrats decide here. But it does seem like that's a scenario the Trump campaign has been prepping for. They have been singling out Harris. I noticed it multiple times when you and I were in Milwaukee last week for the Republican convention. And I just wonder what, on its early basis, what you think that race would look like, a Harris versus Donald Trump.
You know, the prosecutor.
I will give kudos to Nancy Pelosi for pushing Biden out. I will. She did that. She did that shit. Even though at the last second she was like, maybe we have an open convention, which I didn't like too much. She talked to Politico yesterday, which I didn't have a lot of time to cover because I was balling, but that was not great. But everything else, aside from that, she's been very active.
Women. That's something that the Trump team does a lot. They
I think she's angling for Newsom, which I don't think is a good idea, especially because there's too much, like, Newsom has too much stink on him. A lot of people like him. But not for president, obviously. I don't think that she will try to cook the ticket like that. That would be ridiculous. But a double California ticket is crazy. Is actually kind of stupid.
Especially black voters who are so critical. And so you've got a real matchup here, because you've got somebody who has at times been a very, very strong in that prosecutor role. Most people think about Kamala Harris. They don't think about her as vice president. They think about her being in the Senate, grilling nominees from the Trump administration, grilling CEOs, just going after people and putting them in their place. So that side of her personality gets a chance to come forward now in a very different way. Kamala Harris won a lot of support from people when Biden stumbled. He didn't do well in the debate. Everybody was freaking out. And I was sitting right next to Anderson Cooper when Anderson Cooper brought Kamala Harris on. Mm-hmm. She was cool. She was calm. She was collected. She was strong. There was no time for anybody to hand her talking points. There was no time for anybody to write up a speech. There was no teleprompter. She had to just literally walk out there.
Okay, bro, they're just glazing. Oh, my God. They have one speed. I swear to God, they have one speed. It's just glaze mode. They switched it up. They switched on our boy. They're so fake. Fake friends all around us. You know what I'm saying? They're just like... That Anderson Cooper response was mid, okay? Kamala Harris was not exactly cooking in that fucking Anderson Cooper response in the immediate aftermath of the debate. To be fair to her, it was an impossible situation to, like, massage your way out of, to message your way out of, to manipulate your way out of. You couldn't do that. And she didn't actually do a great job either, but fuck it. Who cares?
For Biden, but for Trump, he just became the oldest presidential nominee in American history. Van Jones, obviously... we're going to be watching all this very closely. Van Jones, thank you for that. Wolf, back
by the
you.
way, Elon is losing his
Caitlin,
fucking
thank that
mind.
for me as well. Our viewers are always...
Elon Musk said he's dumping 45 mil every month to a Trump super PAC. Then Trump came out literally the next night at the RNC and said, if you own an EV, you're gay. Literally. Elon Musk, who is still, one of the quote unquote founders / he's still the CEO of Tesla, right? I mean, most of his bread is buttered by Tesla. And this motherfucker was like, oh, I'm giving 45 million a month to Donald Trump. Donald Trump turned around and said, I'm going to abolish EVs, basically. At his RNC speech, he didn't spend as much time as he did on immigrants, but he basically was like, EVs are gay. You can't have an EV anymore. It's illegal. And this dumb fuck is still riding for him, okay? He's still riding for him. Trump walked it back when he heard 45 mil. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because he's still like very anti-EV in his rally. So what's that about?
And anybody that votes for the head of the United Auto Workers, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. He's approved all
That's not what he said, Law. You just lying. Yes, brother. He didn't say if you own an electric vehicle, you are a homosexual. Are you new here? Obviously, that's not exactly what he said. I'm just saying he immediately came out against EVs in his RNC speech. Insane. Chatters are like, dude, that's not literally what he said. Fuck you. Yeah, I know.
electric cars. And you know, Elon, I love Elon. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. He's approved all electric cars. And you know, Elon, I love Elon Musk. Do we love him? I love him. And anybody that long, massive tubes, and they're landing gently right on the dot. I said, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. And you say, how long would it take government to come up with that one? I don't think they ever heard of it. Perhaps they still haven't heard of it. But, you know, he's a very advanced person, and he's doing other things that are great.
Yeah, he's advanced, all right.
We have to make life good for our smart people, you know? We have some smart people. We have to make life good for our smart people. And he's as smart as you get. But Elon endorsed me the other day, and I didn't even know this. He didn't even tell me about it. But he gives me $45 million a month. A month. Not $45 million. Gives me $45 million a month. And I told
Of course, he has to be dick eating right now because that's a lot of cookies. Okay, that's a lot of money.
to him,
and he needs it. He needs it bad.
Just a little while ago to say I was coming here. How you doing? And he didn't even mention it. He didn't mention. I mean, other guys, they give you $2 and you got to take them to lunch. You got to wine them, dine them. No, he's a great guy. He really is. But, you know, he's never mentioned to me, why are you hitting the electric cars? Because he understands I'm not hitting it. I think it's incredible. I've had them. I've driven them. They're incredible. But they're not for everybody. Some people have to drive long distance.
Yeah, now he's like re-triangulating. He's like, yeah, you know, it's not for everybody. EVs are still gay, but some people are gay, and I'm okay with it. Meanwhile, Elon is posting through it right now. Trump vans, let's fucking go. Trump vans, let's fucking go. It's like, dude, you are such a fucking loser. I swear to God. You are so demonstrably dumb. You are so objectively dumb. Oh my Lord. Trump vans. Biden's announcement. Here's a fun little chaos moment. One last incredibly chaotic moment from the messy bitch who loves drama, Joe Biden. Biden's announcement stunned White House and campaign aides who up until this afternoon were insisting he'd stay in the race. We're all finding out by a tweet, said one Dem. None of us understand what's happening. Yeah, you guys don't understand a lot of things, do you? There's a lot you don't understand, I think. Like, for example, you didn't understand that, like, you know, you could just hold on for dear life to a carcass because you're an opportunist careerist, okay? Yeah, I mean, I have all the smoke. I do not care about these people's, interest in the matter.
Going to outline, particularly on foreign affairs, the very dire situation we are in this country, and a movement, whether it is, think about Vance and opposing funding for Ukraine. He's going to talk, I think, a lot about foreign policy. It is his lane, and it's going to be very statesman-like, very almost Churchill-like, I think. And he's capable of delivering that kind of speech, and I look forward to hearing from him.
Senator Heitkamp, thank you. And if you were just joining us now, it has been an extraordinary moment.
By the way, Americans may not realize it, but they just witnessed a civil coup. No, dude, this isn't a fucking civil coup, okay? This is a party actually behaving like a fucking party. Like, it's ridiculous. Biden can technically be VP again. Yeah, he should do it. He should run for VP. It's just, like, it's getting Biden to come to terms with the reality that is in front of the party, okay? That's it. That's not a coup. They didn't, like, force him out. They didn't put a fucking gun to his head. They didn't use the military. It's ridiculous. Biden is still the president of the United States of America. He's just no longer running for re-election. How would you know? You're right. They put a gun to his head. They hit him with the COVID beam.
As early as last night to his staff was that he is staying in. It is full speed ahead. She said that this is a decision that the president himself only came to very, very late before the actual announcement went public. She also told the staff that now they need to put their head down. They need to stay focused. And she said they need to protect Vice President Harris. And that is where all eyes are going to be in the coming days. I am told by a senior administration official that President Biden is expected to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu this coming week, and that Vice President Harris is as well. Every move that the vice president makes, her influence on the global stage as well, any campaign stop she makes, that's where the microscope is really going to be under. And another key point as all of this is playing out, since we last spoke, Rachel, there's been a pretty significant development when it comes to the donor class. So a donor I had spoken to earlier said that so many of them were in disagreement about the best way to move forward, that a lot of them did not want to see a coronation of Vice President Harris. They wanted to see some sort of mini primary play out in a very expedited fashion. Well, now since then, you've had powerful senators and Congress people. You've also had the Congressional Black Caucus. You have had a major names, including the Clintons, come out and say they are all backing Vice President Harris. Since those developments, I'm told that donors are now quickly coalescing around Vice President Harris. And we're also learning that more donors are asking about how they can pitch in, how they can give more to Vice President Harris. So you are seeing a big shift just in the last several minutes and in the last hour.
Selena, I want to ask you, because President Biden has made it clear that he wanted to have that second debate with former President Donald Trump. It's an ABC News debate that was supposed to take place just weeks before the election, coming at a very critical...
They have to do another debate. Trump will look so weak if he says no. Like, he will look so incredibly weak. Americans want to see the matchup.
Get on the debate stage.
It's going to be another fucking banger of a debate.
Away, potentially, if she is the Democratic nominee, do you believe that she'll want to get on a debate stage with former President Donald Trump?
There are just so many questions at this point, but she would be a strong debater. She's a former prosecutor. This is someone who can really go after and attack people. That is what she is known for doing very well on a public fashion. So she would be a strong contender, I'm told by multiple people, against former President Donald Trump. She will know exactly where to hit him and where his sore spots are. And when it comes to the vice presidential debate, of course, now all eyes are on who would be her vice presidential pick, right? But this is probably going to be full steam ahead. I've still got to work the sources, work the phones to figure out exactly what their plan is on that debate. But Vice President Harris, I'm told, would be very strong.
Thank you, Selena. And I want to bring in now our chief Washington correspondent, John Karl. John, you're getting word and hearing reaction from Donald Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance.
Yeah, it's a relatively short statement, Rachel, and it perfectly encapsulates how Republicans will deal with Kamala Harris on the assumption that she becomes the replacement at the top of the ticket. So this
means auto win for Trump? No, it doesn't. I think a lot of people are it's entirely dependent on who the VP is, but more importantly than that, how the Democrats message going forward. Okay? But no, it is not an automatic dub at all.
Anything you could attack Joe Biden for, you can now attack Kamala Harris for. The statement goes on to accuse Kamala Harris of, quote, covering up Joe Biden's mental capacity, saddling the nation.
The only counter to that, by the way, is to say Joe Biden is still completely mentally fit. Just lie and say he's still completely mentally fit to run the country. But running for re-election while also running for the country or running the country is entirely two different dynamics. And Joe Biden did this because he wanted to be a more capable administrator in his last couple of months in office, because he loves this country that much, and he wanted to present a fresh new face to the American public that will continue his legacy even better than before.
Democrats from pushing forward with this effort to replace Joe Biden by saying there would be legal challenges if there was an effort to make a change after the primaries. But they are now pivoting to a race that they expect that they will now have against Kamala Harris.
And, John, we know that former President Donald Trump out on the campaign trail, while he has focused much of his attacks on President Joe Biden, he's also attacked Vice President Kamala Harris as well. If she is, in fact, the Democratic nominee, how do we expect the Trump campaign to take on Harris?
Well, they're going to make much of the fact that she was given responsibility for dealing with the problem of undocumented immigrants coming over the border. Now, she wasn't the border czar. That's what Republicans labeled her. She was given the job of dealing with all the migration that was coming up from Central America. But they will portray her as the one that was in charge of the border, which, of course, is issue number one for Republicans.
Yeah, so except this is why I thought, this is exactly the reason why I thought Joe Biden fucking hitting a right-wing slant on immigration was an unimaginably bad move. I think this is her biggest weakness, because she's seen as the border czar, and it is the weakest issue for the Democrats, and Americans have become increasingly more right-wing. So going forward from this moment on, they need to say oh, We are trying to be the adults about the border situation. We want to process migrants more. The Republicans want to put them in concentration camps. Don't even talk about your policies on the border. Talk about how Republicans want to put every person with even any kind of Hispanic origin, any kind of Hispanic background, directly into concentration camps. Because the way Republicans always benefit from putting out these bold declarative statements without any emphasis on what that policy would look like in action. They did this with abortion. Okay. Oh, Democrats want to do abortion, at 9 months. Democrats want to do abortion at 9 months. Abortion is murder. Abortion is murder. Look where that got them. Objectively unpopular. Okay. Objectively unpopular. And is part of the reason why the Democratic ticket still holds a little bit of weight in this country, despite the fact that many Americans experienced negative real wage growth for 2 fucking years under the Biden administration. Okay. So for that reason, what they have to do is cut against the narrative and explain to Americans what it would look like to deport tens of millions of people that have lived on U.S. soil, that have participated in the American economy in incredibly important ways, and how unimaginably cruel and devastating that reality would be. They should have done this for the past 4 years as Republicans were cutting this kind of narrative. They should have done this for a very long time. They didn't do it. They still have an opportunity to try and reframe the narrative. Now that there is a new slate, now that there's a blank slate to a certain degree, okay? Now that there is a blank slate to a certain degree, this is an opportunity to restructure. I genuinely think that if they try to go, oh no, we went hard on the border. We are the border. I'm the border czar. I went hard on the border. Donald Trump is lying. He didn't want to do the right-wing immigration bill that Joe Biden presented because, he was just like, he wanted to use the border as a talking point. That is weak. That's weak nuts. That is really, really bad. Okay? That's really fucking bad.
Happy with a rerun. They weren't happy with the candidates and the choice that they had. And now they will have a different choice. And if it's Kamala Harris, it is that generational choice you're talking to, not in the number 2 spot, but in the number 1 spot. And Americans, they've been telling pollsters this for a while.
Kamala
they
tweeted
yearn
again
for a new kind of politics. All of a sudden, Donald Trump looks like the man from yesterday. Trumpism and the MAGA movement.
Oh, let's hear what Axelrod has to say. He was urging Biden to drop out months ago.
I mean, it's, Van Jones was talking earlier about what a tough decision this must have been for President Biden. And when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, I mean, to go from a little over 3 weeks ago, showing up in Atlanta to debate Donald Trump, and then to this decision now.
Can you help me get paid from Hutch? He blocked and banned me from his chat when I try to collect. He's been calling both you and I idiots. So the bet is if Biden wins 2024 presidential election, if he does not, I get 500, or if not, I get 500. Assuming he runs against Trump, yeah, he's the incumbent. If he's not president in 2025, I win the bet. I'll accept a $500 bet within those terms. I mean, yeah, he's not going to pay you. I'm going to be honest with you. He is probably too busy, deleting his tweets about how everyone is stupid for not riding with Biden.
Donald Trump, and that may well be Kamala Harris. I think some of her supporters have done her a disservice because they say, well, she's there, she's historic, you can't bypass her, and so on. The real case they should be making is why she'd be the strongest candidate, and there are some really strong arguments to suggest she would be. But she might be stronger if she comes through a process.
Were for people saying Kamala Harris is a black and Indian woman and Americans are sexist and racist and will not accept this. You do not understand. There is one side of this story. You can overcome these weaknesses, I guess, if you can outcompete the other side. Barack Obama was the first black man, was the first black president. How was he able to do that? It was because he fucking absolutely destroyed Hillary Clinton in the primaries. And he was able to put forward a clear and coherent and very bold, very progressive agenda. Okay? Change. Hope and change. He won by pretty fucking solid numbers. He not only won, but he also had a Senate that was a super majority for the Democrats. He fucked it up, but that's besides the point. Okay, he became this neoliberal demon immediately after he got into office, but that's not what we're talking about right now. His middle name was fucking Hussein, and we were a lot closer. We were a lot closer to the worst kinds of Islamophobia you've ever seen. A motherfucker whose name is Barack Hussein Obama, okay? Barack Hussein Obama, who Hillary Clinton's camp literally called a Muslim, okay, was able to become president. Problem is Kamala Harris charismatic enough? Is Kamala Harris going to be able to put forward a clear and coherent message that Americans respond to positively? Will she be able to overcome some of the weaknesses of being associated with the Biden regime? These are real problems here because she's not an unknown person to a certain degree. She is a known entity. She was the vice president. Lucky for her, they only talked about how silly of a goose she is. You know, she was like, oh yeah, she's so silly. She laughs a lot. She's stupid. That's what they presented her as. So we'll see. Senator John Fetterman, people pushed out an honorable man, loving father, and great president before an absolute sleazeball like Menendez. Congratulations. Yeah, no, he's just worried that people whose brains don't work too good are getting pushed out. That's what it is. He's got his own personal motivation, okay? He's like, oh, you don't like it when someone is stupid? Like, I thought Americans wanted car crash victims in positions of power. I don't understand. Thanks, John Fetterman.
Week, but in the rest of the country, not so much. He's a vulnerable candidate and can be beaten, and Democrats are going to begin to focus on that. There's a lot of sadness about the president, a lot of love and affection for him, but I think people are also steeled to the task at hand.
Yeah, I spoke to Trump moments after Biden put out this statement, and he called him the worst president in U.S. history, and then he said that he does believe Harris would be easier to beat. Obviously, we don't know if that's who he'll be facing in this election, but this is not just uncertainty for Democrats, it's uncertainty for the Trump campaign as well. David Axelrod, stand by because I want to get back to you, but we also have Abby Phillip here joining, CNN anchor and CNN's senior political correspondent. And Abby, I mean, this is just such a seismic moment in this campaign. I wonder what you're hearing from Democratic sources, from donors about what this new landscape looks like now.
Yeah, Caitlin, I've been talking to a number of people today and definitely over the last several days. And the big thing right now is how quickly can Vice President Harris consolidate this field? And I spoke with a top fundraiser for the Biden-Harris campaign who's in touch with dozens of donors who said, right now, this is hers to win or to lose. And frankly, she has 24 to 48 hours to do so. But this person did not believe that there was any sort of truly organized effort to push someone else other than the vice president.
I love when the Republicans are like, oh, dude, Harris is such an easy lock. Like, it's going to be so easy to defeat her. Meanwhile, they're simultaneously trying to get all of their lawyers to sue in every state to keep Joe Biden on the ticket. Harris is so easy to beat, which is why we're certainly not fucking panicking right now on the Republican side.
Also said that the donors are prepared to back her, and that's going to be critically important. This is being viewed by many people in the Democratic Party as the path of least resistance. She has the clearest path to inheriting the campaign infrastructure, the clearest path to inheriting the money that has been raised by the Biden-Harris campaign up until this point. And the other thing, talking to another source who's very close to the vice president, there is a lot of concern about the really compressed timeline right now to get all of these ducks in a row. There are so many decisions that need to be made, so many parts of this that are completely unknown, and even the people who are the most supportive of her, who want this to eventually end up with the vice president as the top of the ticket, they are worried, is how this person put it to me. So look, the next day or two are going to be extremely critical. One of the other factors in all of this is going to be which candidate is best positioned to actually get the delegates, because that's really where this ends up at this point. And many people close to the vice president have stressed to me there are a lot of structural and political reasons why she is by far in the best position. When we talk about the importance of black voters and black delegates are to this Democratic Party, that's not just a talking point. It's a real practicality about where the powerhouses are within the Democratic National Committee. And those are the people in the coming days who are going to decide how this goes and who this goes to. And I imagine shortly after that, the discussion about who would be her running mate is going to accelerate as well. I'm already hearing, as I'm sure you are as well, a lot of whispers about that as well, Caitlin.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the amount of the ways that Democrats' phones are blowing up today, it cannot be overstated. I mean, everyone is talking about this and asking that very question. One, who's the nominee going to be? And two, if it is Harris, what does that ticket look like? Abby Phillip, we'll continue to report on this, continue to have those conversations. Let us know what you're hearing. We also have Scott Jennings, a CNN senior political commentator, here with us. Scott, I mean, this is just as much uncertainty for Republicans as it is for Democrats. You heard what former President Trump said to me moments after Biden announced this. We're already seeing a well-funded super PAC of his attacking Harris, something they had kind of been preparing in case this very scenario happened. What does this moment mean for Republicans?
Yeah, it's shocking. I mean, if I had known the second coming of the Lord Almighty was going to happen on the East Coast this weekend, I wouldn't have gone to San Diego. I'd have been there with you. But here we are, 3 weeks after the Cheap Fakes, by the way, episode, which the most embarrassing gaslighting that ever happened. I mean, Republicans are going to paint Kamala Harris as
mad.
Joe Biden. She's been number 2 in the administration that has a mid-30s approval rating, that's overseeing this inflation crisis. She was the border czar.
He's so
for the
mad
immigration
today.
crisis that everybody is mad
Fuck
about.
you,
and
Scott.
on top of that, she's been one of the principal ringleaders of the cover-up of Joe Biden's actual condition. So I hear I've been listening for the last couple of hours, a lot of crowing and pumping up.
Scott is the Republican on the CNN lineup.
Not a great politician.
For those of you who
She ran
don't
for
know,
president once, and it was a
He's
complete
mad.
disaster. And right now, it looks like she, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, and a bunch of rich people have just pushed Joe Biden out of this race, and in the process, disenfranchised millions of Democrat voters.
Yeah, dude. Everyone who voted for Joe Biden in the primaries is like, yeah, I'm not voting for Kamala Harris. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Is it interesting to you that we haven't seen a picture of Joe Biden today? We don't have a picture of him signing the letter. I mean, this is a huge decision. Also, the letter doesn't say why exactly. Why is he stepping down? He's the current. We've been talking about this for weeks. He's the current president.
So mad, dude.
He's
Come
now
on.
apparently
Look, I don't know
unable
what
to-
happens tomorrow, but today I'm going to sit, I'm going to kick back, and I'm going to enjoy the Republicans in a state of
questions today,
absolute
and now they're
panic.
unanswered by this letter and the mystery surrounding him today.
Yeah, well, he does have COVID, so I think that's probably why we're not seeing him. You know, I just talked to Chris Coons, his co-chair, who spoke to him after this announcement.
We didn't even see Joe Biden. And also, what if maybe it wasn't him
despite
who
those
signed
calls
it?
from people like House Speaker Mike Johnson. But I do wonder, Scott, what does this mean if Harris is the nominee? I mean, let's game this out for a second. What does that mean for the Trump campaign? Because they have been preparing to run against President Biden.
Why
They
would he
thought it would be
panic?
a
Isn't this the
pretty
best
easy
news
race
for them?
after that debate in
Fuck
Atlanta?
no.
But this is, you know,
Guys,
even
Biden is so fucking old. Please. He was literally, what chances he has of winning right now are already marginal. They were going to only get worse from this point on. How do you not see this? Like, no, this was not good. This was a depressive voter turnout re-election. Okay. This was a rerun. The momentum was only in the Trump direction. I'm telling you, dude, that's the reason why Republicans are so fucking mad right now and trying everything that they can to just be like, yo, dude, it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up how they did my boy Joe Biden. Like, oh my God, all the primary voters voted for him. It's like, no, they voted for the Democrat, okay? They voted for whoever the fuck is at the top of the ticket. You have an unprecedented level of interest in a race that was unimaginably boring and uninteresting for many people who were not interested in voting at all. This is the opportunity for the Democratic Party to put forward some kind of competent leadership and actually use this blank slate in some respects to their advantage. Okay? Now it's actually no longer a fucking old person against an older person. These are the types of things that like Americans in the margins care about. Many of you are talking about like how she's a black woman, she's an Indian woman. These are the types of things that American voters care about. Yeah, sure. But you know what else they care about? Old people who are chaotic. Old people who they don't really like that much. Old people who have also taken away 50% of the country's fucking like reproductive rights, reproductive freedoms. Watch the Dem party shit the bed and put a fucking conservative in the front seat. Yeah, I don't think that that's a good idea. I hope they don't do that. That's why the people that I've been mentioning are not actually conservative. Shapiro would be more conservative, in my opinion, than even like a Bashar or even Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly's pretty middle of the road as well. And the thing is, I don't really trust the Democrats. As I've said time and time again, they do have the worst fucking instincts, but this is a moment where they actually moved in a direction, albeit a difficult one, but they moved in the correct direction. So if they keep up this momentum, and they put forward a decent plan of attack, okay, and don't lean to like the more conservative losing battles like the border, and instead lean into winning battles like abortion, okay, like the economy rebounding, things of that nature, then it's a pretty solid opportunity to maintain all of those voters who were saying that they were going to vote for Joe Biden and pick up more in demographics that you need to pick up to win key states. Okay, what is this? Some points to back you up. GOP strategist Terry Sullivan tells CBS News that his fellow GOP operatives are less than enthusiastic. They're the dog that caught the car, says Scott McFarlane. Kyle Griffin, Trump desperately wanted President Biden to stay in the race, according to multiple reports. This is true. Okay, they did. They really wanted Biden. And the reason why they really wanted Biden is because they thought Biden is the candidate to beat. And there was a likelihood that Biden was the candidate to beat. But like I said, Democrats can still fuck up the bag here, but they have a wonderful opportunity. This is also a pretty solid narrative here as well. Harris is such a good candidate because she can credibly claim the accomplishments of the administration without being held responsible for any of Biden's specific mistakes. She literally exists in the context of what came before, but is also unburdened by what has been. That is true. She can literally dismantle the genocide Joe narrative. Not to say that she will, because that requires bravery. I don't know if she's going to be courageous enough, but she has separated herself early on. She separated herself a couple months prior from Biden on this issue. Okay? I'm telling you, this also creates an opportunity to genuinely galvanize the youth vote, to genuinely get the youth vote back into action, actually coping. Kamala is not beating him. No shot, Lamau actually coping. Yeah, get ready for a lot of people basically saying that like she's a woman, Americans are too misogynistic, which while they simultaneously are just being that person. I think Kamala Harris is not a great candidate, but she is the one that the Democratic Party put forward. I'm just analyzing this with what I've seen so far. In a world where Joe Biden is trailing behind Donald Trump closely, despite the fact that he's a cadaver, I see a world where there's only more votes to gain in this process. The donations pouring in are coming from big ticket donors, by the way. But that is only good because it's going to lead to a lot of money being dumped in to reframing the narrative and getting people to pay attention and getting people interested in the form of ad spends. Obviously, hundreds of millions of dollars thus far was not getting that done for Joe. Okay? So there is a little bit of uncertainty there. We don't know if the hundreds of millions of dollars behind Kamala Harris is actually going to get people to be interested in Kamala Harris, is going to get people to want to vote for Kamala Harris. I suspect that it will do far better for Kamala Harris than Joe Biden. Okay? I think regular voters will get excited too. Biden just inspired no enthusiasm. Yes. How charismatic is she? Not great. She is not great, I will say. But while she's not great, this man was a cadaver, and the voters were still like, yeah, I think whoever is on the top of that ticket I'm voting for. 67% of Democratic Party voters that said that they were voting for Biden were voting against Trump. Their main motivation was voting against Trump. You need to understand that. That is important. This is still a Trump race, okay? That's not a good race that the Republicans want to have, okay? Trump is a very unpopular person. You need to understand. This motherfucker almost got killed, and people were like celebrating. And by people, I mean not myself. I would never do such a thing, okay? But others were. I was celebrating for other reasons. You know, maybe I was celebrating because he survived. I was excited. But like everyone was celebrating. Half of the country was celebrating. Well, not half, but you know, around 30% of the country was excited that he survived and he's like the Messiah, the second coming of Jesus Christ. The rest of the country was like, the rest of the voters at least were like, yeah, no, this is, you know, this is kind of sad.
The race, the Lord Almighty's not coming down.
But it wasn't enough to quell concerns.
Lord
the
Almighty
calls
did come
from
down. He got
Democrats for
COVID.
him to step aside, growing to a steady stream.
I salute President Biden. I just feel that it's time for him to step aside if we were to be able to protect what he allowed us to gain in 2020, which was a victory for democracy, but he delivered.
Yeah. He did the right thing. He did it. He got us across the finish line.
She
Come
likes
on.
a lot, knows very well. And as we saw just a little while ago, he has already come out to endorse her publicly. That happened very quickly, and I know their camps speak to each other quite often. The other names will also be familiar. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear has been mentioned a lot, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. There are clearly others, but those four names are the names I keep hearing about.
Yeah, those names have been out there for a while. Casey,
You know, I was going to say those are the names that are in all of the conversations that I'm having right now. And we saw the Pennsylvania governor, Josh Shapiro, come out and say something very nice about Biden. From what I can tell, has yet to endorse Kamala Harris. Maybe that email has crossed, so forgive me if I'm a little bit slow on this. But I do think that's an interesting contrast in terms of when you compare it to how Mark Kelly is handling it. And obviously, they have to think a lot. And I had a lot of conversations with the RNC about this, actually, about how this race is going to change with her at the top of the ticket, what the strengths and weaknesses of a Harris ticket are. They're different from the strengths and weaknesses with Biden at the top of the ticket, and they really have to think through that and consider that as they're thinking about picking their number two.
One of the advantages, a major advantage she had as becoming the heir apparent to the president after he drops out, was that it's the Biden-Harris campaign that raised tens of millions of dollars. And there's a ton of money in that campaign, and since it's the Biden-Harris campaign, she can continue to use that money as the presidential nominee.
That's right, and if they're worried about logistics, it is a heck of a lot, and Karen, I'm sure you can weigh in on this, logistically easier to have Kamala Harris be the top of the ticket here. The other thing that you, I think, have to think through, and I was having a conversation with a very smart operative that's been in Kamala Harris's circle in the past, has been inside the Biden administration. They were arguing, as someone who has advised a lot of candidates, right? If you are Josh Shapiro, if you are Andy Beshear, if you are someone that has national ambitions, what is the right move for you right now? Putting yourself out there, angering an enormous segment of the party in black voters by challenging Kamala Harris, and also just potentially going on to lose either that fight or the election, won both. Instead, you could be her number two, be seen as someone who is stepping up for the party. And if Democrats lose in November, you've only been on the ticket for 80 days. Is it really your fault? So I think that there's some of that going on behind the scenes, too.
Audie, I want to get your thoughts on how the African
of this entire thing. I would say, I mean, think about it. I think it was May 30th that we were all sitting here talking about how the race would change sentence caps because of Trump's conviction, and it's just been a roller coaster.
Okay, Wolf, calm down, bro. He's like, I want to hear your thoughts on the African American vote.
One of the concerns they have is, will it look like big donors just big-footed the voters in the Democratic primary process and got the result that they wanted? So I think that's why you hear...
Bro, this only fucking works as a narrative if like 70% of the Democrats that said they were voting for Biden weren't saying they want Biden to drop out. Like, I'm sorry. If this was like a Hillary Clinton style situation and the donors were actually at odds with the rest of the fucking voters, with the rest of the party, then yeah, that makes sense. Right now, on the other hand, the donors were completely in line with what the broad majority wanted. Oh, dude, by the way, this is awesome. If Kamala Harris does this, she actually wins, okay?
So I don't buy that argument that impeachment does not make sense, Senate will acquit. I don't buy that argument. There needs to be accountability. I mean, what are you going to do in the next 1 year to diminish the mentally retarded action of this guy?
He called him mentally R-worded Trump, and Kamala Harris's response was,
Well said. Well said. I plan to win this election, I'll tell you.
bro, that's so funny that this is the attack ad from the RNC Research Lab. This is what you cooked up. If she keeps that momentum, is the RNC Research trying? If she keeps that momentum, that's free promo, okay? Because, like, obviously, those who would care about ableism are not going to care about ableism enough to be like, I'm not voting for fucking whoever the Democrat is over Donald Trump. And all you're doing is, like, showing at least, like, people who are on the RNC Research side, maybe in the margins, that, like, you know, she's a little bit more lighthearted than the annoying, woke, scoldy ass Democrats.
As well as different groups. You're going to continue to see throughout the afternoon different progressive groups and members of Congress come out and acknowledge their support for her. Yeah.
I was just going to say, we've got to take a quick break. We're going to continue all of our analysis, all of our reporting right after this. We'll be right back.
Okay, bro. They're fucking farming. They're farming commercial breaks harder than I do at the top of the hour, okay? God damn. God damn, dude. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, by the way. And if you no longer want to see those ads, if you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Primes are free. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. It's coming for you. Terrible transition, decent on yours. Okay, my transition was good, dude. I used the wolf transition to segue into the ad break. Come on now. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay.
Democratic nominee. It's been an extraordinary day of developments. We are just coming off on the heels of the Republican National Convention and that attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. Of course, we were also just about 100 days out from the November election and also just a few weeks away from the Democratic National Convention. There are so many questions here about what happens next. Will Vice President Kamala Harris face a challenge on the Democratic side? How will the convention play out? She does not have a delegate just yet, but there are still just so much more to cover in this race as we continue to follow these extraordinary developments. Our team learned earlier today that this was a decision that was made very quickly by President Biden. His aides, his closest advisors, shocked by this decision as the president officially announces that he is stepping out of this race. As I mentioned earlier, our coverage continues on ABC News and abcnews.com. Again, we'll be right back here on World News.
Sir, the edits are pouring in. What do we do? The GOP aides? You think Jill offered... Okay, dude. No, I don't think Jill Biden offered head if Joe Biden backs out. I think Jill Biden did not want Joe Biden to back out really bad. Where are the Kamala memes auntie-pilled? What do you mean? She is like the most auntie-coded auntie out there. What are we talking about? Like, another edit, old but gold?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
By the way, for those of you who are unfamiliar, this is the reason why people say they're coconut pilled when talking about Kamala Harris. Because she, whether deliberately or without recognizing, did historical materialism and basically said, like, you know, this is like all of history that came before it weighs on the consciousness of the newest generation. And it's true. It's a correct statement to make. And, you know, that's why people say they're the coconut army. And by people, I mean us. We say we are the coconut army. Fuck the K-Hive. They were so fucking fake. They were so goddamn fake, dude. I said, I am in awe. I'm shocked that all of the K-hivers did not give a shit about Kamala Harris possibly replacing Joe Biden. And we're basically saying, like, no, Kamala Harris is not an adequate replacement. Meanwhile, Coconut Army rose up through the ranks and said they're coconut pilled and they are riding with Mamala. Okay, fake ass fans over at the K-Hive, phonies, all of them.
In the context, talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. Kosher salt, fresh ground pepper, maybe chop up a little thyme. You could also chop up, but not with the thyme, just the salt and pepper. Mix that up also with some thyme. You could even do a little rosemary if you want. The context of all in which you live and what came before you, based with butter. Yes, hi.
Kamala Brat edit.
You just fell out of a coconut tree?
You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
I'm just living that life. Fun Dutch cult classic that I still pop every time my track drops. You're jealous. I'm just living that life.
Everything is in context.
Basement that you
My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
I'm just living that
life. One other thing that I do have to mention is that Kamala Harris being a black woman, Kamala Harris being an Indian woman, Kamala Harris coming from Kamala Harris's dad, Donald Harris, being like a Stanford Marxist economist, is going to make the Republicans so crazy. And they're going to say they're basically not going to be able to hold back. And here's James Lindsay doing exactly that. Let's talk about Kamala Harris saying to see what can be unburdened by what has been. This phrase, which she repeats all the time, is not mysterious. It's esoteric. That is, it's a cult. It's a Marxist and Luciferian incantation. What? And that's easily seen. If you think that your dad and your mom that are moderates, independents, who have voted for either party throughout their lives, are going to look at this and go, no, that's right. I'm actually also just as schizo as James fucking Lindsay. You're wrong. I said this exact same thing about the trans panic, right? Trans panic and right-wing populism that hyper-focused on children's genitalia was objectively gross for the normal Republicans, for the normal voters. And that's why the red wave that was supposed to be a massive typhoon turned into a red puddle in the midterms. Okay, that was one of the big reasons why this level of this kind of narrative going absolutely crazy mode on the timeline in front of all that running candidates that repeat terms like this specifically made it gross, too gross for people to vote for. And you saw that. You saw that in the electoral defeats that occurred in the midterms. So I think that there's one other aspect to this where Republicans just go balls to the wall and just start saying really insane shit that, is off-putting. Really insane shit that's off-putting to normal Republicans. Okay? Gretchen Whitmer is 10x the candidate Kamala is, though. Yes, of course. I think Gretchen Whitmer is a significantly better candidate than Kamala Harris. I agree. But Kamala Harris is on the ticket, and Kamala Harris has the endorsement. It's the easiest swap out that shows that it is not a chaotic switchover, but instead a guided, well-directed, well-orchestrated choice that Biden made himself. If he keeps up being a fucking petty bitch from this point on and isn't just going along with this is what we did. I made this decision because I think she's great. I made this decision because I'm a fan. I made this decision. I chose her as my vice president because I knew I had full confidence that she could be the president one day. If they don't do that, which I still don't know, but if they don't do that, and if they just like have messaging discipline and they ride with her from this point on until November, then the likelihood that she wins the race goes up by a lot. Oh, lazily taking the least confrontational choice is the best way to win. Neither the best way to win nor the best thing for voters. We need that open convention. I think you're wrong. I'll admit that I'm wrong if that happens and then it's like a banger, but I think that you're wrong on this. Like, I think that's a massive self-own. It'd be great for content. Like, it would be great. It would be great for content. Like, I'm talking 200K viewers average every day for me. Okay. But I still don't think it's the right idea for making sure that Donald Trump doesn't become president. You know?
It was not a matter of getting to the convention unless he was planning on staying in. If he was going to get out, he needed to get out right now, like the beginning of this week, in order to give whoever succeeds him, he wanted it to be his vice president, the best chance to consolidate the party. And that is already happening right now. I'm just speaking to several sources who are telling me Vice President Harris is calling around on Capitol Hill. She's calling around to Democratic organizations. She has a list of dozens of calls that she's making today and tonight. The message is what she said in her statement. You've been with us up until this point. I'm asking for your support. Stay with us. But the ball is in motion now. And she's starting, from what I've been told, with two of the biggest constituencies in the Democratic Party, the Congressional Black Caucus, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. She's made calls to the heads of both of those organizations today. That's, again, I keep having to emphasize this because I think when we talk about voters of color in the Democratic Party, it sounds like, a talking point, but this is a party that is powered by voters of color, by members of color, the DNC, the delegates who will eventually vote to decide who is the nominee. Those people, the most powerful figures in those constituencies are black men, black women, Hispanic men, Hispanic women. She knows that. She is working those lines, and I think she's trying to lock this in. As a source told me, a fundraising source told me, it's 24 to 48 hours. That is what people are looking at. And if she can show a real command of this race, it will be over within just a matter of days.
And Jim Clyburn
has
getting
a press
behind her.
conference
A lengthy
starting
statement
at
right at the end,
5:15
he said,
in
I
5
echo
minutes.
what President Biden said to endorse her as the next nominee. What does the next?
Robert F. Kennedy's got a press conference. We're really locked in on that. We'll get to it when he does it.
She's the heir apparent to this nomination, but she said, I'm going to work to earn this nomination.
And that's what working to earn it looks like. You don't say, the president named me, and it's me. And because I'm a black woman, you have to give it to me, or you're a racist or a sexist. She's not doing that. She is doing the hard work. She's calling the power centers in this party. She's calling black organizations. She's calling Hispanic organizations. I guarantee.
That would be so Hillary Clinton coded, and I'm glad that that's not what's happening.
Exactly what I mean. Yeah. So she's doing what needs to be done, and that's the way it's supposed to be. We are a party. We have rules for our rules to create the rules that make the rules. We are a rule-based party, and so she is following the rules.
And that is happening right now. I mean, look, this is a really critical period for the Democratic National Committee. They're having meetings. There's a meeting planned for the end of this week about the rules for the convention. And so this is happening right now. They're going to be putting it in overdrive, trying to establish what that process looks like for the convention with a nominee unsettled. So it's a high wire act right now for the entire party. They are aware of that. But right now, the work in the vice president's office is just moving at a frenzied pace.
And you want to see how smart it is, though. Because there is a process, if you think you've got a better shot, you jump in the water. Kamala Harris, she said, look, the water's warm, jump in. But once you go through the process, then you have to support our nominee. And so we're going to have a process. It's going to be clear and transparent. Everybody's going to understand what it is. And then once we have a nominee, and it looks like it's going to be Kamala Harris, then everybody, you had your moment. If you want to jump in. The water's warm. But once we have a nominee, everybody has to get behind her.
I mean, and what does that look like, though, in the sense of, for 3 weeks, we have seen a major division in the Democratic Party of those who thought Biden should get out and said it. A lot of people thought it and didn't say it because they didn't want to. They thought he should make it on his own. And then other people who were firmly behind him. I mean, it is a question of a unified front, what that looks like as we wait to see, does anyone else get in the race?
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone that I have spoken to, there's no question that once the vice president, if she is able to consolidate this quickly and show strength and get the majority of the power centers in the party behind her, there will be an immediate effort to consolidate around her. And everyone that I've talked to believes that this change at the top is going to lead to an injection of an enormous amount of energy that, frankly, Caitlin, has been notably.
Joe Biden has served our country with honor and dignity as the first president to ever walk out on a picket line with striking workers. He has been the most pro-working class president in modern American history. Thank you, Mr. President, for all you've done. I mean, he's also a genocidaire, but Bernie doesn't give a fuck about that. But he's not wrong when he says he is the first president to ever walk on a picket line with striking workers. That's like objectively a true thing that Joe Biden did. It's like one of the things that I have defended Joe Biden on across the board against the naysayers. And I say this is someone who was not going to vote for Joe Biden. Like, I literally openly said, I ain't voting for Genocide Joe. I'm not doing it. And I openly said it. I openly said, I ain't voting for Joe Biden. And I know there's a lot of dudes in Michigan, a lot of people in Michigan who also feel the same way. There's a lot of people who are young that otherwise could be convinced to vote for someone else, but not for Biden. Okay? It's my red line. You want Trump to win so bad, man? If I wanted Trump to win so bad, I would have absolutely advocated for Joe Biden to stay in the fucking race. Also, actually, no, fuck that. If I want Trump to win so bad, I'll just advocate for Trump. What are you talking about? Like, you think there's a punishment for advocating for Trump? Are you kidding me? He was president for 4 years. If anything, online, right when content thrives, it would be better for me to fucking advocate for Trump if that was my goal. I could literally just do that and probably get more donations and maybe even a fucking Fox News slot as a regular commentator on there. I'm one of the largest political content creators on the fucking planet. You think the Republicans wouldn't love to have me on their side? Are you kidding me? They actually do give a shit about independent voices, unlike the fucking Democrats, okay? So dumb. Yeah, I definitely secretly want it. Anyway, the guy who, to a fault, is honest at all times, even when it causes so many people to yell at him, is gonna hide his motivations
24 hours,
here.
40 hours, very, very hard.
Just one quick thing, Caitlin. I mean, I was at the RNC, talked to Trump officials about this. They insist, obviously, that the race doesn't fundamentally change. They think Vice President Harris is fundamentally going to be painted the same way as President Biden. But at the same time, and the truth is, for the Biden campaign, they really had one main plan, which is to win the blue wall. The question is, does a vice presidential pick on Harris's part and her unique things that she brings to this race, does it close some doors? Does it open others? A lot of people have different views of that, but there is a calculus. It's not just a clear advantage in one direction. There's going to be it's going to be a disadvantage in some areas, an advantage in others, depending on what she decides about a vice presidential pick, and that's going to change the map for sure.
Yeah, safe to say it has fundamentally changed. Wolf, back to you.
Hey, Caitlin, thank you. I want to get back to our panel right now. And Audie, let me start with you on this block because as we know, the Democratic convention in Chicago is coming up in a couple of weeks or so. Early voting.
I can't wait to go to the convention, baby.
Actually starts.
I can't wait to go to the motherfucking convention. Oh my God. Oh my God. It is going to be, I'm going to be nutting. Okay. Big weeks are ahead of us. Big weeks are ahead of us. Next week, I'm going to Texas, obviously. I'm going to be playing in the Creator League for one day, but obviously in between, I'm going to be still streaming nonstop. And then, the DNC. I'm going to be in Chicago. I've never been to Chicago, by the way, guys. I've never been to Chicago in my entire life. I've never been to Illinois. My first time in Chicago, and I'm going to be at the mother freaking DNC. Oh, my Lord.
That's the earliest they can meet. They did happen to have a meeting scheduled for Friday. I'm going to say they probably won't make it to Friday, and they will have to decide. I think one of the goals, though, between now and then is to continue to see this strong show of support. I don't know, maybe some of the folks who've also been named as people who might run in an open primary may throw their support behind her and sort of take their names.
You need to go a little bit further.
Out of contention.
What do you know, Finny?
Are we looking at a food fight?
Well, I think most folks have come to recognize, particularly after the last 3 weeks where we have had so much more time talking about Joe Biden than Donald Trump, we would really like to not have that happen and let the convention be an affirmation of our party and an opportunity to thank Joe Biden. And so, again, I think what you're going to continue to see organizations, members of Congress coming out, claiming their support. I mean, I've seen even people who are currently pledged delegates saying, hey, I'm with Joe Biden says that's who I should support. That's who I'm going to support. They'll still have to figure out a process. The delegates are still going to have to vote.
And that's a footnote here, too, because when I talk about it being orderly, yes, there's the money in the message.
RFK's live. Okay, bro. How are you guys so... Dude, I mean, low-key, who cares? But, like, sure, we'll take a look. You know what I mean? I thought he was going to be streaming it on X, but I guess he's not.
And for his handling of the many difficulties and challenges, personal challenges and tragedies that he suffered during his life with so much admirable conduct and the empathy that he derived from those experiences, that he was always proficient at showing to the rest of us. I want to add that a year ago, a little over a year ago, when I entered this race, I predicted that President Biden suffered from a degenerative condition that was not going to improve and that it would make it impossible for him to govern effectively.
It's so funny that he sounds like he's dying, also like Biden.
That obvious condition was to hide it from the American public.
It's like...
And
we got a guy with brain worms who also sounds like he's dying, a guy who sounds like a stroke victim, and a dude who at least has like a little bit more coherence, but is like an actually insane person, like an insane fucking rabid right-wing fascist.
Deficiencies.
Such wonderful choices up until
today, which is in a period of crisis, and we have two crises, and they both derive from the same condition, and that condition is the emergence of the domination of corporate power over American democracy that accelerated beginning in 2010 with the Citizens United case that unleashed a tsunami of corporate money into the American political process. And both parties are now captured by that corporate money, and they've lost any kind of authentic connection to the American people.
I said I would drop out and endorse the Democrats if Biden dropped out, but now I'm going to stay in the race. Is that the
on the Republican
side, the method for him?
Biden promised the last time around that he was going to drain the swamp, but instead he came in and he appointed a pharmaceutical lobby.
This phony bitch, dude. He's just trying to farm the drama. Like, nobody cares, big dog. People are only in it to be like, who are you going to endorse after dropping out? He's like, no, man, I'm staying in.
An oil lobbyist to run the Interior Department.
So
a
you,
coal lobbyist to run
says you. Yeah, famously, I didn't cover an active genocide for fucking 9 months leading up to this and have done news coverage non-fucking stop for like the past 4 years every single day. I just started because, you know, I found out that there's an election cycle going on and people are interested.
BlackRock will run the Treasury Department. This is the swamp.
Bro thought he was in the fucking XQC chat for a moment saying shit like this.
Pick as vice president is a salute to the CIA and to the intelligence community and to the military-industrial complex. Their gravy train is going to continue. And President Trump has a connection to the American people, a populist connection, but in many ways it's the same fraudulent connection that we saw.
The Epstein connection, bro. You hung out with him. You did, bro. This guy did archaeological digs with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, that's the first thing he said. Well, after he announced his run, after he announced his presidential run, he went on Fox News and was like, "Yes, I am best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for a long time."
Really,
like it's like nobody asked him for this.
Issues that are critical to our country.
He just loves archaeology.
If you look at President Biden and President Trump, you can look at them and say these are very different people. Their dispositions are different. Their personalities are different. Their expressed ideologies are very, very different. Their approach to politics could not be more distinct. But if you actually look at the policies over which they differ, over the landscapes in which they're staging this election, it's a very narrow Overton window of guns, of culture war issues, of abortion, of trans rights, etc. And the big existential issues that are actually facing our country are never addressed. The biggest of these, perhaps, is the national debt, which is now $34 trillion. The service on that debt alone is now greater than our military budget. Within 5 years, 50 cents out of every dollar that we collect in taxes will go to servicing that debt. Within 10 years, 100%. This is not sustainable. President Biden, President Trump offer no solutions. President Biden, on his webpage, has no policy issues addressing this or any other policy. He has a picture.
I love that he said abortion is a culture war issue and then said, you know what Americans do care about? National debt. He's such a fucking crank, dude.
What job he's going to finish.
He's awesome.
If it's the job of running up the deficit till it's
like,
completely
for a brief moment, I was like, oh, he's actually like kind of spitting two sides of the same coin. These guys actually don't care about anything. Like, they're beholden to their corporate masters. And then he goes, and that's why everyone cares about the national debt. That's crazy.
Saying he was going to run the presidency as a business. He was going to balance the federal budget. And instead, he ran up an $8 trillion debt, more than all the presidents combined.
Yeah, he's not endorsing anybody, okay? Fuck this guy. We'll find out later what he's into, what he's trying to do, all right? But let's get back to
of themselves. They approach
analysis.
the process thinking, I have gotten this far. I am worth so much. This is going to be something that I'm going to be able to do with relatively little problem. Well, call Ron DeSantis and ask him how that went, okay?
Right.
Like, there's a reason why Republicans, for example, usually nominate someone who's running the second time around. Donald Trump, that wasn't true, but look at Mitt Romney, look at Bob Dole, look like all the way back, because actually running is something that is unlike any other test that exists in American politics. And honestly,
the
none
national
of those people
debt
that
is
were
a
up on that
problem,
screen
though.
have
Yeah,
been
no,
through it.
totally. No, you're right, man. Definitely. What are you, like a fucking Republican from 1998? What are you talking about? The national debt is a problem. It's literally, it has always been a fucking dead issue. Like, Republicans only fake care about it in an effort to, like, cut social safety nets. That's it. Yeah. It's like America trying to do IMF shit to itself, directed by psychopathic Republicans. And I got, like, 40 month subscribers in the chat being like, no, we need IMF-style austerity measures in this goddamn country. No, man, that's not how that works, okay? It doesn't work that way. We don't do that. We do that to other countries, okay? We don't do that to ourselves.
Tried to incite a bloody insurrection, who has any number of things that could turn your stomach. We would stick with him with that extraordinary loyalty. I don't even know if you call that. I think it's loyalty to a fault. So, look, the Democrats are a big tent. Sometimes it's a tumultuous tent. But I think in the end, we represent more Americans than the Republicans do.
And if
He's
I may
right about
put you
that.
on the spot, who do you think that she might bring to run on this ticket with her? We're hearing several names floated out.
Yeah, sure. I'll let her make that decision. I would say this: it's a deep bench, and you know, I'm loyal to my own governor, who's done a great job, J.B. Pritzker. But I'm sure she will pick the person that she can work with and gives her the best opportunity to win in November. I don't think it'll be a senator. The reasons mentioned before, it's virtually a 50-50 Senate, and you don't want to take anybody off that bench.
So looking at some of these Democratic governors across the state. All right, Mike Quigley, thank you so much for spending our time with us, Representative. We really, really appreciate that.
Boy
and
on
we'll
the
be seeing
ticket.
you here in August when we all head to Chicago. So we appreciate your time.
Welcome to Chicago. Thank you.
All right. I want to now bring in ABC News
Chicago.
Phil Leboff. He's joining us there from New York. So, Phil, it sounds like we're just getting some information here about what the DNC's overall efforts that's happening right now to...
It's under the Illinois Oblast, which is under the control of JB, the protectorate. It is literally, the DNC is happening under the comfortable banner of the JB protectorate. I'm just saying, dude. He's the guy. Chicago Oblast. Illinois Oblast's very own JB.
This, it's a letter that is going out to people to shore up support for Kamala Harris. So we just got it. Let me read a little bit of it to you.
I'd be
It says,
stoked on that.
Dear fellow Democrats, we are current and former members of the Democratic National Committee. We are proud to steadfastly support Joe Biden in his run to defeat Donald Trump in 2020. It goes on to say, we are deeply grateful to President Biden and his family for their decades of service to our nation. But then it says, we strongly and enthusiastically endorse Vice President Kamala Harris, the candidate with the best experience and capacity to unite the party and the United States for the Democratic nomination for President of the United States. We ask that you join us. And then it is signed by dozens of members. I won't go through them, but members from California all the way to Florida and states in between. No doubt the list will grow as this letter circulates around. But Kayna, very obvious as we're talking about what happens next, that members of the Democratic National Committee, as they say, both current and former, are looking to shore up support for Vice President Kamala Harris, so that it's more really, President Biden has endorsed her, that it's really more of an anointing instead of having, more infighting that we've seen so far.
Right, which is exactly what we're hearing from some Democratic leadership here, is that they don't want this to be a coronation, especially after the primary that the American people just experienced, in which there wasn't really a choice. Joe Biden was the one on the ticket. But also, Phil, when you look through this letter, right, I mean, it really lists off, not only the Democratic, policies that are crucially important, but it is very critical of Donald Trump. And they even go back to some really specific things. And they write here what Donald Trump's botched and uncaring let them drink bleach approach to Americans suffering and dying from the COVID pandemic. This is pretty ruthless language here.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're going to see moving forward. There was this moment after, it seems like more than a week ago, but it's just now a week after that horrific assassination attempt where people were talking about unity, and you saw at that point President Biden paused his campaign, pulled down some negative ads. But now, when you read this letter, and you're right, Kayna, it reads as a coalescing, but also, their sharp aim at Donald Trump.
Bro, it's done. It's over. Like that was last week. In this media landscape, it might as well have been 80 years ago, okay? Like, absolutely zero Americans care about that currently. Straight up. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. In my mind, I've been covering the news nonstop, and to me, it feels like it happened months ago. Like, it feels like it happened at least a month ago. It has only been 7 days. It's crazy. And I told you guys that if Biden drops out post-RNC, it would destroy any kind of Republican framing. And it already caused the Republicans to panic and start launching boulders, launching daggers at the Democrats anyway. So much for that fucking unity drive. Okay? There's no unity whatsoever. I mean, they were never going to unite anyway. Republicans don't know how that works.
There are a furious amount of phone calls being had between top Democratic members about who to get behind for the presidential nomination, who to get behind for the potential VP pick under a Harris nominee, assuming she gets the nomination. And Harris herself reaching out to key members of the House and Senate Democratic caucus, we are told, as well as Harris's team trying to reach out to some of the senators, I'm told, who have not yet made an endorsement, trying to shore up some critical support at this time. Also, Joe Biden himself, this move very much blindsiding even top Democrats. We're told that he has recently reached out to Hakeem Jeffries, the House Democratic leader. That came after Joe Biden went public with his announcement that he would drop out from this race. Now, Wolf, both sides are now gaming out the impact that a Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee would have down ticket. Recall, the big concern among Democrats was that if Joe Biden were at the top of the ticket, he essentially would sink their chances at keeping the Senate and taking back the House. Now that if Kamala Harris is at the top of the ticket, what does that mean down ticket to these races? A number of Democrats that I've spoken to believe that they believe she could shore up support from some younger voters, from minority voters, people who have been voters who have actually not been fraying from the Biden coalition. Perhaps he can energize that base. Republicans, on the other hand, believe that they can very much tie Harris to all the policies that they believe will make her toxic to some of those more swing district Republicans, swing district Democrats.
Chatters who are crying because they have very valid fears of misogyny. You need to understand something very important. Republicans have been desperately trying to move away from the issue of abortion. The moment that they start saying misogynistic things, because they will, because they can't stop themselves, is the moment that the conversation centers around women's reproductive rights. Please understand The conversation will be reshaped around what the Republicans want to do to women. Republicans will eat that bait voluntarily. Let them. Yeah, women win elections all the time. Republicans being weird towards women will hurt them. This is in 1992. Yeah. Guys, come on. Mexico voted for a Jewish woman. Like, what are we talking about? Like, that's your background is not as important as the way people think it is in America. You can absolutely, it will give you disadvantages. It'll make it harder for you to overcome certain disadvantages. But Hillary Clinton didn't lose because she was a woman, okay? She lost because she was an uncharismatic woman with a shit ton of oppo behind her who everybody despised, who was a representative of the elite, the Democratic Party's fucking elite at a time when people were looking for actual change. And Donald Trump basically presented himself as like a more moderate candidate than the rest of the Republicans on issues that actually mattered, like cutting Social Security and shit. And even on the gay shit, he was like, yeah, I don't care. He waved the LGBT flag. And then he didn't follow through on any of that. And obviously people, you know, remember the chaos and awfulness of having to pay attention to politics for 4 fucking years. So that's why it's a very different election in 2020 and a very different election in 2024 now. But like, even then, Hillary Clinton won the fucking popular vote. But Hillary didn't lose because she was a woman, okay? That's silly. She lost because she sucks. Not to say that Kamala Harris won't campaign poorly. She might. But right now is entirely too early.
Donald Trump, where they say Kamala Harris is easy to beat, that she is not going to be a threat at the top of the ticket. But the reality is, when you really get through these conversations with some of his top political advisors, they are aware that any shift in the race could shift their planning. They know that there was an enthusiasm gap for President Joe Biden. How does moving that ticket around, even with Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, shift that enthusiasm gap? They don't want any more turnout for Democrats in the fall. Obviously, if there's more enthusiasm around whoever the candidate is, that is going to lead to likely more turnout at the polls. So obviously all of this they are watching closely, but much of it is unfolding for them in real time.
Yeah, and what are you hearing in the sense of, you know, we're already seeing attacks from well-funded Trump super PACs going after Harris. It's not, we don't know actually who's going to be the Democratic nominee, Kristen. So obviously this is it's a bit of a holding period for the Trump campaign.
And it has been a holding period for several weeks. That's why whenever they were coming out and attacking Harris, you were also seeing them kind of starting to vaguely attack some of these high-profile Democratic governors because they don't know exactly what the campaign is going to look like. The other thing to talk about here is the fact that Donald Trump's team, they haven't spent a lot of money on advertising, but they have spent millions of dollars on modeling, on data collection, on formulating an entire campaign based on that was to beat President Joe Biden. This looks completely different with whoever else is on the ticket. That is why you're also going to hear Donald Trump, if it is potentially Vice President Kamala Harris, going after her as saying she is part of the Biden administration. They believe that is one of their biggest assets, painting a broad brush, because again, what they've prepared for is running against Biden, his policies, his administration, him as a person, but also they are hoping they can loop Kamala Harris into that, which is why, again, they are hoping that she likely is at the top of the ticket, but they are saying to me that they are preparing for all scenarios right now.
Yeah, a lot of scenarios to prepare for there. Kristen Holmes, thank you for that. Keep us updated on what you're hearing. And David Axelrod joins us at the table now. David, I just heard from a source familiar that says the Biden campaign just did an all call with staff who obviously is totally shell-shocked by this decision, and that Jen O'Malley-Dillon and Julie Rodriguez, who are running this campaign, talked about moving full steam ahead. They said everyone on that campaign still has a job. Obviously, they believe they are now working for Harris. But what are the actual calculations happening inside the Democratic Party about who the nominee is and who can beat Trump?
Yeah, look, I think that the vice president clearly has an advantage in this and may well be the putative nominee. But
I hope not.
I do think, the reason that people are holding back.
I hope not. From the brilliant minds that gave us the early debate for Joe Biden. Yeah, I don't know about that.
States that a Democrat has to win, and it's still the states that Joe Biden had to win. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. There is a sense that the Sun Belt states may be a bridge too far. Pennsylvania has always been sort of the tipping state. Both campaigns pointed to as the one that the Democrats had to have. Trump has other paths. So the question is who can run well in those states. And the question they're asking about the VP is how will she run in those states? And that's why you're seeing the names you're seeing in terms of the vice presidential candidates. Obviously, Josh Shapiro would give them a good chance in the state of Pennsylvania. Mark Kelly, who's a war hero and an astronaut and a moderate with a strong record on border issues. He's also from a battleground state, would offer another set of assets to them. But they need to demonstrate it's fine to mobilize the CBC and the Hispanic caucus. They need to, A, make a case to the whole country as to why she should be president, why she'd be the strongest candidate for president. And B, they need to talk to these governors and swing state senators and members of Congress and say, here is why I think I can help.
Well, one of the interesting, I mean, you described it as a precise thing, and I think it is definitely sort of like threading this very delicate needle at this moment. But the other aspect of this is the unknowns about some of these other names. And that's the thing I think that gives people a lot of heartburn as they're deliberating over who really should be at the top of the ticket. If they had their fantasy pick, which is how some of these have described it as a fantasy football, but a fantasy pick, right? But what does, Gretchen Whitmer look like as an actual candidate to be a president of the United States? How does she, actually help the Democrats, having not really been on the national stage before? And that's probably true of all of these other figures, a Josh Shapiro, a Gavin Newsom, all of them. And so there is a sort of imprecision to what happens outside of Kamala Harris that I think is causing a lot of stress right now inside of the party. There are people who want someone else, but they also have to prove that those other people are not going to come with downsides that, frankly, they just don't know about yet because they haven't been on the scene.
The strongest case for Kamala is that she's battle tested.
Right.
You don't imagine there's going to be some new skeleton to fall out the closet because she's been on the national stage. She went through a national campaign. So there's I think a certainty you can have. At least you know what you're dealing with Kamala Harris. I think with some of the other folks, if you just had ChatGPT or Spock or a Martian, just as kind of like mathematically, you'd say you got to win Michigan, you got to win Pennsylvania, you got to win Wisconsin. And so you say, well, look, you got a Democratic governor or two of those three states. So
very popular one.
And very popular. Shapiro is popular. Gretchen is popular. And so you might start there. And well, but then what about she's female? What about anti-Jewish stuff? You would start at least considering those different possibilities. And so that process needs to play out. Yeah. Because if you don't let that process play out and you say, well, just because she's a VP, you got to take her. Well, you know what? VPs.
He's talking about Shapiro being Jewish.
He got skipped.
Like he's saying it's a weakness that Kamala Harris, it can be perceived as a weakness that Kamala Harris is a woman and Josh Shapiro is Jewish.
And there's only a couple months left. And one of the other things, I'm hearing.
They're not talking about her husband. Her husband is Jewish too. Who gives a fuck?
But just to throw out something else that I have heard when I've talked to Democrats is that some people say, well, if she can open up the map in other ways, right? Roy Cooper, maybe opening up North Carolina, maybe that's a better state for her than Pennsylvania.
Although not enough, right? but not enough electoral votes to make up for it. So she'd lose if that were the exchange she made.
More than that. It wouldn't be enough.
Right, exactly.
So I guess what I'm saying is that just to tell you what I'm hearing from people, there is the blue wall, right? But there's also a calculation about how else might she change the map. Maybe it does bring some of the Sunbelt states back. Maybe it does bring a Georgia back. These are unknown. I cannot stress enough. People cannot take the data to the bank on this stuff because it's not factored in what we don't know about these other potential candidates.
Yeah, a lot of questions here. And David, I want to get your thoughts on the prospect of a delegate vote, but we do got to squeeze in a quick break.
One, it's not tested yet. Hassan ACAP means all except Kamala, right? I'm so stoked to vote for her, unironically. I mean, listen, it depends. It depends on what she does going forward. I'm not going to fucking sit here and immediately endorse Kamala Harris, okay? You can if you want to, and I'm glad that you guys are very excited. But the reality of the matter is, this is why I keep stressing the importance of the upcoming days in terms of messaging. Will they take advantage of this like fresh slate, this new opportunity that has been hand delivered to them by God, according to Joe Biden? Or will they lean into the dumb shit that they've been doing so far? Dumb shit like in terms of Israel. She could technically lock down Michigan with like one one narrative direction change and be like, yeah, no, we're cutting all this off. Like, the rest of the world has turned Israel into a pariah. Israel itself has turned itself into a pariah. It's an incredibly important ally of ours. And under my administration, we're going to take a new path forward or something like that. I've called for a ceasefire far before anybody else, yada, yada, yada. Like, you know, try to angle it as middle of the ground as possible. Then boom, Michigan's locked in. That's number one. Because Michigan, working class Michigan votes are already locked in. This way, you actually ensure that you get Michigan. Pennsylvania, on the other hand, is a little bit harder, in my opinion. I think maybe that's the like my opinion is potentially to go with Shapiro. I don't think it's a good idea. Shapiro's too new, and also beyond that is pretty conservative. Just like Mark Kelly is pretty conservative. Like, it sucks that like the replacement. It kind of sucks that like the VP that the VP candidates they have that they're talking about are like pretty. I mean, they're just pretty conservative in general. Not Bashar. No. Ironic enough, even though he's from Kentucky, he is not as conservative as some of these other candidates are. J.B. Pritzker is also not as conservative. So, like, you know, they did mention Pritzker a little bit, but it's probably not Pritzker. Let's be real. You know what's really funny? Someone told me J.B. Pritzker is Jewish. I had no idea. Like, I was talking to someone at the gym, and they were like, don't you think that like people will don't you think that like him being, and this was a Jewish person saying this, don't you think that like him being Jewish will be a like a burden, like people will be anti-Semitic to him? And I was like, are you talking about Shapiro? And they were like, no, I'm talking about JB Pritzker. And I was shocked. I did not even know that. And I don't even think like Van Jones was actually talking about Josh Shapiro and anti-Semitism being like a burden, a unique burden on a Josh Shapiro ticket, which is pretty interesting. But nobody knew that Pritzker was Jewish. He's so like middle America, like fat Polish guy coded, but not like yeah, he's Jewish Ukrainian. Anyway, there's another group of people that I want to hear from. At first, I said they would be celebrating, but I think they're in a state of panic.
And given the fact that the Republican convention was extremely well received, we think. So the number I'm going to be looking at is not, hypothetical races between Trump and Harris or Trump and Whitmer or Trump and whoever, but rather Trump. Just tell me what Trump's number is against all three of any of those candidates, and that will tell you something. Because if Trump's number grows, that is a really good sign for the Republicans. If it stays the same, it means the race is competitive. If the Democrats can nominate someone who can sort of coalesce the undecided vote, and if Trump number goes down because people are taking wait and see, I'd say that's would be distressing for the Trump campaign.
Wow.
But aren't in all the numbers that we have seen are numbers
wow, brilliant.
Trump versus Biden, and that when that dynamic changed.
Brilliant analysis from these guys. Jen O'Malley, Dylan just had an all hands call with this message per recording obtained by Axios.
Through on any campaign in my life. It makes me so optimistic because we've been through really tough weeks, the hardest weeks I have ever been through on any campaign in my life. We've all been through that together. And despite that, you guys were still doing the job. You are still out there doing the work. And that is what makes me so optimistic. And I know that's what makes the president and the vice president so optimistic. So today we are here to say, we've got this. It is okay to feel sad. It is okay to grieve. It is okay to be unsure, but also be optimistic about our path forward because.
Bro, this is literally Führer bunker shit. Oh my God. Is this after or before it? Like, this is literally Führer bunker. This is like this is like the gun is in my mouth and I'm speaking to the microphone through the barrel of the gun shit. Oh, this is after. That's wild, man. Has Austin mentioned this to you yet? And as Jamie Angel says, source code is the vice president. The only name being discussed is content creator Mr. Austin Show. Yeah, he's told me. Cori Bush endorsed Mamala. Summer Lee endorsed Mamala. I don't know what AOC and Bernie have said so far. I do feel we'll see. I think AOC was not lying when she said the Democrats are not exactly fully committed to Kamala, but I did not think that she was the person not committed to Kamala Harris if Kamala Harris is the person on the ticket. And I'm a little interested to see what they come out with now that the obvious thing that was going to happen did happen. And they rode with Biden until the very end, which was shocking because obviously the writing on the wall was set. I mean, it was impossible. I think it was impossible for Biden not to drop out. No Trump-Harris debate. Republican source tells Politico Trump is unlikely to debate Kamala, saying he'll likely call her an illegitimate candidate. Oh, that's fear, dude. That's fucking fear. Oh, what happened? You really wanted Biden, but you don't want Kamala? What's that about? I think she needs to lean on that. It's too soon to tell, though. They're waiting for the numbers to come out. There's no way.
List of issues you will hear about between now and November.
Who do you think, Congresswoman, might be the strongest running mate for Kamala Harris if she does become the presidential nominee?
Okay, it's like my head is spinning. It's been spinning for 3 weeks. I think that there are conversations that need to be had. We need to see who even the people are that would be interested if they were asked. And I'm just not going there today. My head is just spinning too many different other ways, Wolf.
I think all of our heads are spinning right now. Representative, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
You carried Ludd so hard in basketball versus Jason. I don't know what you're talking about. Ludd carried himself. He played phenomenal. He was not a burden, but an asset at times. He played above my expectations.
Because of the Ohio's electoral situation and their unwillingness to recognize a candidate unless it came by a certain date. So that was the reason they advanced it. Ohio changed the law. They still said they wanted to do it. And it's supposed to happen as early as next week. Mm-hmm. And the question is whether that happens or not, and or whether this actually goes to a convention. I think what's going to happen is that the vice president is probably going to work very hard to nail down the commitments of as many delegates as she possibly can in the next few days and say, I've got the number. I think
Shree's is saying you low-key got Aura. Yeah, no, Shree's are comparing me to Jokic, which is crazy. I mean, that's Glaze for sure. I got lucky. I'm much taller. I'm much larger, and I have a decent mid-range. That's it. Almost 100K all the haters here as well. No, it's mostly lovers, I think. Jokic has no aura? Come on, bro. Yes, he does. I got you going for a double-double at DreamCon. We'll see. Listen, the people that I'm going to be playing against, first of all, it's a 5-on-5 full court. People I'm going to be playing against are going to be much better skilled. I think that I can be a decent mid-range shooter. I can be a decent helpful teammate overall. But like, there's two dudes on the other team that are like 6'7". It's gonna be much more difficult to shoot over them. Anyway, that's a brief moment of basketball for people who are interested in hearing my perspective on the game that took place yesterday. If you're interested in avoiding the ad break that's coming right now, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and you can avoid those ads by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Oh, I saw this meme. If this is the one I think it is, this was the funniest fucking meme. Dog don't even want to look Jason in the eyes. Yeah, Kaya, I think, was the one that took the dub yesterday. Everybody loved her. People were saying she's got incredible aura, better aura than like the entire new FaZe lineup. And obviously, I agree with that. I'm a little biased as her dad, but yeah, she was giving Jason the side eye. 537 is my rating for that ad break. That's crazy. Yeah, we got the W-Unk. We got the W-Unk momentum. There were a lot of people saying like super nice things. There were a couple people who were like trying to shit on me in their communities, and everyone was like, bro, you think this guy is like, I saw some tweets from their communities being like, you think this guy is the fucking devil the way people talk about him. Like, people talk about Hassan as like he's the Antichrist, and it turns out he's just like a chill ass dude. And it was shocking to see so many people just being like, yeah, no, those are like clip chimps for the most part. He's just like clipped all the time. But most of the people that hate him are just like right wing or Republican. They hate him because of their politics. You should make a community. It's good for growth. I don't know how to do it. I might just make one of these days. People are saying that Hassan is pissed about Biden dropping out. Wait, what? Bro, I've been dancing. Well, that's the problem with fucking right wingers. You know what I mean? Oh shit, look at that. Lib Bizzle's back in the community. Coconut Queen all the way. Kamala unburdened by what has been. Now free to win the election. Bizzle coup d'etat achievement unlocked. My friends keep saying Kamala insta loses because too many women don't like women. Yeah, too many women don't like women. That's why Hillary Clinton, which wasn't just a woman, but like an incredibly unlikable woman, literally won the fucking popular vote. Like, come on, guys. What are we talking about here? I think that people that say like, oh, these women hate women, or people just hate women in general and they can't do it, are silly. Like, I think it just comes from their own personal perspective a little bit. Maybe they have that opinion a little bit, but they don't want to say it outright. But yeah, no, I know that there's misogynistic people out there. Most of them already vote for the Republican Party, but this is the moment that the Republicans start fucking chirping about Kamala Harris being a woman and shitty because of that reason, is the moment that the Democrats can immediately reframe the conversation and be like, this is not shocking coming from the Republicans who took away women's bodily autonomy, took away women's right to choose reproductive health care measures for themselves that they can take for granted in the fucking Western world. So like, it's the easiest one to have. It's the easiest convo to have. Do you want the Republicans are in a bind in that situation because they literally are locked in to this like abortion situation that they've presented for themselves. But the issue is they want to run away from it, right? They want to run away from the abortion stuff because it's deeply, deeply unpopular. Nobody wants to think about like a blonde, blue-eyed woman in fucking Texas dying as a consequence of an ectopic pregnancy that she couldn't get aborted in time. And yet that is what's happening around the country in places where the Republicans have successfully restricted access to abortion. So like that is massively consequential for this election. Kamala Harris being a woman automatically brings out the fucking forefront, and in a way that like Hillary Clinton never could. Beyond that, I hope Kamala Harris doesn't do that like, oh, you don't vote for me, you fucking hate women shit. Okay? That would be the worst possible thing to do. That's like the classic Hillary Clinton supporters doing that shit. I hope that she doesn't do that. I hope she sticks to the issues, because obviously women from a variety of different backgrounds have won elections in North America. You got Moss, you got our girl Claudia in Mexico. Ultimately, and she's Jewish as well in a fucking super Christian, super Catholic country. So like people obviously don't care. At the end of the day, what they care about is like whether you're charismatic or not. At the end of the day, they care about like how you message yourself, what the vibes look like. If the vibes are abysmal like fucking Hillary Clinton, then you know that's gonna that's gonna spell trouble for you. Anyway.
Everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme Project 2025 agenda. ABC News White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the latest for us.
Facing unsustainable pressure from his own party, President Joe Biden deciding to exit the race, announcing he will not seek a second term. Calls for him to step aside have been growing since his disastrous debate performance in late June. From the start, the president speaking with a raspy voice, at times stumbling and trailing off, unable to finish his thought.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Even on the issues.
That's disrespect. Come on, he's dead. He's dead already. That's disrespect. I'm just kidding. He deserves it. He deserves it all. Fuck this man. God, I hate him. It's a real monkey's paw situation for him too. Like he wanted to be president his whole life, and then he finally fucking becomes president, and he's not even fucking coherent, and he's an embarrassment. And they beg him to step aside for like a month. And then he says, only God can judge me. And then God gives him COVID like 3 days later.
But your friend Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans. Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It was a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
Many Democrats questioning if Biden had the stamina for a second term.
I have medical doctors travel me everywhere, every president does, as you know. Medical doctors, some of the best in the world, travel me everywhere I go. I have an ongoing assessment of what I'm doing. And they don't hesitate to tell me if they think there's something wrong.
I know you said you have an ongoing assessment. Have you had a full neurological and cognitive evaluation?
I get a full neurological test every day with me. And I've had a full physical. I had, I mean, I've been at Walter Reed.
That's literally what Trump said.
I mean, yes. The answer.
I know your doctor said he consulted with a neurologist. I guess I'm asking a slightly different question. Have you had the specific cognitive tests, and have you had a neurologist, a specialist, do an examination?
No one said I had to. No one said. They said I'm good.
Biden saying only divine intervention could force him out.
You sure?
Well, yeah, sure. Look, I mean, if the Lord Almighty came out and said, Joe, get out of the race, I'll get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down.
But it wasn't enough to quell concerns. The
hubris.
Democrats for him to step aside, growing to a steady stream.
I salute President Biden.
Motherfucking hubris, dog. That's hubris. He said, God, only God can judge me. And God was like, bro, what'd you say? What'd you fucking say? Did you forget that I put you on this earth and I could take you out? Did you forget that I gave Trump COVID 2 weeks prior to the election? Did you forget that I gave COVID to the world? I will, in the most hilarious way, take you out in the same exact fucking way, dude. Oh no, I got the RNC to delete the post. That's crazy. They're such bitches, bro. Or did they block me? Is the RNC research trying to cancel Kamala Harris Lamau? No, they deleted it, huh? Fuck, I can't be retweeting people like this. They're taking advantage of my political instincts.
A diagnosis, reckoning with his political reality. It's the job he'd spent a lifetime working toward, more than a half a century in Washington, earning a reputation as a lawmaker with friends on both sides of the aisle. A man who led with empathy after enduring so many personal tragedies, including the loss of his first wife and their young daughter, and later his beloved.
Flashback, Kamala laughed and said, well said, when an attendee at her event mockingly used the term mentally R-worded to attack President Trump. Like, imagine being the Republican Party's opposition research wing, and you're like, wow, Kamala Harris laughed at someone calling Trump mentally R-worded. Are you fucking stupid? You're the Republican Party. What do you mean? Are you marketing for Kamala now? Like, that's precisely what the Republicans say and do. What? Brianna Wu is now on Team Coconut? Yeah, whatever, dude. She's a fucking idiot. Who cares? She was literally doing she was doing the fucking weird thing. The classic, like, oh, Starship Troopers is not a fascist work. She's just so stupid. Who cares? Just let her, bro, let that just go away. No one gives a shit at this point. I think the only people that care about her are people who are just like simply still trying to dunk on her. Bro, Donald Trump got shot, and Brianna Wu, literally, the first thing that she did, Donald Trump's body hadn't even hit the fucking floor yet. First thing that dumbass did was post about my old tweet against fucking Tom Cotton, because Tom Cotton was saying, like, as a sitting senator, he was saying, like, we should kill protesters. So I quote retweeted it with a meme, and she posted that fucking meme and immediately said, it's too early to tell what the shooter's ideology is, but I'm immediately going to blame Hassan for it anyway. And even her own fan base was like, bro, what are you saying? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Look at the tweet that you screenshotted. In the tweet that you screenshotted, you're talking about a Republican sitting senator actively demanding to kill protesters. And Hassan is the worst person here. There were people being like, I don't even like Hassan. And you're out of your fucking mind here. She's just a pathetic destiny orbiter. And that's it. There's nothing else. Desperately looking to suckle on my teat.
All the concerns that they have raised about Joe Biden, and as well as his cognitive ability and all the rest. Will that trickle down ticket to some Democrats? Some in some key races, like Sherrod Brown of Ohio, who had pushed for Joe Biden to step aside, yet to support Kamala Harris at this moment. So it remains to be seen how quickly the rest of the party gets behind Kamala Harris. But at the moment, we are hearing from a lot of Democrats who are simply relieved, Wolf, that this episode about Joe Biden being at the top of the ticket is behind them as they grapple with this next chapter in this historic ride. Wolf.
All right, interesting. Mano, thank you very, very much. I want to bring in Jeff Zeleny right now. Jeff, an urgent effort clearly is underway right now across the Democratic Party to rally behind Vice President Kamala Harris. So what are you hearing?
Well, if it absolutely is, really minute by minute, telephone calls are being made from the vice president to lawmakers and other officials trying to secure their support for the nomination. We've really seen just a dramatic movement here in the last several hours. Let's look at the Clintons, for example. Both former President Bill Clinton and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton praised Joe Biden, but in the same statement just a little earlier today, they also said they fully support Kamala Harris. Barack Obama has taken a different approach to this. He put out a statement earlier saying that he, of course, praises Joe Biden, and that's what the statement was about, really talking about his effort to get out of the race and his selfless act, but also leaving open the question of who he would support. Talking to his advisors, I am told that he is staying out of this for now and wants to play a unifying role at the end of this, much like he did in the 2020 primary campaign. That's being criticized by some, but this is the approach he has taken.
Yeah, unifying against Bernie.
Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she also has not weighed in. So, look, this process is moving, but there is no doubt no one has stepped up to run against her, and that is also significant. Several hours.
Dude, Obama sucks so bad. Like, I know Democrats love him and shit, but God, he's so fucking annoying. He told Joe not to run in 2016, which was, now we know, a bad idea. Okay, he was like, no, step aside for Clinton. And honestly, that one is kind of fair because who would have thought, right? And then in 2020, he made everyone else step aside for Biden because he was terrified of Bernie Sanders. That was a massively consequential move that even someone as stupid as myself could tell you was wrong a mile away. And I did. I have not stopped criticizing the issue with having Biden be the fucking candidate in 2019 and 2020 since 2020. I have not stopped. I've been talking about how he's a one-term president. We're losing our incumbent advantage if he's the guy. What the fuck are we doing? What a stupid decision. That was Barack Obama. And then up until a week ago, he was continuing along with that idiotic decision-making, or at least that like absolutely selfish, self-interested way of operation, and not telling Joe Biden to fucking step aside swiftly. And he's still doing it. He's like, oh, I don't know. I'm going to be the unifying role. I don't know if I'm going to fucking endorse Kamala Harris. It's like, you're so silly, man. You're a silly guy.
Now is the time for her to show that. And every single moment that goes by, they're looking for those statements, people coming out, offering support. I know we're waiting for Democratic leadership, but David and I were talking earlier. I mean, these are, Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, and Schumer. They have to listen to their members. Okay, they have to do a lot of listening today too before they come out and put a stake in the ground. And so this next day or two, everyone understands are going to be really critical.
And yet, David, in this moment, talking to donors, I know Abby has, Van has, Alyssa, we've all been talking. They got what they wanted today. I was talking to one big donor. He said, you would think there would be a sense of celebration.
Sharon Passan, thank you for the 25.
One of them said to me, I'm sick to my stomach.
Gifted subs.
Because I have sadness for a guy who can't fulfill what he wanted. There is this deep sense of sadness.
Aaron, there is a lot of affection and respect for Joe Biden among Democrats. I don't think anybody took great joy in what happened today. I worked with him for several years and was really proud to do that. And it's a sad day. This wasn't an anti-Biden movement. It was a beat Trump movement, and there was a conclusion that they didn't feel the president could do that. It wasn't a reflection on what he's already done. So, it was rough. But in terms of what's going on now, you say, why are these leaders hanging back? And Abby's right. The leaders have to listen to their members. The members they're most interested in listening to are the members who are in these competitive districts, competitive states, and they want to hear from them, and they want to examine how are you going to be affected by that. And for Pelosi, that is obviously a concern, but she's very much focused on what gives us the best chance to beat Donald Trump.
That was the thing, talking to donors today, and I talked to a few of them. These were people who didn't actually, a couple weeks ago, want Kamala Harris on their ticket when they were talking about this. They seem to have all, at least the ones I spoke to, fully accepted it is Kamala Harris, and they're now all in.
Well, people had to walk around the barn a couple of times and get their heads around it. Kamala Harris has not been a polling dynamo. It's not like she's the most popular, human ever born, and that weighs on people. Look, I want to say something. This is the most consequential decision this party is likely to make in this century. Who do we put up against Donald Trump? It's not an emotional decision. It's a mathematical decision. And nobody understands necessarily, as we said before, there's a lot of variables here. Some of these swing state governors haven't been tested on the national stage. What's the likelihood of a skeleton falling out, destroys the whole campaign? This is a consequential decision.
Right.
And so right now you got a lot of people rushing in, wanting to support Kamala, rushing to certainty, but tomorrow always comes. And what you don't, what I love about what Obama did, he stayed back, he said, let's talk it out, give everybody a chance to make their best case so we can make the best decision. And there's not a more important, whenever Pelosi opens her mouth.
Oh yeah, here. What's that? April 14th, 2020, more than 4 years ago? One truly wild thing that we haven't really talked about is Biden's stated interest in being a single-term president. Like, we're just going to throw away our incumbent advantage because Joe's going to be a vegetable by the end of his presidency. Truly incredible stuff. That's crazy. Who would have fucking thought, dude? Who would have thought? I'm going to repost it and like my own tweet. Fuck it. Who would have thought, bro? What? Are we serious? Like, that's crazy. I'm telling you, dude. It wasn't that wild. It was not that wild of a fucking sentiment to express at the time. Liking your own tweet is the equivalent of a self-suck. Well, I mean, I do that too, so. What is your view on Bernie Sanders? I love Bernie Sanders. I will always love Bernie Sanders. However, he has disappointed me gravely he's disappointed me a lot with the Israel stuff. Post October 7, he took far too long to call for a ceasefire. He used to be the boldest, one of the most bold congresspersons out there across the board on the issue of Israel. And now now he no longer is. And that makes me truly sad. And it's not because the DNC did that to him. He did that to himself. Anyway, having said that, his legacy is still very important. And I think that is something you can't take away from him. And that, for that reason alone, I will forever love that man, even if I get disappointed with him from time to time. Anyway, I can't believe this got 60K likes. AOC and Biden basically cooked AOC and Bernie a little bit by getting them to be like this ride or die for him. That's why I said I don't think it's a smart decision. And I said it from the jump. I don't think it's a smart decision to be this aggro.
It's a snapshot, and the snapshot yesterday is completely radically different than the snapshot today. Look, whatever happens on a given day, the course is clear. The path is clear for Democrats. We must win Michigan. We must win Wisconsin. We must win Pennsylvania. And by the way, we must win one congressional district, Omaha 2, because it splits its electoral votes. That will determine its electoral votes can decide the presidency. And so we now have a fundamental reset of this campaign, no question about it. Now, I'll just say one other thing on this. The reason that we are losing today is because Donald Trump has consolidated his vote. His base is maxed out, and we Democrats have not consolidated. Why?
Yes.
Because up until several hours ago, we weren't sure.
This isn't copium. He's right.
It is vitally important now with this reset that we do the following. Job one.
That's it. That's the line. He's 100% right. He's absolutely right. There are so many likely voters that are tapped out. As a consequence of interest in the race and as a consequence of a fresh new face entering the fray, they absolutely will. They are absolutely votes to win. Joe Biden would have never been able to bring them back.
Lloyd Doggett was the first Democratic lawmaker to actually call on President Biden to step aside. Congressman Doggett is here with me in the studio right now. Thanks very much for coming in.
Great to be with you, Will.
You've become a historic figure, and you were the first Democrat to say Biden should step aside.
Well, it is a historic day, and President Biden made a courageous decision.
Oh, dude, suck me. There were so many goddamn people before this dude. I mean, he was the only elected person doing it, but of course, CNN and mainstream media will never fucking turn around and give props to anybody else. I mean, Dean Phillips deserves more praise. Like, Dean Phillips, unironically, I mean, he sucks, but Dean Phillips deserves more fucking praise if you're going to go inside of the Democratic Party. But of course, the person who deserves the most praise is Cenk, Uncle Cenk. For the record, a lot of people are asking, like, oh, Kamala Harris this, Kamala Harris that. Like, are you going to vote for her? And I told you I don't know. Part of the reason why I say that is because I don't know what her positions are going to look like. And one of the key positions that I'm interested to see if she actually deviates away in terms of foreign policy is on the issue of Gaza. Kamala Harris has lightly, under the vice presidential position, lightly sidestepped Biden at times, called for a ceasefire before Biden did. These are significant, but I might be simply wish casting. Okay? That matters. depending on how she moves and which direction she moves in, is absolutely going to determine whether I vote for her or not. Personally, obviously, I'm not going to stop you from voting for her if you want to. But if you're asking me what my position is, that's what I care about. I also simultaneously believe that if she continues the right-wing immigration agenda, and on top of that, does some like nutty Zionist shit. You did this? What is this? Stop calling me a Republican law. Yeah. If she just continues along with Biden's foreign policy, which is going to be difficult in general, because how are you going to criticize Biden if Biden is still going in one direction and you want to go in another? The upcoming days will be tricky on that front. So we'll see. Single issue voter, Hassan? No, I'm far from a single issue voter. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Squirrel's not being as charitable about it as you. Yeah, okay, who gives a shit? Like, yeah, okay. She's mad at me. Why do you guys care? She'll get over it. It's kind of wild that there's 92,000 people in here and you're like bringing up an anonymous account who I am almost completely in agreement with on every issue, including even Kamala Harris. I'm just holding out to see whether or not she will actually follow through on Joe Biden's agenda to a T. Also, she hates everybody, and sometimes myself as well. But think about what you're doing when you're like, oh, this account on Twitter doesn't like you, is like crazy. There's a million people that don't like me. Squirrel, on the other hand, is someone who I am in agreement with more times than I'm not. Only if you care more about the drama than the actual news that are happening do you bring up such stupid things. Don't do it in the future. All right, from this afternoon, CBS News. CBS, will you debate VP Harris, Trump? I don't know who I'm going to debate. So far, we haven't determined who's going to be on that side, but I think whoever it is, I'd like to debate. Yeah, sure. 100%. More. CBS, does it change how you see this whole race? Trump, no, it's policy. The policy is still bad. The policy, whether it's him or her, wouldn't be any different. She was in charge of the border. She was the border czar. She was the worst ever. You know, it's really been a shock to the country. A lot of people got together. They kept him in a basement. The fake news media went along with it. And we have a man in there that shouldn't be in there. Trump had it. I think he's been the worst president in the history of our country. He's been a disaster, the worst president we ever had. So I think it's good for the country. Anyway, so by delaying his endorsement, Obama has ruined Kamala Harris' chance of becoming president, essentially committing political suicide for the Democratic Party. No, I don't think it matters that much. I think it's a shitty thing to do, though. It's a shitty thing to do in general, to not like endorse the person that Joe Biden endorsed. Like, what the fuck are you doing? But no, I don't think it ruined the Democratic Party or anything. Would you say you are unbiased? No answer needed. What? No, of course I would never say I'm unbiased. I say I'm honest and always will tell you what my biases are. Whereas everyone is biased, but many people refuse to admit that or even recognize their biases. That's the difference between me and like CNN.
They did so with the clear understanding that we would only succeed if we were united. In the 248 years since, our country and our people have been tested, but the American spirit has always triumphed. Despite our individual differences, when our safety was threatened, when our values and freedoms were attacked, when the stakes were high, Americans have found ways to come together and unite behind common cause and common purpose. That's the lesson of our founders who gathered in Pennsylvania 2.5 centuries ago, and it's the lesson our party must learn from now. I've known Kamala Harris for nearly 2 decades. We've both been prosecutors. We've both stood up for the rule of law. We've both fought for the people and delivered results. Kamala Harris is a patriot worthy of our support, and she will continue the work of generations of Americans who came before us to perfect our union, protect our democracy, and advance real freedom. She has served the country honorably as vice president, and she is ready to be president. The best path forward for the Democratic Party is to quickly unite behind Vice President Harris and refocus on winning the presidency. The contrast in this race could not be clearer, and the road to victory.
Dude, the hogs haven't been squirming as much. Oh, ew, Jared Moskowitz.
I mean, his dedication to public service his entire life. We may not see that again, and so obviously this is a passing of the torch to a new generation. I think it's going to be Kamala. I have endorsed Kamala Harris. Democrats are obviously very disappointed.
He says, so this guy decided to genocide the Palestinians while being a one-term president, so he didn't even do it to get reelected. He did it for fun. Oh, no, he did it because he loves it, for sure. You thought that Americans care that much about Israel genociding Palestinians? Are you crazy? It wasn't even like it was barely number 4. It's really impactful for those who do care, those who become single issue voters, because genocide is, you know, kind of hard to cast aside. But beyond that, it was like, it's foreign policy. Americans don't give a fuck about foreign policy. The entire system is designed so that we are sedated, as foreign policy just is a thing that happens, right? And it's a machine that keeps churning. Overall, American foreign policy is something that most Americans don't give a shit about. And Biden on that issue was doing it not because he wanted to be reelected. He was doing it because he said it. He said it himself. He's a Zionist. You literally just admitted you're a one-issue voter. Fucking hypocrisy. No. I said it's understandable for others to be single-issue voters when that single issue is genocide. The reasons for why I didn't want to vote for Biden, despite the fact that he was more progressive on labor than every other modern Democratic and Republican president. If one more person sends me the fucking squirrel tweet, I am going to literally put you on a fucking spaceship. Okay? I don't fucking care, dumbass. I don't care. The fuck is wrong with you? Are you a car crash victim like John Fetterman? Are you Biden? Are you Joe Biden? Do you have the same bad brain? Who fucking cares? Like, are you that desperate to get a fucking drama nut? Is that what it is? What drama is it going to happen? Do you want me to dunk on an anonymous Twitter account that I agree with? Shut the fuck up. Anyway. I don't understand the one-issue voter when it comes to Gaza. The alternative is worse, isn't it? He said it would tell them to finish the job. Yes, Donald Trump would be worse for Palestinians in general, as he was worse for Palestinians in general. Having said that, however, people don't think like that. Doesn't matter. They're not thinking about it like that. They're thinking about it like, oh, Joe Biden is the one currently doing genocide now. Fuck him. Because at the end of the day, Joe Biden has killed more Palestinians than Donald Trump has. This is the truth. Aren't you not thinking about it like that either? No, that's why I said I'm not even a single issue voter on this, okay? I think that's like perfectly valid to be a single issue voter on because it's genocide. But if you're asking me, like, I think Joe Biden's right-wing anti-immigration narrative packaged with like everything he did everything he did since October has just been so fucking awful. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know if like an anvil fell on his head where he just decided to like move in a way where it was just so insane. Okay? Like October 7 happened and his dementia just like went completely out of control. The whole idea that they were going to go to the right of the Republican Party on immigration. Are you on fucking crack? Are you high? Are you the stupidest person on the planet? He was already trying to do that with the crime shit. It literally cost them seats in New York and almost turned the fucking New York gubernatorial race into a Republican one, which was insane. They didn't learn from that. And then they hit that same exact bar on immigration. Like, what are you doing? What the fuck do you want? You want to be you want to put a fucking rainbow sticker on a concentration camps? Is that what it is? And then all of a sudden it's woke? What are we talking about here? What, people on the timeline giving you advice about your post game? My man Hassan needs to worry less about the presidential campaign and more about his post game. We need more ass, Hassan.
Like, I was just trying to how did we're too big to be calling lame ass fouls. Why would 3 not him for shit? Like, I was just trying to
Oh, he's talking shit. He said he's too big to be calling lame ass fouls. I'm sorry, bro. He hit my fucking arm. What do you want?
That?
He's gonna spin to the opposite way.
Hassan has no post game? Hell no.
I do have post game. It's bullshit.
No post game. I mean, he has a good turnaround. Hassan, this is for you. When you back down, when you get the ball, first of all, call for the ball. Get low, call for the ball. Right? Let's say you're gonna back down on your left side, right? You're gonna back down on your left. Stick your ass, get your ass.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's right.
Into that man's body. You feel me?
I think my biggest problem is I don't like playing bully ball. And I'm also too comfortable. Max was saying you're big but you're soft. Yeah, that's because he was talking shit. I don't like being that aggressive. Especially because I have a fucking solid floater. My mid-range is lethal, okay? Let's be for real. Let me talk a little bit of shit. I can play the post. But I like making easy shots. They're contested, but they're still easy. You had some amazing defense. That block you got had you looking like a true athlete. Yeah, that's my arm, and that's Max. But I mean, he's just like shorter than me. That's the other thing. How many times a week do you lift? I lift 4 times a week. Legendary new Hassan ball gif. Yeah, that was great. Oh shit. Oh shit. What's up? What's up, big dog? Oh, you're here to do laundry? Okay. I feel you. No, it's not Felix, it's Marat.
Like that. Get your ass into his body.
Yes, you had some what? Webby defense where you held on Jason, then flipped your hips and blocked Max's layup. I'm only listening because I thought that we were talking about ass, like a butt. No. Even before it started, this was hilarious.
I don't know, I've warmed up. I got my body loose, got my shot right. That's right. And I'm just ready to ball.
Yeah, it's easy. You're playing against Short Kings. Yeah, exactly. Best tweet from Max's community. Hassan and Ludwig and Max all got bubble buzz. This is a gay gooner galore. My bad for this. Guy in the green shorts caked up though. What is Hassan's chat on? Okay. I think the funniest was I saw a YouTube comment. Of people saying, Hassan, y'all lost to Ludwig from video games and Hassan from politics. Which is true. They did. It was, that's especially because Jason cooked Ludwig before. Ludwig from video games and Hassan from politics. Lost to a news reporter. It's true. The Believers won big last night. Yeah, I know. Creator League of TikTok of Hassanavi. I have no idea how well these people play, by the way. Zero clue. Duke is coaching. He's not playing. Oh, they drafted. J-Dub is 6'8". Oh, no. They all play good. Marcellus Howard played college basketball. Oh, no. I'm so fucking cooked. If you get blocked or crossed up, I'm unsubbing. I'm gonna get blocked and crossed up. Ray's insane. Jason's alright. Max is alright. Cash is alright. Deshae is absolute dog shit. Some legit insane ballers. YPK Ray plays in a pretty good Pro-Am league with hella ex-overseas G League players. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Am I getting... Hassan is actually a hooper, bro. Nah, it's crazy to get cooked by Ludwig from video games and Hassan from politics. Hassan moving like Jokic. Why even had the beep? Yeah, I don't even know why they did that. Gotta stop watching Kyrie clips and open up some Jokic clips. My ego is not too big. My ego will never be that big for basketball.
The utterly silly.
Oh, this is funny. The grinder shit.
Of Grinder at the Republican.
But yeah. EuroLeague aura. Jason was not practicing the day before.
You need some milk, please? I do. You need them. Later. That was cute.
You got drafted pretty late by Mark. How does that make you feel? First of all, I got drafted in the first, I think I was the 4th pick or the 5th pick. But it doesn't make me feel bad at all. It actually makes me feel good. I don't want them to have high expectations of me. I don't want to be what?
And I just want to say this on a personal level.
What?
I am emotional about.
Bro, this guy's such a fucking loser, dude. Streets are calling you Turk Nowitzki. That's great. I love that. That's a massive compliment. Dude, he is such a dude. What are the Democrats doing, bro? What are they doing? This guy is such a fucking loser.
About the president's decision, because this president, Joe Biden, has been a transformational president. He's been a great leader. He's a good man, a decent man who has done so much for this nation, but so much to see us as people, to value us, to fight for us. I think
this is Glaze. It's too much. This is illegal. Flag on the play. You're doing too much. Jamie. This is inappropriate. You can't be this Biden pilled. Like, that's crazy. You're the Democrat, you're DNC chair. Like, what are we doing? You're the Democratic Party's chair. Like, what the fuck? Bro did something and needs a pardon before the term ends for sure. Yeah, what is going on? What the hell? Why is he doing this? He's still in the Fuhrer bunker. He's still there.
Think about the transformational things we have seen over the course of these past 3.5 years. From the investment into our climate, fighting against the climate crisis, helping those burdened by student loans, bringing down the cost of prescription drugs. It has been transformational as it relates to what he has done and what he has accomplished. And, you know, I'm emotional because I am still riding with Biden.
That's a crazy thing, dude. You don't understand? Jamie Harrison is Biden's biggest fan. No, I think I think it's either that or he's just like such a fucking loser. Like he's addicted to losing. Like he loves losing. He's committed to one thing, which is what he did. And then they elevated him. So maybe he thinks like if I lose harder, maybe they'll make me president. I don't know. That's a wild thing to do though. Like, does he hate Kamala or something? Yeah, maybe. This, on the other hand, is bullshit news. Some Democratic donors and officials are reaching out to Senator Joe Manchin to consider standing for the presidential nomination. Yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah. That right there is just bullshit. That's not even a consideration. That's a lie. That's like problem solvers caucus shit. Nah, no way. That's not real. Yeah, that, you know who leaked that? Joe Manchin himself leaked that. Exactly. Nah. Source, Joe Manchin. Get the fuck out of here. What AOC was warning about is not Joe Manchin, chatters. What AOC was warning about is what Nancy Pelosi all but confirmed the other day.
National Convention.
All but confirmed the other day before Joe Biden came out and endorsed Kamala and dropped out. Nancy Pelosi was talking about an open convention and how good that would be because I think she was angling for gruesome Newsom. Like it's a little bit of a coup in the party on that front. And I think that's a devastating idea. It's a terrible idea. It's a bad idea. It's not a good idea at all. Every blue dog damn has refused to mention Kamala when talking about the resignation. Yeah, they can shut the fuck up. They will be brought to heel. Okay? I think it's ridiculous.
Right after this.
Like that's crazy. So yeah, I mean the Joe Manchin shit is nothing. It's nothing. It's ridiculous. You're right, it's a bad idea. That's exactly why they'll do it. They might. I mean, look, it was a losing race for the Democrats with Joe Biden. Now the dynamic has changed a little bit, okay? Now the dynamic has changed a little bit, but it's entirely dependent on what they do from this point on, okay? From this point on, what's up? Oh, you don't want her out there? Hello. She's just having fun out there. I didn't get to run with her this morning because I was shooting a trailer because although I thought that Joe Biden would drop out, Twitch was like, no, we got to shoot this trailer. To which I told him I'll stop filming if Joe Biden drops out. Yeah, Joe Manchin is a joke, chatters. That's not a real thing. What is this? You know it's a good thing when right-wing accounts are losing their shit? Yeah. The people who called us a threat to democracy for years just ran a coup against the sitting president. Yeah. For anyone who still believes January 6th was a coup, take notes. You just witnessed a real one, July 21st. Like, they're so stupid.
As you think about what has transpired today since 1:45 p.m., not physically seeing him even address a camera in Delaware, let alone an Oval Office statement like LBJ did when he dropped out in March of 1968, it is disconcerting, isn't it?
But they didn't even release a White House still photograph. Nothing. So are we, I mean,
do I think that anyone who goes against Trump will win? No. Well, yes and no. I think that Kamala Harris is a pretty solid chance of winning, depending on what she does. Okay, from this point on. Full-throated support for Kamala Harris from the Democratic Party. On top of Kamala Harris, like, changing up the narrative a little bit. Biden not getting in her way by doing things that she is at odds with that will harm her chances. Will actually make or break this election. If Kamala Harris, like I said, changes the trajectory and Joe Biden now has seemingly unlimited opportunities as a consequence of not running for re-election, follows through on Kamala Harris's narrative direction, especially in terms of the immigration stuff. Well, the immigration stuff is deadlocked anyway, but in terms of immigration, narratively changing course in terms of the ongoing genocide in Gaza, narratively shifting course, maybe doing a little bit more than just narratively shifting course. All of this stuff will be determining whether she wins the election or not. To what extent Biden will be a part of Kamala Harris's campaign? Isn't he out? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. because everything that Joe Biden does as president is still reflected on Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris is still Joe Biden's vice president. Do you see what I'm saying? So like, let's say Kamala Harris is following through on like ceasefire calls, right? And says like, we are going to change trajectory with our relationship, re-examine our relationship with Israel. Not to say that she will do that. That would require a lot of bravery. I don't think Kamala Harris is brave. But she has actually sidestepped and moved in a different direction when she was vice president, pushing for a ceasefire, at least publicly, before Joe Biden ever did. Okay? Having said that, let's say she says that, and then Joe Biden doubles down on the, commitment to Israel and just goes against what she's saying. That fucks up the bag. That shows disorder, that shows chaos. That still makes it seem like the Democrats don't have their shit together. It also makes Kamala Harris objectively weak, right? Is Gaza your main concern in the world? No. It's a major concern for me, though. It's not the only concern that I have, but it is a major one for sure. I mean, I didn't forget that it is an ongoing and active ethnic cleansing campaign. Neither did the international organs of justice, mind you. The ICJ just recently declared Israel to be engaging in an unlawful act in the occupied territories and immediately ordered them to evacuate the West Bank and East Jerusalem. That's a pretty fucking big deal. I know that we're not focusing on that because we're lasered in on our own shit. Americans don't care about foreign policy. I do. There's no chance she risks making Gaza a pillar of a campaign. No, I don't think I don't think she would ever do that. I'm not saying she would do that. I'm simply saying that a shift away. This is an opportunity to go back on all of Joe Biden's weaknesses and recenter them. Recenter the narrative on Kamala Harris and what the path forward would look like. And the path forward would actually, like, this is a unique opportunity to get a reset. You never get a reset like this. You can keep hammering on all the positives of the Biden administration. You can even look at, like, you can even claim the economy's rebounding, things like that. You can talk about how progressive this administration has been on labor. And you're doing that you're doing that with a vibrant, fresh, new face that's dynamic, that can actually like speak. Okay. However, there are a lot of glaringly obvious weaknesses that beyond Biden's age and beyond like the fact that many Americans don't ride with him because he's just too old. And this was basically a fucking rerun election and no one wanted to really participate in it. There are some right-wing issues that Biden has taken on, or there are some issues like immigration that Biden has been like very aggressively right-wing on. And I think that was a massive misstep. Also Gaza all but confirms that plenty key states where there was active, uncommitted campaigns are going to be much harder to win than last time around. People just kind of cast that aside and they thought like, doesn't really matter, dude. What the fuck do you mean? When like the uncommitted campaign was massively consequential in these primaries. Everybody talks about the 14 million primary voters that voted for Joe Biden, but these guys had no alternative, no option, and they chose to, and these are the most active voters in the Democratic Party because they're voting in the primary, because the real uncommitted voters just don't vote in the fucking primaries, let alone vote in the goddamn elections, in the general elections. But the fact that there was a massive there was a massive uncommitted campaign that was put together super fast too, and with like limited amount of grassroots organizing, they were able to bring percentages, like significant percentages of the primary vote for basically nothing as a protest vote, was shocking. It exceeded my expectations, and I think that this is something that they need to pay attention to. My position on that has not changed at all. Like, that is very, very important. Biden lost a significant number of votes to uncommitted in the fucking uncontested primary. A larger number of votes in the fucking primaries than vote numbers that he defeated Donald Trump over in 2020. Okay? If you're winning a state by 10,000 votes in 2020 and then 10,001 voters in the primaries, in the Democratic Party's uncontested primaries, go out specifically to say, fuck you, unless you change course on Palestine, that is unimaginably consequential for the general election. So I think the people that think the issue of Gaza is not significant are wrong. It's significant because it will be a make or break moment for a lot of voters in the margins that either are not going to vote or will absolutely be motivated to go out and vote for whoever is at the top of that ticket. I'm not even talking about this from the morality perspective, because obviously it is incredibly immoral to continue an active genocide, to aid and abet an active genocide. Okay? But this goes beyond that. There are electoral consequences that the media didn't really cover that much when it was happening. I did. I talked about it. I talked about it quite a bit. Remember, one vote in the primary is like 10 votes in the general. Okay? If one person is saying they're uncommitted and not voting in the primary, that means more than 10 people are uncommitted in the general. That's pretty significant. Not gonna lie, significant amount of people are worried about immigration? No, because it's untested. You so obsessed with the Gaza-Israel conflict? Yeah, I know. It's a genocide. I am obsessed with an active genocide. But that's not the only consideration here, and I don't know why people don't see this. Okay? On immigration, the Democratic message is untested because the Democrats have not launched a opposition at all to immigration. They just caved to the Republican framing, a Republican framing that is not born out of reality, but born out of panic and hysteria. It is incredibly stupid to do such a thing. And that's why Donald Trump keeps going, immigrants are killing hundreds of thousands of Americans every day. Okay? That's crazy. What are we doing? One side is just not living in reality. The other side is not doing anything to fucking, parse through that mania. Please. Like I said, it's not top of mind for Americans because genocide still falls under the foreign policy category. Foreign policy does not have a capacity to make or break elections until it is the most significant thing. And for Americans, it's not the most significant thing, right? It's true. Even at the peak, when everyone was thinking about it, it was barely making it to the top 4 of considerations. However, at a time when you need to bring back voters, entire blocks of voters from demographics like under 35, demographics like Hispanic voters, like at a time when you need those guys to win, you simply can't brush this aside and be like, it's whatever, it's not a big deal. Okay? Stop spreading misinformation. There are 12 billion Guatemalans attacking the Lincoln Memorial right now. Exactly. The fuck? My Chatterino broke. Hold on now. You gotta rerun it. I hope that's something that people understand. Like, yeah. What is happening here? Okay. I think I fixed it. Dude, my computer is dying right now. What the fuck? What is happening? Okay. Please stop sending me the fucking Joe Manchin tweet. Okay. Nobody cares. All right. Real Donald Trump, 5:52 p.m. Eastern. Okay. So we are forced to spend time and money on fighting crooked Joe Biden. He polls badly after having a terrible debate and quits the race. Now we have to start all over again. Shouldn't the Republican Party be reimbursed for fraud? And yo, he's so mad. Come on, man. Don't give the game away. You're basically all but confirming that this is a good move. That's wild. He's like, come on, dude. We want it. We want the money. We want our money back. Shouldn't the Republican Party be reimbursed for fraud in that everybody around Joe, including his doctors and fake news media, just knew he wasn't capable of running for or being president? Just asking. That's wild. He's tweeting in a way where he's never tweeted before. He doesn't tweet like this normally. Okay? He is sad. Bro is panicking. Bro knows it's at the top of the hour and there's a 3-minute ad break coming for him. He knows that he doesn't have money because he dumped all of his funds into the fucking Joe Biden ads. And now he's left with no $6 to avoid the ad break at the top of the hour. He don't even have a Twitch Prime. He used it on himself. Okay? He used it on himself. But you, unlike Donald Trump, could use your Twitch Prime here. It's free if you no longer want to see those ads. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Biden's campaign co-chair, Cedric Richmond, was saying this. I want to be crystal clear. He's made a decision, and that decision is to accept the nomination and run for re-election, win re-election.
Yeah, okay. Just a few hours later, a letter was released bearing Biden's signature announcing he's going to step aside from the race. So what happened?
That's so funny. They're crying foul. They're playing to the referee. They're like, I don't like it. They're not playing fair. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
See you on a Sunday night.
Good to see you, Laura. And we understand that four of the president's top advisors made a pilgrimage to the beach house. It was Ron Klain, Anita Dunn, Steve Ricchetti, and Mike Donnellan. They were all there last night.
Yeah,
and
her name ain't Anita Wynn, if you know what I mean.
Let her know what exactly was going to happen. She is talking about this and saying, with this selfless and patriotic act, President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of public service, putting the American people and our country above everything else. As recently as last night, the president was digging in, according to a report in the New York Times that outlined his frustration with Speaker Pelosi and Barack Obama for not doing more to stop the Democratic Party mutiny against him. And President Biden justified staying in the race just last week, saying he initially wanted to be a bridge to another generation of Democrats, but he doesn't want to hand things off to them while the country is so polarized. The pressure on the president built and built and built after that really shaky debate, which happened way earlier than normal because his campaign thought that was going to help them. It didn't. The president now says, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." And there have been a lot of questions about what exactly the family's impact was on President Biden as he weighed what to do. And we just got a statement from the First Lady's office that says, down to the last hours of the decision only he can make, she was supportive of whatever road he chose. She's his biggest believer, champion, and always on his side in that trusted way only a spouse of almost 50 years can be. That is the latest from a very, very busy day here at the White House. Laura.
Wow, Peter, thank you so much. I want everyone to understand there are a few points we have to be very clear about tonight. Biden tonight is just as overall healthy and just as capable of doing the job as he was before the debate with President Trump. Obama, Schumer, Pelosi, they all knew that he was, basically not completely together. That weeks and weeks and weeks ago. In fact, they've known it for years, but they didn't care. They didn't care so long as it didn't threaten their hold on power. So what changed for Biden wasn't his overall competence.
They're so good. They immediately moved on. They're like, all right, time to bust out the new moves, okay?
To solve this threat, the power brokers in the party apparently intended to give the nomination to Kamala Harris. Well, that is ludicrous.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
Who doesn't love a yellow school bus, right? Can you raise your hand if you love a yellow school bus, right?
Like, this doesn't work.
Always ask, is there a Venn diagram for this? I'm telling you, it's fascinating when you do.
This is not good. This is not good strategy.
Happened last night and this morning. Kamala Harris has not won a single primary. She hasn't persuaded a single delegate. She tried to run in the 2020 cycle, and we all remember she was utterly humiliated, dropping out even before the Iowa caucuses. And
this part is actually fair and
performance
solid.
as VP has been pretty abysmal.
Vice President Kamala Harris and her office are on damage control tonight after the latest in a series of missteps.
Growing tension between Vice President Kamala Harris and the White House.
As the 2024 race heats up, can she make a good second impression on voters? Or could she drag down the Democratic ticket?
And remember what Politico told us about Harris's VP office? That it was totally dysfunctional. And I remember when the Washington Post told us that Harris's...
Thank you. Please, this is sanity, okay? The last insane, chaotic, stupid month in American politics has obscured a simple, basic truth. Trump is deeply unpopular and an eminently beatable politician. It is so fucking real. And this is the reason why I was saying that even Joe Biden, despite being a fucking carcass that people now recognize is a carcass, still had a shot at defeating Donald Trump, albeit a shot that was increasingly getting worse and worse. Okay. As days went on, Joe Biden's chances of winning this re-election was getting harder and harder. Having said that, however, I think people forget how unimaginably unpopular Donald Trump is. I don't think he's unpopular. Brother, you are wrong. Okay? You are fucking wrong. I'll say it like this. Okay? 2016 Donald Trump was new. He was fresh. People were like, ooh, this is a guy. I really hate the fucking system. I'll blow up this goddamn system. 2020 Donald Trump lost after 4 years of being president. Okay? At that point, he was no longer an unknown entity. Everybody knew him. His popularity stayed solidly at that 30% base of support. That support is an absolute must if you want to win the Republican Party's primaries. But the Republican Party itself recognized how fucking polarizing and unpopular Donald Trump was. Okay? I live in Butler. Uh-oh. Yeah. He might be popular in Butler, but guess what? Butler County, Pennsylvania is 14,000 people. Okay? He is not fucking popular in populated areas. Like, that's a predicament. You know what I mean? When we're talking about Pennsylvania, like, yeah, sure, the countryside surrounds the cities, but, you know, we're not doing a Maoist peasant revolution or some shit, okay? We're doing an election. And in a Democratic election, you got to be popular in the cities, too, if you want to win the state. You feel me? 200K people, actually. I thought Butler was tiny. Turns out he wasn't popular enough in Butler. There was at least one guy. He won in 2016, which disproves that. Brother, Donald Trump in 2016, like I said, was an anti-establishment candidate. He had not actually shown what he would be like if he was the president. Okay? Now, as far as the anti-immigrant sentiment goes, I was right, and that chatter who randomly said there's 200,000 people in Butler was wrong. City of Butler is around 13K. Also, Donald Trump still lost the popular vote, so there is that reality as well. Okay? I had lunch with some coworkers, blue-collar jobs, Southwest Ohio. Most of them laughed when another made a joke about Trump getting shot. Yeah, there was one guy who didn't like Donald Trump in Butler, okay? On that day, there was one fucking dude who was really not on board with Donald Trump, okay? His name, Thomas Matthew Crooks. Turns out he wasn't really on board with Joe Biden either. Donald Trump happened to be in distance, in the appropriate distance for him, all things considered. Anyway, yeah, Trump losing his incumbency advantage should be evidence enough. Yes. Like, Donald Trump is not a fucking popular person. He's a very polarizing candidate, and he's also a very unpopular candidate. Okay? He is perhaps one of the best candidates that the Democratic Party at this stage could run against. And the Republican Party recognized that reality, which is why they tried to get him out. But one thing that I forgot to mention, and I keep saying I was going to talk about this, and I keep forgetting because I get sidetracked over and over again. The one thing that I keep forgetting is immigration. The pro-immigration sentiment is untested. What the Democrats need to do is actively be like, oh, you want to fucking... Right now, there's a 60% approval rating for deporting every single migrant living on U.S. soil. Okay? That is insane. And I don't think people understand how fucking scary that is. But the reason for that is because this narrative is uncontested. Okay? That's Pew Center research studies conducted on the matter. Okay? That is uncontested. What do I mean by this? Not a single fucking person on the Democratic ticket has turned around and said, how do you suppose we do this? Okay? How do you suppose we do that? Walk them through the steps. The American population objectively hated when Donald Trump used family separation as a deterrence policy. Because at the end of the day, even a fucking Nazi doesn't want to be called a Nazi. Even a Klans member does not want to be called a racist. Okay? When push comes to shove and you start imagining what that policy would look like in real life, you will cause genuine distaste in the broader population for mass deportation. These fucking freaks had mass deportation signs at the RNC, and that is on the Democrats. Make no mistake, that is entirely on the Democratic Party, because these fucking cowards have not for even one moment turned around and went, mass deportation? Excuse me, how will we do that? Do you want to build camps? Do you want to start door knocking? Do you want to send in BORTAC units to every fucking Hispanic community and do dragnets and then process them through the criminal justice system and put them inside of camps where you concentrate certain subsects of the population? Because that sounds a lot like fucking Nazi Germany to me, because it is. Because that is exactly what it is. And the problem is the Democrats did not fucking do that. Instead, they literally rolled around and showed their belly like the fucking cowards that they are. That needs to change yesterday, okay? You need to make Republicans understand what they are voting for. Because the last time the Democrats refused to do that, abortion rights were taken away. Reproductive rights were taken away. And now the Republicans are suffering as a consequence of that, by the way, and they deserve it. But they're suffering politically as a consequence of fully following through on their insanely restrictive, insanely cruel agenda. Every blonde, blue-eyed woman in Texas or in Ohio or in any number of red states that will have complications as a consequence of not being able to abort their ectopic pregnancy is on them. And Americans know that. But it shouldn't get to that point. It should not get to the point where the Republicans actually do follow through on their agenda. And then everybody goes, oh my God, who would have thought that it would be so fucking cruel and so unusual? The Democrats cannot cower and wait for the Republicans to build the concentration camps and to start doing mass deportation until they turn around and go, see, we told you this was really bad. Especially when they themselves are the ones who are now actively pushing a right-wing immigration agenda. Okay? I think that is an even greater misstep than actively participating in the ongoing genocide in Gaza from an election standpoint. I'm not talking about the morality of it. I'm simply talking about in terms of winning this election, in terms of winning this re-election. That is a bigger mistake than even the Gaza thing. Okay? Why'd you guys ban this guy? And no, I do want that. They don't belong in our country, idiot. You're racist. I unbanned this person because he's brilliant and I want to hear more from them. They're calling me a racist because I said that, you know, he like demanding concentration camps for tens of millions of people that currently live in the United States of America is crazy. Do you understand where I'm coming from? I hope it's not just you who understands where I'm coming from. I hope that the Democratic Party heeds this warning as well. This is one of your greatest takes because it applies to so many Dem shortcomings. Thank you, beautiful makeup man. I know I have fucking eyeliner on right now because I was at a shoot and I couldn't take it off as best as I wanted to. As a nonpartisan having to choose who to vote for, my vote will be for Trump. Okay, nice. Yeah, I'm out here looking like JD Vance. I had the fucking ear thing to look like Donald Trump. Now I have the eyeliner to look like JD Vance. I'm hitting both. Defend our borders from what exactly? From the continuously record-breaking amounts of illegal immigrants pouring over the border? Are you being serious? Are you being serious? Can you tell me what the problem is with undocumented migrants coming across the border to seek asylum legally? Is there a thing you can point to with the exception of like one or two high-profile crimes that have happened? Because consistently, undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. Okay? Because if you can point to like actual harm being conducted directly in the hands of these undocumented migrants, you know, maybe we can have a conversation on those boundaries. Because right now you're just saying, I kind of just don't like it on vibes alone. Human trafficking by cartels, drugs, terrorists, great. Human trafficking by cartels is entirely a consequence of the border policies being ruthless and incredibly restrictive. If there is a legal pathway to actually coming into the United States and getting processed adequately and in a swift manner, then there is no human trafficking. You've eliminated that. Drugs, that's another good point. According to the Department of Homeland Security, more than 90% of the drugs that are coming over the border, that are coming into the United States of America, come from routine points of entry. This means that they're not actually coming over the border with regular, like, Guatemalan abuelas sneaking the fucking metric tons of fentanyl, but instead they're coming with American citizens that actually have American citizenship and have American cars with American license plates that go down to Mexico and get their cars chopped up and have fentanyl packaged inside of their cars. Because at the end of the day, if you wanted to ship in metric tons of fentanyl or cocaine into this nation, into this beautiful nation, you probably wouldn't be able to get away with doing that by shoving it under the belly and in the pockets of a bunch of migrants, right? Because they have a tendency to scatter. It's very hard to keep track of. Think about it a little bit and you will recognize it, even if you don't believe the empirical evidence shown by the Department of Homeland Security, which you might think is like captured by woke. So, immigration and border security are separate issues. Conflating them is a mistake. My friend, you are first of all, immigration and border security are separate issues. No, they are the same. And you are the one who is conflating immigration and border security. Open border is deeply unpopular with the majority of Americans. There is no such thing as an open border in the way that you understand an open border, okay? Simply processing people that are coming into this country in an expedient manner does not mean open borders. It means there's better control. There's better mechanisms of control in terms of who comes in to this fucking country, okay? At the end of the day, we have open borders among states, and your dumbass can travel from one state to the next, okay? And if you want to actually have some level of control, then you're not disagreeing with me. I'm simply stating that there are a lot of people who want to come here, many of which have legal claims that they can make for asylum, and I agree with that. And I think that there is enough space for them here as well. There's enough wealth for them here as well. There's enough work for them here as well. And therefore, they should be processed. They should have the proper documentation. They should be able to work alongside the rest of the documented workforce so that they are not a depressive force on the wages of documented U.S. workers. The two-tier immigration system only presents a untapped resource, a resource that's constantly replenishing in the form of undocumented labor because there's a two-tier labor structure. These business owners are cleaning out your fucking pockets by using hyper-exploited undocumented labor against you, okay? The actual solution to that is not to magically try and stop every single person from coming into this country, but is instead to document them, allow them to participate in the labor force alongside the rest of the documented labor force, and get them to unionize alongside everybody else. And then you can have every worker advocate for better wages. Now, having said that, you are the one who made this conflation first and foremost. You said immigration and border security are separate issues. Conflating them is a mistake, but you also fucking simultaneously said drugs and terrorists. By the way, the last smoke I have is for the terrorism. Okay? Let me get to that part as well, and then we'll get back down to it. 90% of domestic terror that occurs on U.S. soil does not happen with foreign-born terrorism. Okay? It's not foreign-born or migrants that are doing terror. It's actually homegrown white supremacists. Far-right anti-government extremists comprise the overwhelming majority of domestic terror incidents post 9/11 and even pre 9/11. 9/11 is actually a unique phenomenon in and of itself. Okay? So that's very important for you to understand. I mean, there was an instance that could be declared an act of terror, and that was a fucking Republican, a registered Republican. But of course, that doesn't register as terrorism in your mind. If he was Muslim, however, willing to bet that you would have said that's an act of terror. So there's that. Okay. Now you're chirping about some other shit. You've moved the goalposts to open borders, deeply unpopular, which I already described. It's not about open borders at all. It's about simply having better processing in a more expedient manner to ensure the safety and security of all parties involved. Then you said, that's great. Then let's have a secure border so we can process the legit asylum seekers and get immigrants that will benefit our economy. Dems have been horrible about this the last 3 years and will lose because of it. Well, that's wonderful that you are in agreement with me. I like that it took us like 5 minutes, but now you are, now you're coming to terms with what I was saying. That's great. Cool. Okay. I am not against you on that front. I do think that the Democrats have been horrible on that front. See, imagine if the Democratic Party had the willingness to be able to communicate this instead of fucking waiting for 4 years of Republican framing on the matter with like hysterical posturing, getting increasingly more nutty. Again, I repeat myself, Donald J. Trump keeps saying immigrants are killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. This is an abject lie. Okay, this is a lie. Can you imagine a world where it's like COVID? You know what I mean? You would, if that was the case, you would have at least like one immediate relative or someone that you know that has been murdered by an undocumented immigrant. Okay, except COVID is fake. You know, unlike the migrant crimes, which is real. He never said that. You're tripping me. You're trupping me, guy, sir. He has said that numerous times. He said that at the RNC speech as well. He has literally said that. And it's additionally ironic that he's saying that at a time when crime is actually lower than it was. According to trends, it is readjusted back to the fucking downtrend of crime going down year over year. Crime was also another unique hysteria that the Democratic Party capitulated on. That was a massive misstep. I don't know why we allow right-wing charlatans to dominate the conversation in this fucking country, but that's because the Democratic Party are feckless cowards in general. Yeah. So yeah. Problem is that the flooding of migrants to cities is associated with Dems when it's the Republicans who did it. The problem is the flooding of migrants is simply an issue because there is not good enough leadership to deal with it. There is no flooding of migrants. Migrants come. Migrants should have the capacity to come and go if they want to, and they should be documented and processed so they can participate in the labor force. But because our leadership on the Democratic front, this is why I said this is a massive Democratic failure, because our leadership on the Democratic front are feckless cowards that don't want to do anything ever. God forbid they disrupt something, okay? Anything, until it's far too late, and then they can posture against it with I told you so's and finger wagging. God forbid they were actually taking the initiative and moving in a positive direction. But what they should have done from the jump, from the start, was to immediately prosecute Greg Abbott and immediately prosecute Ron DeSantis for the crimes of human trafficking. What they did was completely and utterly unacceptable. If we were a serious country, that didn't care about political posturing, theater, and playing with hundreds of thousands of people's lives as though they are mere pawns in a culture war narrative and a panic that you want to set, those governors would be communicating with one another. If Texas genuinely did not have enough bandwidth to process all of these migrants, they would be going to the federal government and going, hey, we don't have enough bandwidth. Can we get a little bit more resources for this? Okay. And the federal government would say yes. Or they would say, no, we don't have enough resources for this either. Why don't you send this number of migrants over to another state that can handle it? Okay. We're a goddamn nation. We're not fucking 50 idiots running around with their own fucking agendas. We're supposed to be a fucking country. Okay. If the goddamn Eurocucks can do it when they've been fighting one another, even though they're inbred as shit and have literally been fucking each other's cousins for hundreds of goddamn years, if they can fucking do it, how the fuck can't we do it? It's supposed to be a country, man. We're a country. What are we doing? What the Biden administration should have done is immediately dump a shit ton of federal resources into states like New York and the states like Illinois that the migrants were being unjustifiably shipped off to. The major problem there was that the red states that were literally trafficking these migrants, engaging in like interstate trafficking, which is illegal, by the way, and should be prosecuted, what they were doing was completely unacceptable. What the Biden administration didn't do, okay, what the Biden administration didn't do was give additional resources to these places, to these states, okay, to these cities, and also demand better transparency and better communication between the states that were engaging in this trafficking scheme, okay? They could have done that. They could have been like, okay, you're sending all these migrants over here. You have to communicate that ahead of time. You can't just like dump people, hundreds of thousands of people into a different state for political posturing, okay? But now that you've done this, we're going to help process them and help document them. Some states did do that. I believe it was Colorado, as a matter of fact, that did do that. That basically had like an open policy to try and actively, I think it was Colorado, that tried and actively wanted to document them and give them proper processing so they can actually participate in the labor force. Hundreds of thousands. I thought it was like a busload. You pull in a Trump? No, there were like 80,000 migrants total that were shipped into New York, and another 80,000, I think, to Illinois. Like, it was the number of migrants that were like flown. It wasn't busloads. They started flying them out. Yeah. 40,000 to Colorado. Like, it was crazy. Problem is, they also did that without giving a prior go-ahead to those states. Okay? And it's additionally ironic because, like, it's not like Texas doesn't need the labor. It's not like Texas doesn't need the fucking extra hand. Okay? They do. And it's not like Texas doesn't have space for them. What are we fucking talking about? Anyway, that's why I always stressed one thing. You know, there's another fucking border state out there, California. Why do you not see Gavin Newsom complaining about the inflow of migrants? Okay? Even though he did also change his narrative a little bit because he had to respond and be a dick rider for Joe Biden, which I thought was gross. Why is it that Gavin Newsom doesn't fucking complain about the flow of migrants coming into fucking California? You know what I mean? What's up? Is it that just like it's only a problem for red states? Is that what it is? Or is it just simply political posturing? It's the second thing. It's not the first thing. Okay? This nation is one, in the most positive terms, if I'm not going to talk about like white supremacy, indigenous genocide, slavery, the maintenance and continuation of white supremacist slavery, this is a nation that is comprised of immigrants. Okay? That's it. And the new crop of immigration coming from Latin American, South American countries has kept our population relatively young. As America develops, less and less people have children. Okay? Legal ones? You are fucking delusional. What do you mean legal ones? You think your inbred, hick, Angloid grandpappy actually came here legally? The difference between legal immigration and illegal immigration is paperwork, you dumb fuck. You just mean white. Your fucking Klansman grandparents also came here, and the difference was they were fucking processed. How dare you? You chinless, inbred hicks coming in here being like, my grandpappy came here under just means. Okay, you don't understand, brother. Yeah, okay. There's a little bit of sister fucking going on, and they wanted to live La Vida Loca out here in America. Okay? The fuck out of here. You are a dirty, filthy mess, Hassan. I respect the fact that I'm not banned. I did not expect to have a voice here. My grandparents had paperwork and I'm 50. Oh my God, you're 50 years old? Go kiss your grandchildren. What the fuck are you doing chirping in my Twitch chat? Holy fuck, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a dirty, filthy mess, Hassan, and you need to take a bath. Come on, Grandma. It's bedtime for you. The fuck are you doing in a goddamn Twitch chat? Anyway, that last comment is racially charged, by the way, if you didn't know that. I mean, I do know that, but it's pretty funny. She's mad you made fun of her Gen X TikToks. Yeah, she came in here with that energy. She's like, you disrupted the Gen X. We're coming for you now. What are you going to do? Call Life Alert? The fuck are you going to do about it? Oh, man. You done did it. You pissed off. You activated Gen X. Gen Xers, rise up. You should perhaps reflect on why your fucking immediate relatives don't call you no more. It's this energy you bring to the table that they probably find disgusting. Calling fucking Turkish people filthy in Twitch chats. That's awesome. You gonna Gen Z me, bruh? Isn't that what does Eminem say? Someone trying to cancel Eminem? You gonna Gen Z me, bruh? Oh my God, the lead poison generation is out. They're chirping. Anyway, Westerners being anti-immigration will never not be funny to me. You have two main groups: the Europeans who stole the poor nation's resources and the Americans whose nation was founded on immigration. Both groups then bomb and destroy poorer countries and wonder why those countries have refugees showing up. Yeah, literally. Yes. Your take on why there's 60% support for deporting immigrants is very clever. Given the average voting base pairs what they hear, you need to have an alternative view to give them to choose. I don't think the viewers are realizing the nuance of your argument. Tip of the cap. No, that is what I'm saying. The narrative against mass deportation is untested. Even the narrative for mass deportation is untested. Absolutely zero fucking Democrats have been like, how are we going to do mass deportation? You know, no one is asking that question. Walk Republicans through the steps of mass deportation and watch the rest of the country go, okay, maybe that's a little bit too far. But it's not like the media is going to do that on their own because they're fucking cowards too. The Democrats need to demonstrate a little bit of leadership. They need to do something that's like, you know, good for them in terms of winning the election. Hey, Hassan, if you're unbiased, why don't you get invited to unbiased networks like MSNBC or Fox? Wait, what? I never said I'm unbiased. But this is a bait, right? This is a joke. He's saying unbiased networks like Fox and MSNBC, neither of which are unbiased. Yeah. Oh, the worst part about it, the craziest part is Texas is dumping a shitload of money into busing migrants to other parts of the country. And this was back in February. They've done worse since then. But back in February, the craziest part is it's Venezuelans for the most part. Okay? We gave Venezuelans temporary protective status. Okay? We offer them TPS because like they're escaping Maduro. They're anti-communists. They're supposed to be like this generation's Cubans, right? And now we're like, oh yeah, what the fuck? We're letting in brown people in here. Bro, what do you mean? Anyway, these hogs don't want to say we conquered the land and took it by force and it's ours now. So they say we came here legally. I mean, yeah. The thing is, people who aren't anti-immigration wouldn't vote for Trump anyway. They probably see not challenging anti-immigration as a way to appeal to that crowd that also don't like Trump. Yeah, that's stupid. My point is, I promise you, if you have like relatives that are in the margins, they're not like super MAGA, right? They're not like fucking straight up Hitlerian in their politics, right? If you talk to them and if you ask them what they think mass deportation means, if you make them think beyond the talking point, because right now they're simply repeating a talking point that they've heard that they think sounds good. Most people that you talk to about mass deportations and how that would look like and how that would work would have a post Roe v. Wade decision style attitude towards that kind of policy because it is objectively Hitlerian. Okay? Donald Trump is literally talking about, and I'm going to use a term here that is a slur, but that is what it was called. Donald Trump has referred to Operation Wetback on positive grounds. Time and time again. This was one of the largest anti-immigration mass deportation policies that the American government has ever used. Okay? In the aftermath of the Bracero program, 1.3 million South Americans were deported from this country. Okay? They were put into camps and then they were forcibly deported. Donald Trump has mentioned that over and over again as a positive thing. No, the term is a slur. Yeah, they also literally deported American citizens. Okay? Yeah, it was just a full-blown white supremacist piece of legislation. That is what Donald Trump wants to do. I don't think that if you were to, and this is not like talked about in American history. I don't think you learned about this in class. I doubt that you learned about this in class, right? Like this is unimaginably cruel. Okay? This is incredibly cruel. Yeah. Also, this is a good take. And we're so there. Edinger Mentum says, welcome back to 2022. I think watching Trump curb stomp a black woman will be even more satisfying than watching him commit elder abuse on a scale usually only possible by 300-pound Nigerian women. So I'm actually looking long forward to the Kamala Harris presidential campaign. You would never be able to put your face to this kind of sentiment in the real world. Okay? This is the type of racism that like racists would maybe shudder at. Okay? And the reason Edinger Mentum is saying welcome back to 2022 is because this is exactly what the Republicans did. This is exactly what they did. They thought because Twitter is like weird and very right-wing that like the rest of the world, the rest of America is like that. Okay? Especially when it comes to immigration. This isn't like trans issues. Okay? Everybody knows somebody that is either an immediate relative of an undocumented migrant or knows an undocumented migrant themselves. You live in the United States of America. There are more than 10 million, perhaps maybe even 20 million undocumented migrants that are living with us every day of the fucking week. We work with them. We talk to them. There's like, you don't see them as like subhuman. You only have this attitude online. This is why I say deep blue district Republicans are some of the most reactionary Nazis because they LARP. Okay? They LARP like they're groypers. It's the Ron DeSantis ride or diers, okay? They're like, oh yeah, look, this is a winning narrative. Okay? This is a winning narrative. It's like, no, it's not. You're fucking gross. Okay? You're gross. You're disgusting. You're a fucking loser and you're absolutely disgusting. And most voters that live in the fucking suburbs that do have a bunch of racist attitudes will see this and go, oh, ew, okay, that's a little weird. That's like nerdy shit. That's too nerdy for me. Okay? A lot of people know trans people at this point. No, that's your generation. That's generational. If you think a lot of people know trans people, then it's entirely related to where you live and what generation you're in. Yeah, they're doing birtherism. Like this type of shit is not going to get, this type of shit's not going to work. It's just not. We don't have to. She has citizenship issues. We good. Anyway, in the time that we started talking about, immigration and whatnot. Yeah, Trump says he'll round up millions of Latinos in mass detention camps as a part of Project 2025. Then it says it'll be larger than the 1950s military-style operation called Operation Wetback.
I take the oath. That is why, as soon as I take the oath of office, we will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of our country, even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower many years ago. He was a big deportation person.
Yeah, why don't you talk about the numbers? Why don't you talk about the name of the operation? He recognizes that ultimately, like I'm telling you, he's getting away with it because no one is calling into question what he's saying. Liberals are fucking asleep at the wheel. Well, maybe they're a little too chaotic right now because of up until this moment, they were too chaotic on the Biden front. They were like, is Biden going to drop out? Is Biden not going to drop out? That was like the major narrative, both in the media and also inside of the Democratic ranks. This has to be addressed immediately. It needs to be called into question. What the fuck are you saying? Liberals need to start campaigning yesterday, okay? Then watch what the fucking polling looks like. No, I do not believe that 60% of Americans are on board. Despite what the polling shows right now, I do not believe that 60% of Americans will be on board with mass deportation once they come to terms with what that looks like. Because when you describe to them what that looks like, okay, when you describe to them what that looks like, they're going to go, oh, that's not what he's advocating for. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's saying it. At a session around Harris's dining table last Saturday with 6 Democratic governors and their chiefs of staff, according to multiple people who were told, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer slammed away the president and the campaign had been talking about abortion rights. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker hammered Biden's response to the migrant crisis and insisted they need to quickly get much more aggressive about attacking Republicans and Trump for tanking the bipartisan immigration bill. I don't agree with this. That's bad instincts. Maryland Governor Wes Moore complained that the campaign has been failing to get through the voters under 35 years old. Most in the room had dealt with Trump during their own first terms. Most had beaten Trump-inspired Republicans at their 2022 races. What they're seeing in the Biden campaign, they told Harris, does not look like a path to victory, and they were eager to see changes. Okay, said Harris after listening to an hour of deconstruction. What do you think should be done? I do fear that they're going to still stay on the right-wing immigration slant, and that's not good. The solution to Donald Trump saying he's going to do mass deportations is not to say, oh, we just want to like do some apprehensions. Okay? The solution is to bring the American public back to reality on immigration. Okay? If they don't fix that, they will lose. I'm serious. And I don't know if they will. I feel like Kamala's mostly going to focus on abortion. That's not necessarily a bad thing either. But immigration is in some ways one of the largest, most consequential policy agenda items for both parties. The Republicans know that that's their strong suit. That's their strong suit specifically because the Democrats have done an abhorrent job at combating it, and they haven't combated it at all. They've basically turned around and caved on the framing. A narrative that is utterly hysterical. It's just completely made up. I cannot stress this enough. The notion that undocumented migrants are doing crimes, or that the notion that undocumented migrants are responsible for like the American economy tanking, is an abject lie. The truth is the exact opposite. Immigrants, undocumented immigrants pay into Social Security and pay into taxes, and they take significantly less from the social safety nets that are already, you know, rather diminished to begin with. Okay? They also commit less crime per capita than documented. Illegals aren't doing crimes. Hassan Abilal. Dude, I'm sorry. I don't know how to describe the reality to you. I know that you've heard something from your dad and you're repeating it, and then you heard it on television and you heard it on like fucking right-wing outlets. But what I'm telling you is the truth. Okay? Do you care about the truth, or do you care about, you know, leaning into your hug box and assuming that the way you see the world is the correct way to see the world? Okay? So much for being a leftist. I mean, there are tons of news stories about people getting killed and raped by illegals. Yes, you dumb fuck. That's how hysteria sets in. Ultimately, when you look at the broader picture, I'm not saying that undocumented immigrants have never done a fucking crime, dumbass. Of course. Of course, undocumented immigrants have done crimes. Okay? What are you, stupid? They're human beings at the end of the day. Some are good, some are bad. Don't be fucking stupid. But what you have to look at is, if this segment of the population is genuinely like so focused on being criminals, then the data would reflect that. Okay? We'd see, alongside this massive immigration coming into the country, right? Because Donald Trump is saying like millions of immigrants are fucking running over the border. They're invading America. So what do they have to show for it? He's saying that they're fucking criminals. Okay? They're all criminals. They're all coming in from asylum. They're all coming in from insane asylums. They're all coming in from fucking prisons. They're invading the country. They're military-aged men. And yet, that doesn't reflect in the fucking crime. How does that happen? Okay? How many Americans killed by illegals is too many? I don't know. But as long as they're fucking killing less than natural-born U.S. citizens at a less fucking per capita density than natural-born U.S. citizens, you can't make the argument that they're responsible for crime. They're responsible for crime more so than natural-born U.S. citizens. Unless your argument is, it's okay when Americans are raping and pillaging and killing and murdering one another. It's just not okay when it's an illegal doing it. Okay? So stopping one group of crime isn't worth it? That's not how you stop crime, dumbass. Men are responsible for like 90% of violent crime. Do we ever make an advocacy to fucking neuter men, to kill men across the board? We could only tackle crime by just killing men? No, of course not, because that would be fucking stupid. It would not stop crime. That is not how this works. Also, crime is down. Immigrants are taking our jobs. Those jobs, criminal jobs. They're taking our crime. I don't understand why it's so hard for people to think critically and not look beyond hysteria, because hysteria and panic is like comforting. Most of this kind of attitude does come from racism. Okay? It comes from white supremacy. You're like a little scared. You're like, oh man, I don't know about these guys. They don't speak the language. I'm scared of them. They eat unique foods. They got salsa hips. They're dancing. They're going to fuck my wife, you know? And then they just move on from that. That's where the real fear and the panic is coming from. This is just seasoning on top of it from people who are terrified of seasoning in general. Like that literally is it. This is just a way to basically add additional reasoning to why they are so fearful. Okay? Do you get it? Because you can't just be like, yeah, I think Mexicans are inferior to white people, and that's why they should be mass deported. They can't say that. So they say, oh, there's actually a real reason, a valid reason why I'm afraid of Mexicans. And that's because they're rapists and drug dealers and murderers. And it's like, that's still very racist to say, but the more Trump says it and the more Democrats don't fight against that kind of sentiment and call it out for what it is exactly, the more that narrative becomes the norm. And then you have to deal with a bunch of people who are just straight up hallucinating a false reality. Wrong. Where does the money come from to take care of illegal immigrants, regardless of their country of origin? What do you think is happening with illegal immigrants? Like, do you think that they're just... Like, do you think that they have no way to take care of themselves? Like, they're not human beings? Like, the idea that they're like a burden on our fucking social safety nets is so funny, because one, we don't even have real fucking social safety nets in this goddamn country. Two, it is not accurate at all. They can't take advantage of any of the fucking programs. Like, what are they taking handouts or are they taking the jobs? Which one is it? They're doing both. They're also criminals. They're actually invading. Do you understand? None of this actually makes sense when you like examine it a little bit. And you realize, oh, I'm just throwing darts at a fucking board to see what sticks, because it's not driven through critical thinking. It's not driven by logic. It's just driven by pure panic. Immigrants are both taking our jobs, but they're also taking handouts and stealing our resources. They're also stealing all the crime and all the criminals' jobs by doing crimes, even though it seems like they're doing less crime per capita than natural-born citizens, as this fucking woke libtard is telling me. And also simultaneously, crime is down, even though immigration is up. So which one is it? We know when they're going. It's been documented independently. They're shipped on buses. People are organizing this stuff. It costs money. I don't care where people come from. There's just a right way to do it, and you know that. I have love for everybody. No, you're just a pussy, dude. I hate you. I hate this narrative. You're just such a fucking pussy. Oh, I have love for everybody. Just do it right. Do you understand how fucking difficult it is to even get a green card from one of these like unfavorable nations? Get the fuck out of here. Just say it with your goddamn chest. Okay? Either stop being a fucking pussy, okay, and say it with your chest, or don't fucking live in this delusional space where you're like, oh, I love people, but also fuck Mexicans, okay? The fuck do you mean? This shit sucks so much. It's like, oh, I'm objectively, I'm on the right side of this, I promise. Like, my heart is in the right place, but I also want to deport 20 million people and put them in fucking concentration camps. That's fucked up to pretend people like that. People, okay, you're either a pussy or a dumbass. Which one is it? You have to pick one because there's no other option in this circumstance. Do you understand? Which is it? Are you a pussy or are you a dumbass? Are you a dumbass that thinks like immigration is actually a super uncomplicated process and that's the and these guys are still coming in through this like insane route because they just want to invade America? Or are you a pussy who thinks they want to invade America but doesn't want to say it like that? So now you have to posture like you actually have some kindness in your fucking heart. What are you talking about, dude? We know where they're going. It's been documented independently. They're shipped on buses. People are organizing this stuff. It costs money. I don't care where people come from. There's just a right way to do that. Brother, I don't have to fucking narratively dance around the way that you're saying fuck Mexicans without saying fuck Mexicans. It's like being like black people are this or that. They have a bad culture. That's equivalent to saying the fucking N-word, but you're not directly saying it. You're just taking the long way home. That's the point. You're failing to comprehend, okay? Do you think immigrants, most of them coming from Latin America, have a genuine interest in bettering their fucking lives and participating in the American workforce, or do you think they're invading the country? Answer that question. Answer my question. Do you think they are monolithic? Are they a monolithic force that is coming into the country because they have while they have no other options and they just simply want a better future for themselves and their children? Or do you think, personally, that they are a monolithic force that's coming into the country because they want to do some fuck shit? They want to do crimes. Which is it? I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm asking you a question so you can actually say the words from your mouth. Answer my question. Go based off what people are saying, not the narrative. Dude, okay, listen, dumb fuck. I'm asking you a direct question. Do you think asylum seekers are coming into this country as economic migrants or those fleeing crime or those fleeing instability at home, okay, and simply want a better life for themselves just like you do with the same exact purpose? Or do you think they're a monolithic force invading the country? I'm asking you the question. You can answer it because you said, why don't they just come in legally? Yeah, dumbass, I want the legal pathways to be open. I want there to be a humane and just legal processing system. We do not currently have that, okay? The reason why people actually fucking, take this tumultuous journey that is oftentimes deadly for them is because they have no other options. I think they're probably coming from a reasonable place most of the time, honestly. Good. That's a good starting point. Okay. But there's due process. Shut up. I'm advocating to change the process. So while I'm advocating to change the process, if you say, oh, well, they're still jumping the line, then it doesn't matter. We're not having the same conversation. I'm talking about the current process, okay? We're talking about the actual motivations. You're the one who's immediately going into the rules. You're like, oh, but they're breaking the rule. Do you think if someone is fleeing their own home nation, leaving behind their friends, go to a nation that they don't speak the language well in, do you think that they're fucking doing that? Do you think that they're doing that and that process should be eased and that those people should be processed in an expedient manner. Okay? Good. Then you're not on board with mass deportation. And you should stop fucking advocating for this dumbass shit where you're like, they're shipped on buses. It costs money. I don't care where people come from. There's just a right way to do it. Okay? At least you're not a demon. See, there you go. That's the point I was making. Most people, when you fucking describe to them the actual conditions of where these people are coming from, are not going to posture like Hitlerian weirdos. Anyway, would you consider opening up more immigration and pathway to citizenship for those that are here than increasing border security? I'm in favor of improving processing and integration measures for everyone that comes to the United States of America, and also giving them an allowance to go back and forth if they want to. That's number one. Number two, I am, of course, in favor of full-blown amnesty to all undocumented migrants that have been living on the U.S. soil, especially those who have been living here for more than 5 years, 6 years. Okay? Streamline the process, hire more judges, hire more immigration processors, not just like fucking Customs and Border Patrol. So no borders, got it? That will work, genius? I know, dude. So here's what I don't understand. We live in the United States of America. You have no issue with the fucking border, having no border between North Dakota and South Dakota or whatever fucking state you're in. But God forbid, when it comes down to like actually going through a hard border, by the way, and making it so that people don't have to fucking illegally enter the country and therefore are entering legally every single time, okay? You're like, oh, that means no borders. Why do you hate American citizens? Okay, dude. I'm undocumented. I've been living in the U.S. since I was 2 years old. I'm 28 now. To expect me to leave the U.S. and live in a country I've never visited is the stupidest shit ever. I own a house, have a bachelor's, and work for a nonprofit. I'm more of an American than a lot of those right-wingers. And on top of that, you are an American with a subscription to the Hotline Live broadcast, so you don't even see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Meanwhile, many of the fucking hog chirpers in here that somehow magically think they're more American than you, who will probably be jealous that you also have a house and probably want to deport you more now, will also see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the fucking hour. That's the other thing. Many of these dumb fuck reactionaries just crawled out of their mother's pussy. That's all they did, okay? They didn't do shit else. These people came here, okay? They fought way harder than you ever have to be American. If anything, they deserve it more than you, okay? I'm in favor of deporting natural-born U.S. citizens that are Republican and reactionary instead of the undocumented migrants that have been fucking busting their goddamn asses. The fuck have you done? All you do is chirp. All you do is fucking complain that you saw like a Mexican person. That's all you do. You're like afraid of your own shadow. You're weak, cowardly, fucking losers. It is the reactionary mind that sets back this country more than anything else. Okay? Seriously. And I'm sure there's some good people on the Republican side. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Remember when you said you wanted no border with a robust and productive system of regulations and infrastructure to correctly and quickly allow for legal immigration? Yes, that is what I'm advocating for. No, these guys think no border means like nothing, like no control over who comes in and out of like state-drawn borders. Okay? That's what they think. That's what I'm trying to, explain to people. That's not how it works. Thoughts on Jason the Wee Wee? I like him a lot. He's very funny. And I think people are very hard on him. I think he's actually a pretty solid player. He needs to have more confidence in his own ability. Obviously, he needs to train a little bit harder, but overall, I think he's got decent ball handling. And, if his shot gets a little bit better, he could be a pretty solid operative. Grow a little too. I mean, they can't do that. Your take on immigration is probably the reason why some leftists hate you. There's plenty of fucking things that I say that causes other leftists to hate me. I don't care. Anyway, Senator Trump advisor Jason Miller on NBC says the major liability for Kamala Harris is that she wants to ban plastic straws. The Republicans are completely lost right now. No, the Republicans will hammer on the fucking undocumented immigrants narrative and say Kamala Harris is the border czar and she's responsible for the immigration. It'll be a hard one for them to justify because they've already said that she was feckless and had no power and was goofy for the past 4 years, but they'll still try to reframe her as like a evil demon. But do you get what I mean? Their biggest problem is that with Kamala Harris, they only dunked on her for being goofy, silly, laughing weird, and ultimately being like a joke, right? For years and years they did that. And now they have to present her as like a scary person. I think that they're going to try to say she like fucked her way to the top. They're going to try to say that she's not a real American because she's black and Indian. And I think a lot of that stuff, especially the misogynistic stuff, if utilized correctly by Democrats, will recenter the conversation on an issue that's very weak for the Republicans. Republicans are the party that took away women's bodily autonomy. It will be a reminder for people in the margins, for the moderates, for the independents, and the like. So I think that that's, there's a very solid way to deflect away from that. The only issue that I see is that she's the border czar, right? They put her on the border, and look at the border. The border is terrifying. Now, obviously, border crossings have basically diminished at this stage. That panic narrative set in. The Biden administration postured in a very right-wing way. And now, even from a conservative standpoint, it's just like there's not really an issue. There was never really an issue when the border crossings were up anyway. But now you can't even claim that there's a lot of border crossings happening. So it's not a very strong, it's an issue that they're strong on. But the problem is it's built on a house of cards, right? It's a narrative that exclusively relies on the person receiving said narrative to be as hysterical. You have to be fucking hysterical. Like, you have to literally be fully tapped in to this idea that there are, like, ironically, we were joking about it earlier, 12 million Guatemalans currently attacking the Lincoln Memorial. You know what I mean? In any given moment. And so it's depending on how they reframe that conversation, they can get out of it. But it would require a clear and coherent narrative that casts aside all these fucking lies. And it would require the Democrats to go back on their right-wing attitudes on immigration. And this isn't simply for this election cycle. This is like a permanent election cycle process, because whenever Republicans feel like they're in a state of panic, they can always hit the immigrant parachute. Oh, all of a sudden there's caravans at the border. Look at all these Haitians that are crossing the border. You know what I mean? They always can do that. A conservative never made me feel like they were better than me. Just admit that she's an elitist. What? What does this have to do with anything? We're talking about policy, dumbass. She's an elitist. Donald Trump despises you. What did you mean by Republicans don't understand what mass deportation means? They don't think it clearly, okay? They don't think about what mass deportation of migrants means. As in, they only simply hear the narrative and they think, oh, it's good. Yeah, this seems great. If you walk them through step by step of what that means, okay? If you walk them through step by step of what that means giving more money to Customs and Border Patrol, training people, basically SWAT teams. BORTAC is the name, okay? Operating in an unconstitutional manner in what is known as what the ACLU calls constitution-free zones, okay? 100 miles inside every fucking American waterway, every American, I guess, airport. I'm not entirely sure about the airport, but every American border and waterway, the Customs and Border Patrol Special Weapons and Tactics Team, BORTAC, can basically fucking work in a way where there's no due process. If they suspect you of being a migrant, they can just come and apprehend you. So what they would have to do in order to do this mass deportation is basically in every major city, the constitution-free zones, by the way, is basically where 85% of the entire country lives, okay? So what this means is now you're going to have these fucking military men door knocking and doing dragnet operations. Dragnet is in like collective punishment, just like going into an area and just conducting a sweep door by door. Okay. Opening up all these doors, busting through and arresting everybody and processing them. We're talking about tens of millions of people. In order to process them expediently, you're going to have to put them in front of one judge, 200 people at a time, sometimes, in the same exact way that they operate in El Salvador, okay? You're going to have to do these sham trials where you put all these people and you're going to be like, oh, you're a suspected migrant. We're rounding you up. Then you're going to have to put them in these fucking shitty-ass camps, facilities, right? Concentrated segments of the population have to be concentrated at these facilities. We call those concentration camps throughout history, and we will call them concentration camps when the time has passed, okay? Then you try to, after you put them in these concentration camps, you're going to fucking deport them. You're going to deport them to whichever country that you wish to deport them to. Many of these people and their children have no association with their country of origin at this point. They've been living here for 10 years, 10 plus years. Okay? They've been working here. It's a massively costly operation. That is a massive burden on the American economy. And for what reason are we doing this? So that we can cripple our agricultural output? So that the cost of poultry is now tenfold? The real solution in this circumstance perhaps is the humane one. Okay? Because the process to get a green card is 20 plus years, so they lose their livelihood in a process that you're saying isn't practical. Yes. And I don't think most Republicans would be on board with that when you walk them through these steps. Okay? Wouldn't it be more effective to put them to work instead of deporting them? I mean, they are already at work. They're working. They're working every day.
Harder than the last 3 weeks the Biden campaign has been through. And so, for the people who kept their heads down and were doing the work in Wilmington, I know this is an incredibly emotional and difficult day, but I do think that President Biden will be remembered fondly for it. I do think it's an incredibly selfless thing that he did. And I think it's frankly rare in politics to see somebody, put their own self-interest aside and say, I don't think this is what's best for the country anymore. And I think he should get some credit for that.
AOC has endorsed Kamala Harris will be the next president of the United States. I pledge my full support to ensure her victory in November. Now more than ever, it's crucial that our party and our country swiftly unite to defeat Donald Trump and the threat to American democracy. Let's get to work. There you go.
For re-election, we're ready. I'm talking about Governor Newsom. I'm talking about Pete Buttigieg. I'm talking about Amy Klobuchar, and on. Gretchen Whitmer. And already Newsom and Buttigieg have endorsed Vice President Harris. To what degree do you think the party is just going to essentially coalesce around her, even though Senator Manchin is talking about re-registering as a Democrat and running? Do you think there's actually going to be a competition, as Pelosi and Obama want there to be an open competition?
Yeah, and I think it's unclear how much President Obama really wants there to be a fully robust open competition, or wants there to be some ability for everyone to have the chance to buy into the outcome. I think those are two different things. And to your question, Jake, to a great extent, I think this is quickly coalescing around her. It's not just the names of the people you said. The AFT, the Teachers Union, SEIU, you have Congressional Black Caucus, Congressional Hispanic Caucus, you have certain state delegations from South Carolina to Tennessee already. It's like each sort of faction and building block of the Democratic coalition is starting to emerge here, in addition to all the names you mentioned, and Roy Cooper and Josh Shapiro, I'll add to that, as well as potential people that were mentioned as somebody that could throw their hat into this ring, Mark Kelly, and they're backing her. And I think that is significant. Now, I'm not terribly surprised by it. In my conversations with people over the last 3 weeks, there has been the sense inside the Democratic National Committee and Democratic circles of people who...
Manchin is a joke. Anyone that takes this shit seriously is a fucking idiot, okay? Come on. Dude, listen, I tweeted about this earlier. I fucking despise this person, okay? I despise him. Lord forgive me. But goddamn, if I had the ear of a single fucking politician in a position of power, oh my God, the things I would do to Joe Manchin's family, you don't understand. Perfectly legal, mind you. I'm not saying anything illegal. One, immediately sick the IRS on him, okay? The entire family. Number one, just put them under a mountain of fucking paperwork. They have to, impossible for them to get out of it. They just action after action. Then I would investigate her daughter's interesting relationship with her father in terms of all of the wrongdoing there. Why is it that her big pharma executive daughter was raising the price of certain drugs that then were being sold to West Virginians, right? How did no regulatory body look at that at all? Okay, that's another thing I would look into. Why does his brother own a fucking massive coal mine? Okay, why does his brother own a massive? Oh, his wife. It wasn't his daughter. Sorry, his wife. Right? Was it his wife or was it his daughter? I thought it was his daughter. His brother owns a massive coal mine. How come Joe Manchin is sitting on the energy committee? Like, what's up with that? I think it is his daughter. Anyway, like, I would look into his family's inappropriate dealings and the conflict of interest, okay? And the conflict of interest that is absolutely there. And this I would have done when he wasn't playing ball with Build Back Better. I wouldn't have waited for this moment to do that, okay? I would not have waited for this moment to do that. I would have done this the moment that he was like, oh yeah, you gave me this fucking sweetheart deal. Okay, you gave me this fucking sweetheart deal. You put me front and center on this bipartisan legislation, and then now you're fucking chirping. Now you're fucking chirping that you want certain amenities, you want certain things taken out. Okay, I'm going to prosecute your entire family. I'm going to put you under a mountain of fucking paperwork. I'm going to make your life a living hell. I'm going to take away your committee positions so you no longer can get any lobbying money. Okay? I'm going to take away your committee positions so you no longer have any power in the Democratic Party whatsoever. So now your fucking lobbying money is dried up because you don't have the capacity to fucking write legislation or be impactful in Congress. So what the fuck happened? Okay? You want that shit? You don't want that shit? You fucking play ball. You suck my fucking dick. You get on your goddamn knees and start sucking my cock before you get back on your fucking boathouse. Okay? By the way, nothing I just described to you is like inappropriate. Well, except for the cock sucking part. But like nothing I described to you is inappropriate. Everything I just mentioned is exactly what the Republicans would do to fucking pull rank. Okay? Democrats simply don't do that. Now they should. Now they should. Oh, you want to run for president? Good luck. There has not been a man who has fucked over the Democratic Party as hard as Joe Manchin has these past 4 fucking years. And we're still like letting him operate. He wants to sign back on as a Democrat simply so he can run for president and contest the fucking convention. I would put him in jail so fucking fast, dude. You don't understand. Like, every goddamn politician is compromised. Every single one of them is doing a whole bunch of fuck shit. From Nancy Pelosi to Joe Manchin to Kirsten Sinema, every single one of them. Use it. Hassan acting like an actual Stalinist? Yeah, I know. Making sure that politicians can no longer be above the law is basically Stalinist. What are you pro-Stalin? Because you're sounding a lot like you're pro-Stalin in this situation, because nothing I said is actually inappropriate. Everything is above board. What benefits do the Republicans see in deportations? Is it just for the lulz? You need to set up a reactionary sentiment. You need to set up a reactionary sentiment against immigration so that there's like enough appetite to continue having a 2-tier labor system in this country. Everybody fucking understands that business owners rely on undocumented migrant labor, specifically in the agriculture industry, specifically in the poultry industry. Okay? Meat packing facilities, chicken factories. All of these factories are comprised of mostly undocumented migrant labor. Okay? Most of the construction as well. Good call. So everybody understands that we need to enslave these people to basically be able to get them to do these things at like unimaginably low prices. Okay? But given America's history, it's like, oh, some people don't want to do that pussy shit. They're like, oh, enslaving an entire group of people because they're, coming from a different country. Well, that seems kind of not great. So let's create a system where they basically are desperate as fuck, okay? And they'll do the job without any sort of fucking work safety protections, with no legal recourse whatsoever, for unimaginably low wages. And we know that people are going to still keep coming into the country because we fucked over the rest of the planet. So they're going to still try to come here because we're reaping the benefits of that unequal exchange and the death and destruction that we continue to cause all around the world. Okay? So everybody knows migrants are going to keep flowing in. It's a perfect way to just recycle your workforce. And this is all above board. Like this is done pretty much in a legal way in this country. I've talked about the Purdue chicken factory, basically shipping undocumented laborers into Alabama facilities, building trailer parks for them, and then forcing them to go work for bottom of the barrel wages. And then when they dare to speak up against like the back pay that they are owed, or when they dare to speak up against like the sexual assaults that are happening by managers in their factory floor, they give a fucking phone call to the Department of Homeland Security and they say, hey, there's a shit ton of undocumented migrants in this facility. They call Customs and Border Patrol on their own facilities. They do a raid. The next day after the raid is done, they pay a meager fine, which is significantly less than the amount of profits that they're able to generate by using basically slave wage labor. And then they go back to step one. They go back to the same exact areas and they immediately get as many undocumented migrants as possible and put them in the same fucking trailer parks, only to have them work in the same fucking factory a week later. This is how the American agricultural production works. Okay? That's how it works. Make no fucking mistake. And the only way that you can have this, this immediate return, the only way that you can drive higher and higher fucking profits for these facilities is by maintaining an incredibly reactionary posture against the undocumented migrants. That's it. That's it. Are there any good journalists documenting this? Yeah. Just look up Purdue Chicken Factory undocumented labor. There's plenty of coverage on that one. And there's a million different examples of this. It's not just that, but that's the one I use all the time. We also have prison labor. That's another way to get, slavery by a different name, even though it's not even a different name. It's the same name. Here. Teen risked all to flee Guatemala. Her payoff, grueling job in U.S. chicken plant. That was from February 7th, 2022. YouGov America, snap polling data on Biden's decision to end his presidential campaign. 71% of Americans approved the decision and just 16% disapproved. That includes 70% of Democrats. More in the article, including views on Kamala Harris. There's less consensus over who should be the new Democratic presidential candidate, but 60% of Democrats, Joe Biden, is supporting Vice President Kamala Harris, while only 21% of Democrats support someone else. 19% are unsure. Latest Economist YouGov poll conducted July 13th to 16th found Trump leading Harris 44-39. That was slightly larger than Trump's lead against Biden of 43-41. Donald Trump polls slightly better against Kamala Harris than he does against Joe Biden. This is before Kamala Harris became the nominee. This is before Kamala Harris, hopefully, will start doing fucking campaign ads. This is before Kamala Harris will start running for president. So we'll see what happens. That's why I keep stressing the importance of like ensuring that that there is like clear, coherent messaging. What? Biden shot a video? This is not real.
Americans, I want to take a moment to address some of the hateful shit you've been talking about me. Many of you have said I am suffering from brain worms or that I have applesauce for brains. Well,
dude, if Biden had this level of mental faculties, he would literally not need to drop out. Like, if he was popping off like this, no one would be demanding he drop out. You know what I mean?
I won't mince words, so here it is. Fuck you. You're all a bunch of faggots. End of quote. Repeat the line. So enjoy President Cackles or President Booty Juice. I really don't give two fucks anymore. Biden out. My fellow Americans.
Down to the fucking F word, dude. Down to the F word. If he said those things, if he said that, he'd be winning every state. You know he would say it too. He's like the Pope. Both Catholic. Both Catholic. Both say the F word. Biden was showing a new internal polling and the numbers were grim. He was not just trailing in all 6 critical swing states, but collapsing in places like Virginia and New Mexico where Democrats had not planned on needing to spend massive resources to win. So one thing to remember is that Biden this was not a fucking coup d'etat. And the reason that Kamala Harris is like not even all that popular at this point is because of Biden. Make no mistake. Biden's selfishness and refusal to drop out of the fucking race until it was far too goddamn late is why the Democrats' starting point is still worse than it should be. So don't let any of these fucking Biden dead enders like turn around and try to chirp at you too. Saturday night decision that ended Biden's re-election campaign. Early Saturday, Biden told senior aides that it was full steam ahead for the campaign, but later that evening, he had changed his mind following a long discussion with his 2 closest aides. Steve Ricchetti, who had been with Biden since his days in the Senate, drove to see the president at his house on the Delaware shore on Friday. Mike Donilon arrived on Saturday. 2 men, both of whom had been by Biden's side during key decisions about whether to seek the presidency in 2016 and 2020, sat at a distance from the president, still testing positive for COVID. The funny is that he still has COVID. Elizabeth Warren is on CNN here. Let's see what Elizabeth Warren has to say.
5 million people have seen their student loan debt canceled, and going after junk fees and these giant corporations that are gouging people at the grocery store and at the gas pump. Biggest climate package in the history of the world, paid for by a 15% minimum corporate tax on these billionaire corporations. So he's got amazing accomplishments, truly transformative. But today is about what Joe Biden did. He gave America a lesson in patriotism. Donald Trump thinks that to be a leader, it's all about himself and preening in front of the cameras and everyone has to bow down to him. Joe Biden reminded us that true patriotism, true leadership is putting the people of the United States of America first. And that's what this president has done. I admire that.
You were quick to endorse Vice President Harris for the Democratic presidential nomination. We know she's been making calls all day, shoring up support among delegates and super delegates such as yourself. Have you spoken with her?
I don't talk about private conversations, but let me say this about Kamala. She is someone who is ready to step up, to bring our party together, to take on Donald Trump toe-to-toe, and to win in November. She's ready for that.
If she does end up at the top of the ticket, whom might you want her to consider as her running mate?
I actually want to hear this from the vice president herself. Let her figure out what she wants to sort through this, because Joe Biden treated Vice President Harris like a partner with real respect, someone that he had a working relationship.
Also, this is the type of shit that like liberals want to get behind too. Like, you can't make that about Joe Biden. Like saying Kamala Harris is brat. Like that's the kind of shit that also plays a role in the minds of like a lot of the youth and a lot of the people that don't like really give a shit about anything but vibes. Like I think that all of that like free media that you get, all of the momentum that you get from like having a candidate that's a little bit younger, like it changes the dynamic so much. I think it's a good thing. It'll take some time for the polls to like actually reflect. It's not going to be overnight, but I suspect and this is a very big if, I suspect if the Democratic Party can genuinely reshape the narrative around this election, position it as like, you know, women's reproductive rights were taken away. We're going to get that back. We're going to claw that shit back. We're going to continue with like bold progressive momentum. Donald Trump wants to do mass deportations of migrants. They're fucking crazy Nazi shit. Like, are you saying Kamala will actually get memed in the presidency? No. No. In a close race, everything matters though. And this isn't memeing. This is like celebrities backing candidates and stuff openly. I don't think that you would do that for Joe Biden until the very last moment. And maybe not even at all. Joe Biden, Joe Manchin can suck my dick.
Engaged in sexual assault. That former prosecutor, Kamala Harris, is going to be the right person to hold Donald Trump accountable. I think she's got it. She's ready to go. She can bring us together. She can take it to Donald Trump, and she can win.
She ran against you and President Biden for president in 2020. Her campaign did not make it very far. Yours lasted months longer than hers. Are you sure that she's ready for this challenge?
Look, she has been vice president for 3.5 years now. She's been on the front lines. She is now battle tested and ready to go. I don't have any doubts about Kamala Harris's ability to win. And more importantly, I don't have any doubts about Kamala Harris's abilities to govern as president of our United States of America.
Senator Elizabeth Warren from the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining.
Just after the Biden-Trump debate here on CNN last month, I had this exchange with Vice President Harris.
Yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish. And what became very clear through the course of the night is that Joe Biden is fighting on behalf of the American people, on substance, on policy, on performance. Joe
But
Biden is extraordinarily strong. And
But I'm sorry,
that
on
cannot
substance
be
and
debated.
policy and performance tonight, I mean, the president's performance tonight clearly was disappointing for his supporters. CNN is reporting Democratic lawmakers watching the debate were worried about the president's performance. One said it was a disaster. Another called it a train wreck. Those are Democrats especially worried that Biden did not punch back on Trump's lies.
Listen, people can debate on style points, but ultimately this election and who is the president of the United States has to be about substance. And the contrast is clear.
And we have certainly come very far since then. Joining me now, Abby Phillip, David Axelrod, Caitlin Collins, also Van Jones, Alyssa Farr-Griffin, and Jamal Simmons. David, you've been vocal that the President Biden needed to step aside and talk about this historic moment.
You know, Anderson, it was interesting. I was flying to New York, and I got a text saying he's out, and the letter was sent to me, and my first impulse was to feel profound sadness.
I think the tough prosecutor narrative doesn't really work because Trump isn't an innocent black man, pothead, or a single mother. Nah, Americans are dumb as fuck, dude. Like, Americans are stupid as fuck, bro. They see convict and they're like, nope, I'm writing him off. I'm telling you. That's precisely the reason why when everyone was like, no, dude, Donald Trump getting convicted is actually going to help his chances. I was like, no, it's not. Have you met a fucking American? Like, they literally are they immediately write you off as a human being. Okay? It's not even a joke. It's disgusting. It's gross. But in this situation, it's kind of beneficial for the Democratic Party, at least. Americans also, despite my greater attempts, love cops. Like, they fucking love cops. Oh my God. Policing as an institution is one of the most popular institutions in this fucking nation, even though they are literally the laziest, the absolute consistently worst at their fucking jobs. It is crazy. If fry chefs were as bad at their jobs as cops are on a regular fucking frequency, we would be arresting them. There would not be a McDonald's left in the country. Okay? We would abolish the institution. Like, they're just, but having said all of that, despite their glaringly obvious inefficiencies and overall disinterest in conducting their jobs in a normal fucking way, like bare minimum shit, Americans love cops and they fucking hate criminals. Okay? They hate criminals. Like, they're just like, oh, you've done anything, you've done any crime, I can't look at you in the same way. They literally will be like, they literally will just be like, oh, dude, you're a single mother of 4 children and you stole a loaf of bread. You need the death penalty. That's the fucking energy that goddamn Americans, the goddamn Americans have. Once you are a convict, it takes a lot for you to redeem yourself in the eyes of the broader population. Nope, not except Donald Trump. We're not talking about the MAGA loyalists. They don't give a fuck. Donald Trump could film himself doing statutory, and American MAGA cult would still vote for him 100%. They'd be like, no, I do that too. I do that to my daughter's friends all the time, or I wish I could. He just got away with it. Okay? I'm telling you, Donald Trump and his fan base is one thing, but his fan base alone is not going to carry him across the fucking finish line. Okay? He needs moderates. He needs independents. He needs people that normally vote for the Republican Party to go out and vote for him. But unfortunately for him, they see him as too gross. Okay? He's gross as fuck. A lot of those people in the fucking margins, on the other hand, if you care about the legal process, Kamala was just granted all the 168 delegates unanimously from North Carolina, state number 2. Yeah. Odds are on a higher voter turnout? No shot. I do not believe that we will have a higher voter turnout this year than last election cycle. The last election cycle was a one-off. It was a COVID election. It was Mickey Mouse rings. Let's be real, dude. It was the bubble ring for Joe Brandon. Okay? We will not have those numbers ever again. It was the COVID ring. Straight up. It just doesn't count. No way. Because mostly, it wasn't just COVID, but it was also universal mail. Like, it was too easy for people to vote. Okay? It was far too easy. It was far too fucking easy for people to vote. And God damn it, our politicians hate that shit. Okay? They are not fans of that kind of thing. They're like, what? What do you mean? You mean to tell me that fucking poor people, brown people, black people can vote like that? No, we can't do that. Hassan confirms illegal voting and voter fraud. No, unless you mean like increasing voter turnout is just, you know, it's fucked up. Yeah.
Show running perspective, he's got to know he's got his back up against the wall, and they've got to do something to change the narrative.
Alyssa, I mean, how do you think it's impacting his campaign?
The reality is Trump world has been overconfident. I frankly think the selection of J.D. Vance signaled an overconfidence, not choosing somebody who'd bring in some independents and moderates, more of a doubling down. This is an X factor that, yes, they're ready for it in the case that she's a known quantity, but this short runway actually favors her. The one thing I would predict is this: I think this will get incredibly ugly. You have the issues of race, you have the issues of gender when you have Kamala Harris involved, and I could see a world in which they go way too far on some of those issues and can massively alienate moderate voters.
Something's happening out there. Energy. $30 million raised already for Act Blue. Joteka Eddy, one of the great African-American powerhouses behind the scene, her Win with Black Women Sunday call crashed today because so many people were trying to get on that call. There's also something happening on TikTok. Trump owned Twitter. I think Kamala Harris is going to own TikTok. Young people are remixing her dancing. They're remixing some of her moments that we have found like, oh, this is cringy. Young people love it. They're putting "They Not Like Us" under those TikTok memes. They're putting "Get Information." Something is happening in terms of energy, and I think that would scare the jeebers out of the Trump campaign. The Trump campaign is scared tonight because something is happening now outside their calculations, outside their control. This thing could go outside of the control of the campaign. There could be a real movement here.
It's always been the case that you had two, unpopular, essentially an incumbent and a quasi.
Worst thing Kamala Harris could do in this moment is try to do that Dark Brandon shit and like lean into the memes, by the way. No, just be your goofy damn self, okay? But also be a little bit more, be a little bit better with your messaging, and just like don't try to make it happen. Don't try to lean into the fucking memes, please. Just be you're goofy as hell on your own. I would say dial back the goofy a little bit. There'll still be some goofy shit, but just don't. Oh my God, I hope they don't try to fucking do that. I hope they don't try to lean into that shit. Please, 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 please. That would be devastating. All of that fucking free marketing gone overnight. Some dumbass right now in Kamala Harris's fucking campaign is already suggesting like, well, let's go out and, let's put coconut trees on the next stage that you go to. You know what I mean? It's like, don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Bad news for you. Vote Dark Brandon. They're definitely going to do that. Do you think she will adapt Biden's 100 days plan, rental cap, eliminate medical debt? I hope so. Because listen, longtime watchers know. I've said a couple things along this re-election. I've said a couple times that Biden, his message is good. He's just the fucking worst messenger. And like the elimination of medical debt and like rent caps, like rent control at the federal level, those are insanely good policies, like shit that I personally love. I just hated hearing it from him because people kind of hate him for good reason, They hate him. So, like, sticking to those policies is surefire. Biden embraced the left to hang on. Let's hope she doesn't back off now. Yeah, for sure. Remember when Bernie was speaking? Now that's a person who can articulate the points well. Yeah. Kamala Harris can articulate that well too, by the way. I have no doubt that she could do that too. It's just that, like, I don't know. I feel like she's not very battle tested. I am still very much concerned with how she will. Is Twitter now real life? No, it's less real life than it even was before, and it certainly wasn't real life before. Like this. Here, is Twitter real life? Let's take a look.
Good afternoon. I want to welcome these leaders for coming in to have this very important discussion about some of the most pressing issues of our time. I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I am a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit. And
like, that's disability accommodations, right? Wow, it's really fucked up. Can't believe she did that. Fucking owned. You know what I mean? This is a winning message, guys. Hey, banger one. RNC Research. What a banger. RNC Research. Thank you for the fucking banger, okay? No, that's going to move you across the finish line. You know what I mean? Like, let's be real, okay? I think the broad majority of Americans, there are people who are blind in the room. I know. The broad majority of Americans probably get annoyed when they see like trans activists chirp or disability activists chirp. But this is the other side of that equation. Okay? This is the other side of that equation. It's like, what's it to you, bro? Let people be fucking accommodating. Like, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? What a fucking loser. Like, really? This is your winning message? Hey guys, what's up? I'm a fucking dickhead and I just like, I suck shit. And and I personally think that it's awful to be like accommodating to people. Hell yeah, I'm a fucking playground bully. It's like, bro, you are a fucking dumbass, okay? You're just a bad guy. You have presented yourself as a bad person. I hope you are happy. Also, Lobi Gassan and Face Jason the Weed and Plaque Boy Mass Basketball 2v2 video is out. It's 18 minutes long. We might watch this after and reanalyze my game footage. Yeah, guys, Republicans went from saying Biden is old as shit to saying whatever this is. I think we have a really good shot here. No, that's what I said too earlier. Exactly. No, this is verbatim what I said earlier when I showed you James Lindsay's fucking take. Jason's community already made a dope emote of you. W-Unk. Oh, let's go. Damn. Good take on that video retweeted by Edgar Mentum. It's so sick that Republicans are going to lose because they can't stop bullying people for 5 minutes. Yeah, no, literally. They just, dude, I'm telling you right now, it's not fucking 2016, man. It's not. There was 4 years of this shit. There was fucking 4 years of this shit when Trump was president, and it didn't move the needle for people. People's lives didn't get better. Okay? No. It's so fun. It's awesome. Really simple. Under-discussed reason why Kamala Harris shouldn't be president. No children. And no, becoming a step-parent to older teenagers doesn't count. That's great. That's great. That's awesome. I love that shit. That was my clip earlier. Let's get in the post lab and get you moving like Jokic and inside and outside Unk. I saw. What is this? Please do this, Unk. What the fuck is this? Bro, come on, bro. You're gonna get me fucking banned. I didn't even see what that was. No answer to question on everyone's minds. No, Kamala Harris does not have a doctorate in foreign affairs. She's the...
is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically that's wrong.
Brilliant. Excuse me. All facts. Okay. All facts. No printer. I'm sorry. Can you point me to what's wrong with this statement? Talk your shit, Queen. It's illegal to be wrong. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that Republicans get mad when someone is, dumbing down statements for them to understand. Bro, this is so funny. Okay, this is literally like you're just trying to say when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about and you're just trying to say things that that are factually accurate. Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically that's wrong. True. Stephen Miller is melting down on Fox.
People, they had ballots. They filled out circles. They went to the voting booths. They spent money on advertising.
This is so funny because this argument, who are you making this argument to? To people who are Biden or bust? Is that who? I'm a Biden or buster. I'm an 85-year-old Democratic Party loyalist, okay? I voted for the Democratic Party in every primary, and I voted for the Democratic Party in every general election. I will never stop voting for the Democratic Party. And I also happen to watch Fox News, and I take this Stephen Miller guy who was Donald Trump's immigration czar, okay, very seriously. And I think this bald man, who is a literal Nazi, by the way, I take him very seriously. He's right. He's right. I am mad. I voted for Biden in the primary. Wait, you literally said you won't. What? You literally said you won't vote for Biden? Oh my God, people do. I'm making a joke, man. I'm not an 85-year-old lifelong Democratic Party voter, dumbass. I'm saying, in this scenario, you have to have, who's he talking to? Who's he talking to? He's talking to a hypothetical 85-year-old who's always voted for the Democratic Party, who's now like, well, I cast my ballot in the primaries for Joe Biden, and I'm really disappointed. I'm really disappointed. My expectations were that Joe Biden would be the president. I care about that sort of thing, and not voting for whoever the Democrat is.
And as President Trump said, the Republican Party spent tens of millions of dollars running against Joe Biden.
Oh, this part's really awesome. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. Are you out of money? Can you no longer avoid the ads at the top of the hour? Oh, did you waste all your purse on Joe Biden? Oh, man, that's so... He's like, I want a rerun. It's unfair. Why did they go ahead and change who the candidate is? That's so mad. I'm so mad. Now I have to sit through 3 minutes of ads at the Hassan Ivy broadcast. Yeah. In the words of Pokemon, if you're a broke boy, just say so, Stephen Miller. Okay? The 3-minute ad break comes for you, though. Unless you get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Thank you, Jacob Johns, for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. This is the only timeline where Republicans are unironically riding for Biden. I mean, this was pretty obvious. They were already like behind the scenes trying to lock him in. Democrats just canceled democracy. They threw out an entire primary and used donor extortion to do so, like a third world state. Yo, who is this for, brother? This only works for Bernie or busters. Like a person who actually deviates from the Democratic Party and like represents different interests. Even if you don't believe Bernie Sanders is genuine, which many people do, obviously, like Joe Biden is basically fucking, he has his roots in the Democratic Party. He's a calcified institutionalist. His replacement being made in the hands of the Democratic Party implies that all of his voters will unironically go and excitedly vote for whoever the fuck the replacement is. Like, this only works to drive a wedge between like people who really wanted Bernie Sanders or a type of person like Bernie Sanders who actually has like different policy prescriptions, like a different agenda. Okay? Did you say this only works for Bernie or busters? Yes. And even then it didn't work. But I'm just saying, like, the likelihood that someone votes not for whoever the Democratic Party's candidate is after they have voted for Joe Biden is even lower than the likelihood of Bernie voters that will not vote for whoever is the candidate. Major Biden donor John Morgan tells ABC News he won't fundraise for Harris if she's the nominee. Okay. Oh, no. I think they'll be all right. The only reason why the donor voices were significant in this process was because they were reflective of the broader population sentiment towards the Democratic presidential candidate, the likely candidate. They've raised like $50 million in a matter of hours since Biden dropped out. Okay? Yeah. I'm sure there'll be some naysayers. There's also some fucking dumbasses who are like, yeah, Joe Manchin would be great. We should put him in charge because you're the dumbest person on the planet. God, I hate Joe Manchin so much. Le Whimsical Coconut Lady has raised $5 million from AIPAC, by the way. Listen, Le Whimsical Coconut Lady, and like I said, I don't know what she's going to do in terms of Israel-Palestine, but it is pretty significant for her to have already stated that she was down for a ceasefire far before Joe Biden ever said it, when she was the vice president of Joe Biden. Okay? And there was no world where Joe Biden was fucking dropping out or anything. We'll see what happens. I'm not saying that like Kamala Harris is going to fucking deliver a free Palestine or some shit. I'm not saying that at all. Are psychos really trying to promote Manchin now? Nah, just Maddie Iglesias, who's allergic to having good takes. What?
People who are pushing for this to happen. It's kind of like when your grandpa, you got to take the keys, and everybody, you got to take his keys, you got to take his keys, you got to, and he's fighting and everybody's so frustrated, and then you finally get the keys back, and then you just cry, because this is somebody that you love, this is somebody that you care about, this is somebody who was there for you, this is somebody.
Dude, I don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, I have like an entirely selfish motivation here as well. Like, I despise him. I despise this fucking old freak. In spite of the fact that I am obviously brutally honest and will openly recognize when he does good things, going in and participating in a picket line as a seated president, like as a sitting president, is pretty historic. But ultimately, he's a fucking genocidal monster with a really bad track record in the 50 years that he was in American Congress. Like, when I say take the keys away from grandpa, I'm thinking about the motherfuckers on the road, okay? I'm not fucking shedding tears in this situation. Like, I'm thinking about the families that grandpa's gonna fucking run over. And this time, it's not even technically just a car. We're talking about, a nuclear submarine or 10. That's why I kept repeating during the Dianne Feinstein saga. If you trust this person to be a legislator, do you trust them behind the wheel? If you say yes, you have to let them drive. You have to let them drive, okay? And you have to sit in shotgun while they drive you around. No seatbelt. You have to raw dog that shit.
You wouldn't be here without him, and you have to take something from him. Now, this is not, look, this politics is politics, but this is a human moment for one of the great humans in America. This is a huge moment for him, for his family, for all of us who love him, for all of us who wanted him to get across the finish line. But if you're a young person watching this, this is leadership. This is patriotism. This is what it means to put the country first and put the party first.
Shut up. It took him fucking weeks to get here, okay? It took him fucking weeks to get here. Get out of here.
Put the cost first. When your arm gets tired, you let somebody else finish pitching the game. That's what Joe Biden has done, and he's done that for all of us. And so I just want to say, I don't know who's going to be the VP, the non-VP. I don't know anything about politics. I just know that I love this man. I care about this man. It was painful every day to sit up here and talk about him like he's just some problem for the party. Wait till we get to the convention. You're going to see people crying, standing, screaming, cheering. He may not get a chance to talk for 10 minutes. We finally get a chance to put our arm around this guy. He did the right thing for this country.
Bro, he literally, dude, he lodged that thing so far down his throat, he's got tears coming out of his eyes, okay? These are not tears of joy. These are not tears of sadness. These are tears that you involuntarily have when you're lodged it. When you lodged it and you can't breathe, it's lodged down your fucking, it is lodged so far down your throat, you can't breathe no more, okay? These are glazed tears. He's not even... I know I use the term, he's blowing bubbles on it quite a bit, but this is Van Ahegao Jones. Oh my God. Oh, yeah, he's going cross-eyed. Dude, that's crazy. Have some decency, man. Where's your sense of honor? Men used to go to war. What are you doing right now? That is an 800-year-old man on live television on CNN. You woke up this morning and you were like, I'm ready. I'm ready to do the deed. He's crying for Joe Biden. You're a fucking tool, Hassan. Go get run over by a tank in the West Bank or take a rubber bullet to the head. Sick, man. Hot Venezuelan women in my area. My bang mate is a migrant. Who do people think? Dude, these guys are so gross. There's just no, they're so fucking gross. Like, ain't nobody thinks you're cool, man, when you talk like this. You know that, right? Like, everyone thinks you're fucking gross, dude. It's so fucking weird. Is this real? It's not community noted? Yeah, it's real.
You did the right thing for this party. All of us are going to be in this situation someday, and I hope that we take a moment to honor this man and to love this man. I love Joe Biden. I appreciate what he's done, and a lot of people are heartbroken today. Even if it's the right thing, it's still just horrible.
Is it? Is it? Yeah. Are you Hunter Biden? Like, what's happening? Who's the only people that are devastated are like Jill Biden and Hunter Biden. Here's what Naomi Biden posted, by the way. Statement from Hunter Biden. For my entire life, I've looked at my dad in awe. How could he suffer so much heartache and yet give so much of whatever remained of his heart to others? Like, bro, chill, okay? He was a center-right Democrat for 50 years. He wrote the crime bill. Okay, he is responsible for so many black and brown men being locked up in prison permanently. Give me a fucking break. Which is ironic because he's also a massive advocate alongside Strom Thurmond, segregationist white supremacist Strom Thurmond, in the sentencing disparity for crack cocaine as opposed to just regular cocaine. Damn, they got fucking ethered off the platform, and this is their real account too. Maybe you shouldn't say some unhinged racist shit in the chat. Anyway, I'm probably late, but did you see AOC endorse Kamala? Remember that live stream law? AOC's a career is like the rest of them. No, I think AOC made her motivations very clear, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. Yeah, she just wants whoever the fucking Democrat is to win. She's a Democrat through and through. I don't think that she should have leaned on the Biden stuff that hard. I think that was a mistake. But overall, I don't think she was like, what careerist? She's a bad careerist if she is a careerist. Anyway, not only in the policies he passed, but the individual lives he's touched. Oh my God. Over a lifetime, I've witnessed him absorb the pain of countless everyday Americans who he's given his personal phone number to because he's old and he forgot that he shouldn't be doing that, because he wanted them to call him when they were hurting, when their last hopes were slipping through their hands. That unconditional love has been his North Star as president and as a parent. He is unique in public life today in that there's no distance between Joe Biden, the man, and Joe Biden, the public servant of the last 54 years. I'm so lucky every night I get to tell him I love him and to thank him. I ask all Americans to join me tonight in doing the same and demanding that Mr. President, my dad, pardons me before he leaves office. Why aren't you talking about all the Let's Go Brandon shirts that will now sit in Hogs closets? I mean, I have one. I wear it still. He's still the president for now, so I think people can still wear it. I'm gonna keep wearing it. My Let's Go Brandon shirt. Biden bows out. Late reversal. Le Pen's race for White House as president endorses Harris the lead ticket. That's it. So anyway, we were talking about Brandon and Hunter Biden, and as far as like Brandon's Zionist publications losing their minds after Biden's endorsement, what has Kamala Harris said about Israel? While it is unclear if other senior Democrats would challenge Harris, Israel could be bracing for a change in its U.S. ties. Oh man, oh baby. Don't threaten me with a fucking good time, dude. Don't do it. Don't do it. While it is United States Vice President Kamala Harris could be set to become the 47th U.S. president after Joe Biden. In his statement, Biden offers his full support and endorsement for Harris. While it is unclear whether other senior Democrats would challenge Harris for the party's nomination, Harris's rhetoric towards Israel, especially since October 7th of the war in Gaza, has towed the same line as President Biden. Harris has been more vocal in calling out the humanitarian catastrophe that has unfolded in Gaza through the 9-month war, saying in early March that people in Gaza are starving. Dude, it's like, it's amazing. It's amazing to see like people panic because they're like, well, she said that people in Gaza are starving, which is objectively true. Like, arguing that Palestinian suffering in Gaza must end through the increase of food shipments and a 6-week ceasefire coupled with a hostage deal. Bro, you're a villain, okay? Jerusalem Post. Whoever the fuck is writing this article is so villain coded, okay? You're literally just a villain. Like, this is not like a good person writing this article, okay? You cannot be a good person. I know I usually stay away from good-bad dynamics when talking about politics, right? Like, we're all product of our own material circumstances, our material conditions, but like, you are a bad guy. There is no other way to describe writing this, okay? Arguing that Palestinian suffering in Gaza must end through the increase of food shipments and a 6-week ceasefire coupled with the hostage deal, the vice president stated that the conditions are inhuman and our common humanity compels us to act. As U.S. President Joe Biden said, the U.S. is committed to get more life-saving assistance to innocent Palestinians in need urgently. Harris also called on Israel to do more to ensure delivery of aid, including the opening of additional land crossings into Gaza, adding that there can be no excuse in this regard. In April, Harris met with the families of American Israeli hostages held in Gaza. The vice president underscored that President Biden and she have no prior priority than uniting the hostages with their loved ones. Later in that same month, in a phone conversation with Isaac Herzog, Harris reassured him that the administration's commitment to Israel's security, including international efforts to ensure Israel can defend itself against Iran and its proxies. Kamala on two-state solution. Short answer is yes. Not good. Not good, folks. Speaking at the Munich Security Conference back in February, firmly call for a two-state solution to answer to Israeli and Palestinian peace and security on the global stage. Well, you know, the ICJ had a decision on that recently, Jerusalem Post. Just something to consider. The ICJ has also basically stated that 67 boundaries must be held to because Israel is unjustifiably occupying the West Bank and East Jerusalem. We'll look at the hog cope in a second. The short answer is yes, Harris said when questioned whether such a solution is achievable. I do believe it, but we must put the discussion in context. Starting with October 7, Hamas committed a terrorist attack that was slaughtering over 200 Israelis, innocent people, many of them young people who were attending a concert. Women were horribly tortured, rape being used as a tool of war. It's important that we remember what that was. Harris went on to say, understanding Israel has a right to defend itself, how it does still matters. Okay. This article is not featuring some of the moments where she's sidestepped away from Biden by leaking to Politico and other places that she was like actually very upset with even the way that the Biden administration was dealing with Israel, leaking. But beyond that, this is interesting. I didn't even know this, by the way. This is new for me as well. So shouts out to Arachno Kami for posting this. It's not, it's not usual for my political savant status to be shooketh by someone who is more knowledgeable on something like this. This is something that's like immediately in my wheelhouse normally. But when she was running for president in 2019, Harris voted against the bill to send extra weapons to Israel. She was one of only 22 Democratic senators to do so. Doesn't mean much, of course, but I doubt Biden would have done the same. Before running in early 2018, she voted against a Republican-led bill to weaken Dodd-Frank Bank regulations. The bill was lobbied for by the CEO of Silicon Valley Bank. 17 Democratic senators voted for it. So the thing is, this is important. Kamala Harris, when she was a California senator, was actually unlike other California senators. I will say this. California senators historically are fucking annoying, okay? They are awful. They are some of the worst, most conservative institutionalists out there, right? California politicians in general. Gavin Newsom, California governor, very much a neoliberal. Dianne Feinstein, Nancy Pelosi. These are like establishment Democrats that are massive institutionalists, right? And they oftentimes never put their name out there in any meaningful capacity. Whereas, and Adam Schiff will be the same as well. However, when Kamala Harris was there, she actually was like pro Medicare for all. Now, this doesn't mean anything because she was she wasn't center left. If you look at just her track record, if you didn't know anything about American politics, let's say, and then you simply looked at her track record and you looked at her actual, you actually looked at her votes on legislation, she was, because I remember when she was going up against Bernie Sanders, they would put this up and I thought it was really funny. She was more progressive than Bernie Sanders even with her legislation. Now, the way that they calculate that is not exactly great. I think Bernie was losing on some like gun related stuff, like losing some points on progressive legislation. But yeah, that's real. That's 100% real. And that doesn't mean anything. Hold on. I'm not saying I'm on the Kamala train or anything like that. Okay. What I'm saying is, Democrats, when they do not have control over the House or control over the Senate or control over the White House, will literally pop off sometimes. Like they're fucking Marxist-Leninists, like they're Maoist third worldists, like they're fucking advocating for J.D. Pond style permanent first world genocide. Having said that, California Democrats don't usually do that, even when they have no power. Kamala Harris, however, did do that. So at least for her, because she had ambitions for, a higher office later down the line, she personally saw that as a good way to run. So she ran on that track record in the 2019 primaries. However, do I believe that she is legitimate in terms of like Medicare for all, in terms of her support for Medicare for all? Here it is. She ran in the primaries as a pro Medicare for all candidate. That's a bit of a stretch, Lola. No, I don't think she is, guys. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. In the spring, the White House decided Kamala Harris would be the most senior person in the U.S. government to start to express this forced empathy with the suffering Palestinians of Gaza. The war in Gaza has really accentuated the cold hard fact that the U.S. policy towards Israel is a firmly bipartisan one, says Jeremy Scale. He says that Kamala Harris would be the most senior person in the U.S. government to start this express force empathy for the suffering Palestinians in Gaza. Yes. So the fact that I don't think she is like a progressive, ideologically minded, progressive, loyal soldier, right? I don't believe that at all. Having said that, however, she, at the very least, unlike Joe Biden, does have a track record of at least running as a progressive, showcasing her legislative bona fides as progressive. I didn't even know about the Israel thing. That is actually really interesting to me. Like, that's kind of crazy. Kamala Harris voted against a bill to send extra weapons to Israel. That's genuinely interesting. I mean, I didn't even know that. Absolutely, Lamau. Okay, chill. I'm alive now, and I don't have the blue hair. Yeah, this is pretty funny. This is an astonishing admission of weakness. Yeah, demanding that you want your money back is so funny. DNC is secretly recruiting Joe Manchin to throw a head-to-head tune-up primary for Kamala Harris. Heard it here first. That's actually an interesting take on the Joe Manchin shit. A tune-up fight is not wrong. I mean, I think Joe Manchin is a fucking idiot, and I'm sure that there's like actual legitimate dumbasses that do think he'd be great, but presenting it as a tune-up primary, actually, that's an interesting perspective. I'm not sure if I agree with it fully, but I am more on board with that than like the assumption that like there's legitimate momentum behind Joe Manchin. Who actually likes him? No, like that's why he's saying it's a tune-up primary. A tune-up fight is when your prize fighter loses a fight and loses confidence, and in order to regain confidence, you do a tune-up fight. You put like a really fucking bad fighter against them, and he beats the shit out of that bad fighter, so he gains some of that confidence back. Joe Manchin would be a good tune-up fight because he's got no support, no base. He's not even a real fucking Democrat. He literally left the party. He can suck my cock. I hate him. I hate him so much. Anyway, that could be interesting. I don't know if it's 100%, but okay. Oh, this was another reason, by the way. Biden was bracing for Pelosi to go public this week, as I told you. Remember, I told you, if Biden doesn't drop out by the end of this weekend, Democrats were going to get ugly, and they were going to get public. And that's precisely what Nancy Pelosi, I suspect, communicated to Joe Biden, or at least he started recognizing that that was going to happen, and that would have been real fucking dirty. And I don't think you want that. I don't think you want that on your legacy. If you care about your image, if you care about your legacy, you don't want fucking Nancy Pelosi, like a lifelong Democrat who's been by your side every step of the way, to just come out and boldly be like, you're selfish. Yeah, no, I saw the fucking Manchin thing. Yeah. How pissed do you think Joe is going to be tomorrow when he wakes up and finds out he's not running anymore? Probably real upset. Nancy made clear that they could do this the easy way or the hard way. It was about to be the hard way. Yeah. That Israel bill is interesting. I mean, the timing of it is when she's posturing. She's angling to be like a progressive person running against Bernard Sanders. But it's still actually kind of, I think it's still courageous to put your name on an anti-Israel bill ever in Congress. So I didn't even know that, but who knows what happens? Who knows what happens with her, with the way that she conducts herself in terms of like dealing with Israel. I don't know. I'm not saying I know. I'm not saying she's going to be pro-Palestinian at all. I'm simply stating that there are at least some, given the limitations, given the restrictions that you have as a, given the limitations and the restrictions that you have as a vice president to a president, she has actually sidestepped the Joe Biden administration before on the issue of Palestine a little bit, lightly. I went away for 30 minutes and then all of a sudden you're a Kamala stan? No, I'm definitely not a Kamala stan. All right, we covered John Fetterman. Hillary Clinton telling donors to stick with President Biden. She's never wrong. I dunked on that. We're in the middle of our second shoot right now, and Joe Biden has officially chosen to drop out. So I am going to be rushing home, and I'll be live in approximately 30 minutes. I knew this was going to fucking happen. That is what happened, actually. Oh, damn, we got a new one already. Damn, we're back-to-back firing off. Ladies and gentlemen, the 46th President of the United States of America, Joseph Robinette Biden, on this beautiful Sunday, on July 21st, 2024, has chosen to drop out of the race. Woo. Remember when I told you guys this is the most boring election cycle, but overnight it has the capacity to become the most interesting election cycle? We're there! We're officially there! Ladies and gentlemen, Unk dance. Okay, it wasn't just the Unk dance. It looked like the Japanese TikTok. Stop. Here's some updates on fundraising.
Exactly, David. Vice President Kamala Harris is already full steam ahead. We're learning that in just these last few hours, she's been working to shore up support, making calls to Democratic leaders, party leaders, and members of Congress. Now, Vice President Harris, she's already been this administration's leading voice when it comes to these issues that are central to this election, like immigration and abortion. And David, if she does become the nominee, this would be historic. She would be the first Black woman and the first Asian American. She's also already been in critical meetings with President Biden throughout her vice presidency. And this week, she is expected to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And as you say, David, she is full steam ahead. She is already fundraising off of this announcement. She says she will do everything in her power to unite the Democratic Party and defeat Donald Trump. Harris is clearly already hitting the ground running. David?
And Selena, in the meantime, I know you're there in Rehoboth Beach. Any indication from the White House, from the Biden campaign, what was the Biden campaign, as to when they think the president will make the trip back to Washington, D.C., back to the White House, and when we might perhaps hear him address the nation?
Well, David, I am learning from a senior administration source that the president is expected to address the nation sometime later this week, not in the coming days. I'm told later in the week. And we did hear from the president's doctor today. He said he is still isolating, but his symptoms are improving significantly. So that is a step up from what we heard the day before when the doctor said he still had some hoarseness and a.
Someone said now is in 40 mil. Now she's fucking, dude, holy shit. 40 bands, 40 mil, 40 fucking mil. It's been like 6 hours, man. That's crazy. Is it actually? Are you guys fucking with me? 40 M's, not bands. I know. She could go band for, yeah, dude. No, actually. More than that? What the fuck? Bro, their shit's on fire right now. Brother, that is, okay.
Saw him a thick one, which one? Who do you want, bro? Pick one. If I shoot my shot, I'll hit one. Matter of time till I get them all ticked off. Alright, we could go ban for ban. Fuck that, we can go M for M. $250,000 for the Maybach truck. Double R with the factory rims. I got the 90, the years, the version, the bribes, I'm really a threat. It's got to the point that I don't even care. I got jewels in the safe that I don't even wear.
Bro, they fucking hated Biden. Like, and by they, I mean like everybody. That's crazy. As of 9 p.m. Eastern time, grassroots supporters have raised $46.7 million through Act Blue following Vice President Kamala Harris's launch. This has been the biggest fundraising day of the 2024 election cycle. Small donors are fired up and ready to take on this election. This isn't even the money faucet yet. Like, people are talking about AIPAC and shit. This isn't even the fucking money faucet that comes in. Like, this is just straight up people being like, oh, I'm invested in the election cycle. They have to compete with 60 billionaires funding Trump. No, I know. Trump has the billionaire vote on lock for sure. Oh, by the way, the funniest part is, like, you guys were saying Kamala Harris got $5 million from AIPAC, and it's literally fucking Biden's money. Harris's Israel lobby total pre-Biden is $182,000. Chatters in the chat being like, Kamala Harris got directly $5 million from AIPAC. It's not even a headline reader at that point. It's just like, I don't know. It's at 52 million. Dude, this will go hard on baby leftist TikTok dissenter content. You know it. Oh, I know. Someone was trying to fucking yell at me on TikTok because they like didn't understand what I was saying about Cody Ko. They were claiming that I was saying like Cody Ko is rehabilitated or some shit. I was like, you missed it. Like, you missed the point so widely. Like, I was saying, in order for Cody Ko to even fucking start the conversation of rehabilitation, so he needs to take accountability and atonement. Like, there's no rehabilitation. There's no rehabilitative justice before someone takes accountability, and he certainly hasn't. That was a massive point that I stressed. It's just so much of my, that's not what that video said. Yeah, the point, I'm not even going to fucking get into it, please. And also, don't like go there and fucking try to find the TikTok or anything. No, it was a disingenuous framing of my statement. Okay, do not fucking link it. Do not go there. Don't fucking drama bait. I should have never even brought it up. But anyone that thinks that I'm like, anyone that thinks that like that anyone that tries to even act like I was even remotely like on his side on this issue is just either grossly misunderstanding the point or just trying to fucking farm. Anyway, Hannity coming out hot on firing all cylinders. Let's see.
She wants to ban plastic straws. I love my plastic straw. I hate those paper straws. Anyway, she wants to ban.
Bro, I'm sorry. They're so cooked. They have to find new shit. And if all the new shit is just like she's black, she's a woman, she's Indian, and like she had sex with people and she slept her way to the top, if that's all they got, people are going to be like, dude, what are you saying? Like, you have to remember something really important. We have a false understanding of how like the broader Republican base of support operates because we're online. And when we're online, we only see the Nazis, okay? We only see the fucking Hitlerian people. We only see the Groyper accounts. It's like Groyper rapist 1488 said Kamala Harris's skull actually demonstrates that she has like a higher proclivity to servitude or whatever. Like that's not like no one in fucking Western Pennsylvania is thinking like that, okay? That's just one fucking guy who literally lives in like Dime Square posting that shit and has like a Patreon subscription to every fucking like Red Scare adjacent podcast. That's not a real person, okay? That's a freak. That freak walks outside, sees the sunlight and perishes, okay? So that's something you need to remember. Like the conceptual Lindy or conceptual James style people who are like, Kamala Harris is actually a Satanist Marxist. Like, no, man. Like, people don't see it like that, okay? People don't operate like that. So if these guys are fucking hitting this line and the only thing they got is like straw and then like, oh, she's Indian, she's a black woman or whatever the fuck, I promise you that narrative will not be as important as you think it is. We have the capacity to place a lot of emphasis on shit like that when we're online and we get like mad and we're like, oh, but every American is like sexist and stuff. No, there's fucking sexism, there's misogyny, and then there's like, why doesn't she have children? She is a broodmare of my fetish. Like there's differences there. There's like normal sexism, and then there's the shit that you see online, okay? The normal sexism is like, oh yeah, she's a woman. If she's going to be on her period, how the fuck how can we have a woman on her period be the president? They're emotional. Like, that's regular sexism. Still inappropriate, still unacceptable, but that's just regular sexism, okay? The way you deal with that is by immediately recentering the conversation to how incredibly emotional and incredibly irrational Donald Trump has been, despite not having a pussy, okay? That's number one. Number two, the way you deal with that is by being like, well, of course, here they go again. The fucking party that literally wants to murder women for wanting to get a fucking routine health procedure is over here chirping about women. Just keep hammering the point about how the Republican Party, there's people in the Republican Party that want to ban IVF. There's people in the Republican Party that have openly advocated to ban abortion. They call it murder. Do you get it? So Kamala automatically, on abortion being incredibly consequential in this election cycle, Kamala Harris, being a woman, automatically centers the conversation on that issue because she's a woman. So Republicans that recognize that they need to be more moderate in terms of how they approach the subject matter of women's rights this time around, because they're suffering electoral consequences for taking away women's bodily autonomy in many states, even in red states, cannot go above and beyond in the way that they shit on women, okay? Abortion is murder, though, regardless of your opinion. Oh, I can't believe you banned that guy. He's stating facts. Dude, I can't believe you banned that first-time chatter. We need to let free discourse fly in here. We got to unban that guy. Please, Lake McGroove. Please unban him. Because he's right. Abortion is murder, except some murders are fucking totally fine as long as we recognize that it destroys our election chances, which is why everyone that said abortion is murder immediately were like, but some murder is fine, like if it's a product of incest or rape. And then other states were like, no, actually, that kind of murder is not fine either. And then some were even like, well, murder is not all right in our state, but if you want to murder your child, you can just fly over to California and then you can murder your child there. So maybe it's not murder. What do you mean abortion is murder? The reason why you're bringing up murder in that equation is because you're saying it's unacceptable at every level. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. How are we still doing this? Oh, abortion is murder, except Trump said murder is a states' rights issue. Is that what you're saying? If libtards want to murder their babies, they can do so if they want to do so. Is that what it is? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Your position is standalone, is unique. It is actually it's in the minority. Like it's in the margins, okay? There's a minuscule percentage of people that chirp a lot, but a minuscule percentage of people nonetheless that consider what you're saying. You don't even consider what you're saying to be true. Why are you letting this troll trigger you? I'm not. Do I come across as triggered? I literally unbanned him. The reason why I wanted to address that is because it's a very common talking point and it's very easily addressed. And the reason why I addressed that very common talking point with very easy retorts is so that you can use that next time someone comes up to you and says some dumb shit. Because if you're even a little bit politically minded, you're gonna have that conversation with some fucking idiots. You feel me? Not triggered, but like, we know he's an idiot. I know, brother, but it's not for you, maybe. But it's for the 57,386 other people that are in the chat alongside you, some of which may have never thought about addressing that talking point easily in that same way. Are they just basically coronating Kamala? Yes. It's anti-democratic, chat. It's really fucked up. I hate it. They did a coup on my president, on my big, beautiful president. They did a coup.
Run for re-election. Can Dems come together behind Kamala? For up-to-the-minute reports, stay with Fox News Channel.
Right now, you hold in your lungs the secret to sustainable weight loss. With just one breath, Lumen tells you what you're currently burning for.
What the fuck? The reason professional Republicans are freaking out is now they have to do politics, which requires them to understand normal people to some extent. But they've spent the last decade becoming extremely weird. It's so true. The next 3 months will be Trump campaign guys waving 4chan memes of voters in swing states as their power walking away. Oh, yeah. So far, the attacks are she laughs a lot and she did a coup against Biden. Can't wait for what more dirt they come up with. Shaking like a chihuahua. Kamala should be a trad wife, and furthermore, her physiognomy suggests that. They won't go after her for stuff that's actually bad because they support all those things. Exactly. Same thing as Obama. He killed an American 16-year-old with a drone, and Republicans were like, he's secretly gay. Yeah. $100 proof of this?
I'm Bill Ligel. I'm running for governor to torch the woke agenda. Illegal immigrants getting taxpayer handouts, that's a disgrace. Transgender trash in our schools, I'll torch that. Kingdom come. Communist China secretly buying up Missouri land, I'll torch that too.
Okay, that's a banger though. Like, that's such a fire ad. I mean that literally and figuratively, okay? God, Republicans have so much fun. It's messed up. Like, it's got to be awesome. You're just hallucinating. I don't know if this is a real ad. I don't think it is.
You're ready for a governor to torch the left? I'm ready to light them up. Bill Eigel, conservative for governor.
Yeah, no, that's not real. No, I don't think it's real. Wait, it's real? Someone sent me the fucking ad. I just realized I bet they had to get Bernie to promise he wouldn't run for Biden to step down. Dude, I don't think he's got that dog in him no more. I think the last time cooked him. I'm out of the loop. What's the China buying land in Missouri thing? Dude, remember when I said conservatives love hallucinating shit? Like 90% of their campaigning revolves around like shit that they just thought up in their minds and it scared them. They're like children. They operate on like childlike boundaries. They operate like children. Okay? It's like there's no more, like in the 90s and stuff, at least they were like, oh, tort reform, or I don't know, they're like budget hawks, like deficit hawks. Like they used to have like at least some tangible shit that they would latch onto, or like they were really open about wanting to fucking eviscerate Social Security. nowadays they do a lot more populism. I think that Sarah Palin, I think that George W. Bush and then Sarah Palin, Tea Party caucus adjacent, like right-wing populism, kind of changed the narrative within the Republican Party. And then Donald Trump kicked it into the most logical conclusion that you could finally arrive at, where they were like, yeah, we're going to throw aside this, like, we're going to cast aside all this shit, like all this dumb shit about fucking being a deficit hog. Who cares? And like, no one cares. Like, Republicans used to put the national debt clock or whatever all the time. They would just like post it. So they just totally threw that aside. They were like, yeah, this stuff sucks. Let's just do the racism. What are we fucking doing? And that's what that is kind of where we're at now. And if you're always just simply running on culture war narratives, like at a certain point, you just have to make up new stuff, right? So if you're like the deficit clock, if you're exhausting all of the options, if you're exhausting everything, you just got to start making new shit up. Like the Chinese are buying farmland. Are Chinese citizens buying farmland in America? Yes. They're, I think, in the top 20, barely cracking the top 20 of like foreign nationals that are buying land in the United States of America. It's not even a thing. Okay. It is so minuscule. So that's number one. It's just, again, total hysteria. What if they are? Okay. What if they are? Why the fuck would that be a problem? Like, what are they doing? Chinese things on the land? What kind of Chinese things could they be doing on the land that's fucking terrifying? Or they talk about crime. They're like, crime is out of control. Crime is out of control. Crime is not out of control. But they just like develop this narrative that like there's organized retail rings, and the media totally goes along with it because they're fucking assholes. They'll be like, oh yeah, there's organized retail theft that's happening that's like stolen billions of dollars. Okay? Billions of dollars. Of course they have not done that. That would be insane. In order for organized retail theft to single-handedly steal billions of fucking dollars worth of merchandise, they would have to be like, what are they stealing? Like gold bullions? Like, what are we talking about? They're stealing fucking Gucci purses, okay? That's like $4,000 a pop. It was bullshit. It was actually total shrink, right? They were talking about shrink, which, for the record, is not like organized retail theft is a marginal part of that number, okay? Most of that retail theft was happening because of everyday people like yourself, you know, putting extra stuff in your bag when you're fucking at self-checkout. And it's totally fucking built into the profit margins anyway. Do you think grocery stores don't know that there will be more people stealing when there's self-checkout machines instead of like human beings processing at the cash register? No, they know that, but they're still turning profit because they don't have to hire people. They don't have to pay their fucking health insurance. They don't have to pay if something happens to them at the workplace. So it's like it's a cost that they're willing to take on. That's where that fucking number comes from. Okay? That stuff and things that get stolen by employees, all this shit. But they lied about it anyway. They were like, organized retail theft is out of control. So much theft is happening. So much theft. Beyond comprehension. It was a fucking lie. Now, we don't talk about it no more. What happened? Did theft go away? What happened? Well, what happened is we moved on from that position because everyone started recognizing, oh shit, the data actually doesn't correspond to the false narratives that we're presenting. So that's another thing. Another hysterical panic is like, obviously, the classic, trans people are queering the youth. If you have a gay teacher, they're grooming your children. Just what the fuck do I even say to that? At that point, it's like, I don't even know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, dude, being gay in public means you automatically turn someone else's child gay. So what happened if they, don't worry, they'll see a straight couple in public and then turn back to being straight? Like, that's not how anything works. Okay? Another completely made up fucking panic. Hysteria. Democrats are doing abortions at 9 months in Democrat-run cities. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like 0.01% of abortions that happen in the third trimester, and those are very complicated medical procedures that are occurring as a consequence of late recognition of a pregnancy, and more often than not, it is illegal, for the record, for like getting an abortion in the third trimester for no reason whatsoever, regardless. There's not a single fucking state in this country where you can just have a fun abortion on the third trimester. The reason why people get that is because of medical complications. you have to go to a fucking doctor. You have to have a conversation and get a psych evaluation in order to be able to get a third trimester abortion. It's not for fun. Who the fuck would carry a pregnancy to almost term and then go through this fucking medical procedure? That is insane. You are the most insane part. You just made it up. You imagined a world where this is happening, and now it's my problem. Now it's your sister's problem. Now it's your mother's problem. Now it's your girlfriend's problem. Like everyone in the country has to deal with your fucking mania. Republicans have held this goddamn nation hostage for far too long with their hysterical panics. It's crazy. It's like having your email chain reading grandmother have the keys to the fucking castle. Isn't that crazy? Another fucking hysteria from the Republican side is the immigrant panic, right? Undocumented migrants do less crime per capita than natural born U.S. citizens, okay? So the idea that they are responsible for like this endless crime, Donald Trump said hundreds of thousands of Americans have been murdered by undocumented migrants. Completely wrong. Wrong, not true. You made that up. But now you made it up and I have to deal with it. You made that shit up and now I have to act like what you're saying has any sort of veracity. How insane. Insane. Undocumented migrants are stealing our jobs, but they're also stealing the fucking handouts. Which is it? Are they lazy or are they super hardworking and they're stealing American jobs? I don't see your ass working in the fucking field. The fuck do you mean they're stealing our jobs? They should get better wages in general. They should be allowed to be a part of the documented U.S. labor force and not use as a cudgel to lower and depress the wages of the remaining workforce in our two-tier labor system. It's fucking bullshit. Okay? That's another fucking made-up panic. Then they say undocumented migrants are bringing drugs over the border. Another completely made-up, hysterical lie. Okay? You made it up. The Department of Homeland Security's own fucking information, unless you think they're gay and woke, even under the Trump administration, they reported time and time again consistently that 90+% of drug apprehensions happen at regular points of entry. Okay? That's where they're actually fucking bringing the drugs over. And you know who's actually bringing the drugs over? It's not undocumented migrants. They're more likely to be stopped at the regular port of entry because they don't have the proper documentation. It's American citizens, dumbass. They go down, they chop up their fucking cars, and they load it up with fentanyl. How else would you traffic metric tons of fentanyl and chemical compounds necessary to make fentanyl in the United States of America over the fucking border? You think a Guatemalan abuela is fucking shoving the fentanyl under her titties? You think that's who's bringing in the drugs? What are you, fucking crazy? That doesn't even make mathematical sense. You're so stupid. That's another fucking idiotic narrative, completely made up. But now we have to deal with it. Why? Because enough Republicans believe it. It's craziness. It's madness. But when enough dumbasses believe a thing, everyone else has to fucking sit there and be like, oh, well, maybe there's some truth to what he's saying. I don't know. And most people are not well equipped to have this conversation because they don't know the truth. So if the other side is convincing and emotional and angry, then you start believing them. Now, do black people, what does that mean? Holy shit. At the top of the hour, black people, just like white people, just like brown people, are going to see the 3-minute ad break. Is that what you're trying to say? And if you no longer want to see those ads, doesn't matter what your background is, doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, doesn't matter what your race is, you need to subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. As he's emotionally crying about something he wouldn't debate against someone about, brother, I have debated professional conservatives when you were shitting in your diapers, okay? I've debated up and down, top to bottom, every single dumbass on the conservative lineup, especially those who are willing to debate me. I mean, I'm still down to do this with Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, and the like. I'm older than you, homie. Okay, well, I apologize because your brain is so goddamn stunted that I, at least in the gentlest ways possible, tried to assume that you were 14 years old because you're behaving like a child. So I suspected that you were childish and not that, like, your brain stopped developing at the age of 14 and now you're just like that and it's everybody else's problem. You need to understand something, by the way. Okay? You need to understand something. I used to even debate dumbasses like you in this chat. I would pull them up in Discord and we'd have this conversation. And the same cycle would always take place. Oh, dude, yeah, okay, you own that guy, but he's a fucking dumbass. You need to talk to a smart conservative. I'm a smart conservative. Then I'd bring him over. I bring the smart conservative over. I'd fucking own him in the same exact fashion. Then another person would chirp in the chat and go, oh, no, that guy you just owned, well, he's a dumbass. I'm actually much smarter. Okay? You wouldn't have the balls? Okay, brother. This happened for years until I decided it's probably best not to have these fucking dummies on. Okay? Unless you want to come on right now. I don't know. You're going to have to go on guest star, though, if you want to come on. We're not doing it on Discord anymore. Conceptual James comes out against women. There's a very good chance now that Democrats will rob awful American women of ever having the opportunity to elect the first women president. Law. Marxism always robs its constituents. Wait, what? I don't even know what that means. The Bill Eigel ad is very real, by the way.
To an enthusiastic crowd of supporters at a rally in St. Charles today, here's the ad he's using a flamethrower.
Running for governor to torch the woke agenda. Illegal immigrants getting taxpayer handouts, that's a disgrace.
On Sunday, after the attempted assassination of former
Oh, it
President
is
Donald
real.
Trump, President Joe Biden spoke about
It is real. That ad is real. Oh my God. By popular request, here's Trump's full riff from yesterday's rally in Michigan on President Xi being brilliant because he controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. Okay, but when he glazes Xi, I'm like, I'm on board. You know what I mean? When I'm fucked up, that's the
Can you
real
imagine
me.
these killers, these are sharp. You know, the press gets angry. They said, is President Xi of China, is he a smart man? I said, no, he's a brilliant man. He controls 1.4
Is
billion
that guy
people
still in the
with an iron
chat?
fist. He makes guys like Biden look like babies. They don't even know whether they're coming or going. Yes, he's the next day headline. Trump calls him brilliant. How dare? No.
Classic. Don't explain anything that I want you to use it until you push side and create space to get much bang for your buck. Nate it. Oh, he's a gaming watcher. Yeah, he left after I said, come on, and, you know, I'll debate you. Another ad by that
Washington
guy?
calls us backwards. They look down on us. Well, Washington?
He's like, I'm going to prove him right. Washington calls us backwards. Let me tell you how inbred I am. I'm Bill Eigel, and I am backwards as shit.
Can get bent. I'm Bill Eigel. Here in Missouri, we believe in boys and girls, not its, theys, or thems. We worship God, not abortion. We cling to guns, not government.
You worship God, not abortion. I love worshiping abortion, dude. Fuck. Did he say we worship guns?
We cling to guns, not government. And we know where illegal immigrants belong. The hell out of here. I'm Bill Eigel. As governor, I'll always fight Washington.
Bro, you're a governor. What do you mean you're going to fight Washington? Like 80% of your job is begging for more funds. What are you saying? I'm still listening to you pick and choose what you want to read, lol, and have your cult talk shit to me. Oh, are you a victim? Are you a victim now, Vibe Fresh? I said I will extend you an offer. If you want to come debate me on the issue of immigration, we can do that. And now you're like, oh no, your chat is being mean to me. Like, what happened? You were talking a big fucking game about how easily ownable I am. Ay, ay, ay. Your cult is attacking me. It's like, have you considered not saying objectively stupid things and then maybe people would not react in that fashion? Like, I don't know why. Okay, wait, hold on. Here's another conservative narrative, okay? Here's another conservative narrative. I'm a conservative. I get to say whatever the fuck I want. And if you respond to me with the same energy that I put out there, okay, then you're wrong. Why would you do that to me? What? You have destroyed me. You have killed me. Why would you destroy me like this? Why would you say mean words to me? It's like, bro, if you're advocating for horrible shit, then yeah, people are going to respond in kind. Conservatives turn into words or violence geeks at a moment of friction, okay? It only takes like 3.5 seconds of friction for a conservative to be like, words are violence. Why are you doing this to me? This is completely and utterly unacceptable. It's great. Great stuff. Oh, let's hear what he has.
You know, you don't
Let's
have
see
to
what
do
my
much
goat
as
has to
vice president,
say.
You know, kind of hang around, that sort of thing. 5 or 6 duties, this is the biggest one, the 25th Amendment. She and a majority of this cabinet have covered up Biden and this regime against the American people. Against the American people. Look how irrational the Democrat Party is. They want him out. They want Biden out, but they won't admit he has dementia. They want her in, but they won't admit that she should trigger the 25th Amendment. And we all have to play along with this. We all have to act like this is no big deal. Let me tell you something. This is our country, too. We conservatives and Republicans are non-Democrats. We don't have to sit here and watch it with our tongue hanging out and our chin hitting the floor and our eyes popping out of our heads. This is our country, too. They're making a mockery of it. And by the way, January 6th. Mark, what do you mean January 6th? January 6th. August 1, 2023. Right here. Look at this. Oh, it's very long. It's very involved. It's an indictment against Donald Trump. Former President Donald Trump was indicted Tuesday by a federal grand jury on 4 counts related to efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. Wait a minute. Isn't the Democrat Party overturning the results of a primary election? Oh, Mark, come on. Trump was charged with conspiracy to defraud the United States, witness tampering, conspiracy against the rights of citizens, and obstruction of attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. Wow.
I love when it lines up.
Well, by God, if he's charged with obstruction, which of course has now been thrown out by the Supreme Court by an unconstitutional prosecutor, then what the hell is the Democrat Party doing? What the hell is the Democrat? They just stole an election from 15 million voters. Lied to them then, lied to them now. Oh, and what exactly has Kamala Harris done for the country? I keep hearing, well, she's female and she's black. So, younger voters and minorities, she'll now be able to attract them. She's never been able to before. She dropped out before Iowa. She couldn't get to South Carolina, where over 50% of the voters in the Democrat Party are black. But she has done a lot, I have to confess. Here's the Washington Times. Illegal immigration is bringing slavery into America. Wait a minute. She is the border czar. There's more slavery occurring on our border in the United States since the end of the Civil War under Kamala Harris and Biden, his presidency. They write, there is a very real human cost to open borders, modern-day slavery. Right now, our southern border is the least secure in history. Mexican drug cartels are making a killing by taking advantage of migrants on the journey to our country. Sadly, migrant women and children are often raped, robbed, forced to smuggle drugs, and those who cannot pay their fee for passage to the U.S. are trapped in indentured servitude in fear for their own lives or their families. Wow, she's done a hell of a lot. More than 6 million illegal aliens have crossed our border in the last 27 months. This is human suffering on a massive scale. This would not be happening if not for the Biden administration's unlawful open border policies, and it goes on. Well, that's what she's done for all the black and brown people, the women and the children on the southern border. I can't think of anything else, can you? No, I can't. The fact of the matter is, if President Trump had to pick somebody to run against, obviously Biden would be number 1, but a close number 2 would be his vice president, Kamala Harris. I noticed that all the Democrats and liberals in the media, on cable, on networks, in the newspapers, and online, are very giddy tonight. Finally got rid of Biden. Whew. Now we have Harris. They're very giddy. But you know what? Those voters who were disenfranchised, I don't think they're giddy. Those people on the border suffering from Harris's czarina position, I don't think they're giddy. I think the minority community has no love for Kamala Harris. They never did. I think the ruling class Democrats, the ruling class in Washington, D.C., and their media are giddy. They're giddy.
This dude made me a conservative. Mark Levin made you a conservative in 2016. Super convincing speaker. Plus, I was a moron. No, I don't. Dude, you got duped by Master Shake? That's crazy. Do
you want to close out?
Sure.
That's crazy in my mind. Like, I would not admit that. What is this, W-Unk?
Hassan is 2000. No, because we're doing something different. He literally, bro, that nigga is not to suck his dick. One, he look good as shit. No gay shit though.
Yo,
Hassan a good looking dude, bro.
Good looking, I don't know.
Come on, bro. Bro, that's a good looking nigga, bro. Just gotta keep it a buck. 2, he literally said, "Yo, who y'all got? Real shit. Y'all got Temper or Hassan? Who look better?"
Yo, you are gay.
I'm keeping a buck. I'm comfortable with my sexuality.
Actually, that's a hard one, to be honest. And that's a hard one, too, because they both are nice, tall, bearded up men.
I don't know. It's close.
Honestly, I'm going to have to go with Tempered.
Wow. It's messed up.
I know Hassan be making it rain in the poggers community.
What is wrong with you?
Sorry. Okay, so
One thing I gotta say, I forgot because I haven't done a lot of collabs in a while because like, I've been on an island for the most part, but like, I think people forgot that like I'm a normal person when I'm in real life and they're not just like seeing me through clips from like insane haters that are like basically trying to present me in the worst way possible. Like, it's just, I'm a normal person. No matter how hard people try to like present it, I think the greatest counter to that is just basically going out and just like doing normal collabs with people that I normally wouldn't do collabs with. All of your baskets. Oh yeah, I had the
good shot.
No. All right, 4-3, hey. It's okay. You gave me either.
Fuck. This nigga's dog Jason, we good.
To your left. Oh my.
Too tall.
Yo.
Too tall, bro.
What? That's 11.
Okay, but you 2-3 heads taller than them? No, I know. They're good players. Like, they're not bad players. I'm just much taller than they are. Which is why I kept saying, like, to my own chat, we'll see what happens. If Max is on fire, then it's gonna be very difficult. Because like I have to give him space. And when I didn't give him space, he crossed me super easy. See?
Good shit.
Like, he crosses me there.
No way. Every time.
Come on.
Oh. What? Motherfucking 6'10". Swap. I love you.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
That's all right.
I got no energy. She right.
That's it.
Max needed to have good shooting to create space. What happened to Ludwig?
Brother left the Kendrick Lamar concert, immediately got a white boy fade.
Play to 11. Take it. Make it take it.
Dragging his vowels.
One possession.
Did you hear that? One possession.
Play to 11. 1s and 2s. Make it take it. Make it take it. One possession.
What's going on here? Bro went to the Kendrick Lamar concert and started acting different. He started acting different.
It's true. That's 100% correct. It looked like two big brothers who had to pick their little bro over their team. Okay, for the record, they are good. Like, they're good. They're good players. What? How socialists win money? Dude, you're rich. Why don't you give it to the poor? Sorry if you do and I don't know. But hey, look, he just said sorry if you do and I don't know. But I don't think you would be living this good in the USSR to be able to say stuff you do about the government. What? Also, what about people who this guy just fucking came in here to rapid fire talking points. Crazy how tall you are in the game, but in the NBA you'd be considered short. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna move to the USSR. Watch the full YouTube vid. Yeah, we have a YouTube vid lined up. I kind of want to look at that. Ludwig and Hassan versus FaZe, Jason Ween, and Plaqueboy Max. Basketball 2v2. I was a little worried at first because I thought that this collab wouldn't happen. I was very excited for it, and I was also a little worried about. This about us losing for the most part because I wasn't super confident in Ludwig. I wasn't super confident in my own skills in general. That didn't give me a lot of confidence either.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm currently in transit on my way to ball like it's not just a hobby, but a mere occupation. That is more than an occupation. That is my life. I'm on my way to go play 2v2 pickup basketball with the FaZe boys. 2 new FaZe recruits are going to be put through the fire against Ludwig Ogren, the White Mamba, and also myself, Hassan Hassanabi Piker. A battle of athleticism, a battle of composure, a battle of endurance, a battle of age and experience over beauty and youth. I don't know what the I'm saying right now, but we're playing against the FaZe boys. FaZe Jason the Wee Wee, and also FaZe Plaqueboy Max.
All right,
My team, once again, me and that white boy with all the swag in the world, okay? And an ass that can fight back. And an ass that won't quit. That's the team. We're Team Ass. Big booty team. We're going up against Jason the Wee-Wee. Jason the Weenie. And if we beat them, we become FaZe. They're no longer FaZe. I talked to Banks already. You want to shoot? Let Ludwig shoot.
Nah, let Jason shoot.
Yeah, let Jason shoot.
Hey, RPS, loser shoots. Me and you.
What the fuck is RPS?
Rock, paper, scissors. I've never heard that. I've never heard that either.
How the f have you never heard that?
I say rock, paper, scissors. I do too.
Okay, all right. I'll shoot.
Rock.
Wait. Have you ever seen anime?
Yes.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
That's crazy.
Boy. Yeah! That was a what the?
Chill. You
Guys,
can't talk
let the master work. He knows what he's doing. It's all good. Hey,
is it best of three or what?
Hey, it's all good. It's all good.
So we're playing for 2K total, 1K each. We're doing one game?
No, we should do best of 3, I think, right?
Best of 3?
I ain't doing no stretching.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Come on. Yeah, Jason.
I should have grabbed that.
Back out.
Oh my God. Oh.
Oh my God.
Hey, now.
Good. Hey,
Yo,
good fight, bud.
You got it.
I'm on there.
I'm good though. He's not gonna be getting no easy like points. You gotta get big on him, boy.
2-1. Swap.
Oh, foul.
Damn, and one.
Bad foul. Are you okay?
Sorry about that. Sorry, they made it.
I didn't challenge the 2 short kings. They challenged us, kind of. If you see me walking around, that's because I'm conserving energy. Okay, I'm a big boy. Obviously, I'm not always going to be active the entire time, especially because I have to. No, I'm serious. I have to. Someone said load managing 100%. It's unk game. Okay, I know, especially because I'm playing for 2 at certain points. Not to be kind of mean, but I have to make sure that I'm spending my energy wisely. Sometimes I'm gonna cheat and, take a step back.
Good shot. All the way. No.
You got it.
You didn't have to do that. You can go up.
6-3.
I try to encourage Lud to shoot. Yes.
Y'all have to play mad hard, bro. So I need you to guard this nigga.
Oh, he definitely traveled there.
Nice.
Not bad, Lud.
I know his joints are aching right now.
You good.
Oh. How do I miss that? It's sad.
My 3s did get better after the shooting challenge. I used to never shoot 3s at all.
Oh, shit. Hit him.
See, he passed me every time.
Out. Didn't go in. Take it out.
Woo. Okay, Lud.
That's 11. Game point. It's 1K each.
Oh, no. Good D. Good D, Max.
Get out.
Screen left.
Is it a double rim? Yeah, but it's fine. It wasn't that bad.
Who wants that 3?
Nah.
Yo, let's come back.
No. God damn it. No way.
Shot!
That's so crazy. That was.
The foul?
Oh no! Oh, no, it's not. That was good. That was clean.
Clean it up.
We almost killed a child with that ball. Small defender who knows how to play will strip you every possession. Stay in the paint on D. I mean, listen. My only advantage, bro. You talk so much while balling. I'll be mad as hell. You can't hear them talking because they're mic'd up. If you watch their stream, you'll only hear them talking. If you watch my stream, you'll only hear me and Lud talk. Of course, we're all talking. It's 2v2. Anyway, but yeah, no, I'm not very good. I'm not very good at all. I'm not very confident in my dribble. I'm not confident in my ball handling. My shots are all right. But also beyond that, I don't know. I'm just a little goofy, I would say. The way I see myself on the court, when I rewatch myself playing video games, when I rewatch myself playing basketball, I'm
definitely very goofy. That scared the shit out of me. No way. God damn it.
Every time.
Hand up. He wants that.
Oh. Come on.
He wants that again.
Nah, you got it.
Good D, Lud. Good D. Keep it going.
Yeah. Damn, come on. I'll give it to you.
Come on. Oh, that was off me. Big right coming. You're fine, though.
Swap.
Really do play like Jokic minus the passing. You have a pretty solid big man game, good inside the paint, a decent jumper, and enough dribbling skills to get you to your spots. Yeah, but like, I wish I was better. I wish I was better at dribbling. I feel like also when I'm off my man, like I don't know. I just look goofy. That's it.
Yo, help me there. I love you. Yo, help me there.
Ball's in.
Shot.
That was not a foul on me. That was a foul on Lud.
But he didn't call foul on me, no?
That was a block, by the way. That was solid one too. I don't understand how you can simultaneously move quick, but you also look like you're moving at 0.25 speed at the same time. Yeah, I'm a big body, brother. That's what it is. It's also explosiveness. I can be explosive sometimes, but that's it. Like if you see me look actually good, that's because I'm like moving fast, and that's it.
Oh fuck! Oh!
Wait, someone's mic fell. Let's do 1 by 2.
Can we get our time on?
Wait, where's my dog? Oh, Kaya, come here. Get over here, Kaya.
Ball in session.
I got him.
So take
Just don't let him ISO. Blood, don't let him ISO. Hey! No way! Yes! Rip it. I'm more proud of that D. I'm more proud of that D than I am of like many of my shots, because those are like easy fucking shots in general for me, because those are like with my size advantage, the shots I'm taking are like easy shots. But being able to do decent defense against a player that's like way faster than me, they're not uncontested. They're always contested. Max was up my ass the entire time. The problem is there's a massive size difference there. So when I'm jumping up, or if I'm like even fading a little bit, true, but your D is mid, not gonna lie. No, my D is mid because the person I'm playing defense against is significantly faster than me and can shoot. Like, of course my D is gonna look mid in that situation.
No screen, get back.
Oh my god. Lord! Oh fuck.
You gotta take it out, Hand up.
Nah.
Me, Jason, my bad. Shoot it, this last. Relax, get off.
Oh. This is where I got mad at Lud.
Just put it up.
You want shooter, you want.
Hey, Lud. What's up, baby? We got time. This ball safe.
We don't have time. I got no energy. Your handle is much better than Lud's? Yeah, that's not saying much. Dude, I was like, he was just not passing it to me. I'm like, dude, I'm much larger. Just like play to that advantage. And I'm just having to cut over and over again and like wasting energy. That's the only time where I was like, come on, bro, just pass me the ball. That's it. That's game.
Oh, that is it.
Good game.
Oh, shit.
12-10, the podcast.
Where my haters at now, huh?
Oh, shit.
Oh, you're too old. Oh, you
How
don't
you,
have
Kai?
any anymore. Like, obviously now they're going to say, oh, you destroyed a bunch of little kids who were 5'4". Max will cook all of you. Jason's pretty good too. Won't say the same about Lud.
Hit my two.
Balled your
Hit my two. It's all I need.
Balled your heart out, dude. You did great.
Man, Max is hard to stop though.
Ball in session.
Good reach, Lud. Good reach. Bad shot for me. I shouldn't have done that. They didn't think you looked 27 after some cardio. You know I worked out in the morning too, right? Like I had worked out prior in the day. Just so you know.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
You good?
Oh.
Ball's in.
Ah, fuck. Can't jump.
Nah. Jason needs more confidence. That's what he needs. He needs more confidence in his game. I think he gets in his own head. W Glaze.
I said this.
Okay. He needs to be more. I'll look at that in a second. He needs to be more confident in his game, I think. Like he's not bad. He's got like decent handles. He's got decent handles. He needs to improve his shot a little bit. Jason's chat said they were like, Unc worked out in the morning and still beat you. Yeah, I mean, it is true. I did work out in the morning. Jimmy Butler can teach you how to dribble for a big man. Dude, I want to do that. Here's what I want to do. before DreamCon. So like we have only a couple days, but I actually want to get Max, and I guess Jason too, even though he's on the other side. He's on the opposing team next week, and work with Lethal Shooter. Look at this. Look, I was watching this. These mistakes are ruining your jump shot. Like I wanna do like one more stream where we go and train. Lethal Shooter is I think Lethal Shooter isn't Lethal Shooter also? Oh no, I'm not. That's not who I'm thinking of. I thought Lethal Shooter was the dude who was also a rebel. Oh, he is. Yeah, he's the rebel athlete. That requires you dudes to actually communicate and plan this shit out. Yeah, no Lud. Well, Lud's not here. I do want to do it with Lud, but he's not here. I already texted him, and he didn't respond to me. A study stream? Damn, you love basketball? No, I'm not going to study basketball right now. Lethal Shooter fucks up everyone's jump shot. Lethal Shooter make Kyle Kuzma go from 43% from 3 to 31%. I personally despise him. Is this
on stream? Wait, did I gas up Hassan to y'all already? Did I gas up Hassan? That nigga is handsome. No gay shit. He a good looking dude. Just keeping a stack. Mark and Silky. Silky, salty as shit. Silky, you supposed to be the cool nigga in the fucking house. Marking that lame ass nigga. He look good though, no gay shit. I'm just keeping a stack. I'm just keeping it real. 5-star Dreadheads unite, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Who is this? If I said this on stream.
We've officially hit Unk status. Yeah, I know. I've officially hit Unk status, but it's cool. I like it. I like being Unk status.
Did you blow the whistle to say off by a little? Shot! Put that ass down in the paint.
Come on, Jason. Come on, Jason. Come on, Jason.
Look.
That is not basketball.
Yes. That's right. That's right. Big body.
I'm not sure. I'm helping down on everything, though.
Hey. Oh, foul.
What?
I mean,
I'm helping down. Hey.
You put your whole body on that every time.
Yo, Jason, do that. Make it pop out. You're going to start taking outside shots. As long as you can hit that.
Come on. Oh. Oh, my God. What's called, Ref?
I know. You good. I got your help. Get there. Jason, right there, yo. Yo, I'm telling you, bro.
I should have backed him up. My bad. Iron wall, bro. You're not pushing it over. Give it. Oh, wow. That's crazy.
That was really good.
Ah, damn.
Rip him, Lud. Clip on him.
Look at Ludwig's defense. He's crazy.
Oh, yes, peace. I get it. Hey. No! Yes. Oh, my God. I thought I missed that. Back him up. Oh, that was a good shot. You got him? Beat him. Back him down. Timeout, ref.
What are we using the timeout for?
Using it for my ass is tired.
You're doing great.
I know.
How do you feel?
I feel good.
You
I
could
feel
improve your performance.
Dion. I think it's off-ball movement on offense, but usually when you're ISO against him, like there, I just box out Max, and you should win that.
Let's go.
So, I mean, like he pushes me into you to f up the shot, but
You had a couple good rebounds.
I'm just trying to get good rebounds, good D, so if you don't have to worry about D,
You're doing great.
back, I'll shoot this 3, I'll make it. I'll shoot it.
Aw. I don't miss those. That's f***ed up. Why are your
Gets
legs
you.
so
X is you.
fat, bruh? I'm fucking... I have strong-ass legs, bro. What are you talking about?
Pick left coming, Lud. Pick left. Get help. You got help. I got help. Oh, you stay. Hey.
See, I was slow. I was slow to pass him.
No, foot never went down.
That was, you changed your pivot foot. Pick right. Still on right.
God damn, Lowy.
He's big body.
Moving screen.
Big body Ogren. Big left. No.
Wait, what's the whistle? Or check up. You can't blow the whistle like that. You want me to hit that 3? I got you. I'm good for 1.
That's why you gotta play that side.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Jason. 6'4". Do yours. You got it. Don't force. I'll come.
What is this? Look at Max's reaction to your jump shot in his face is so funny.
Brain. Let's go. Nah.
You don't have another one there. No.
Do I not? Do I not? Oh my. Get in there. Get in there, nigga. Let's go. Let's go.
That one was bad. It doesn't. This is a favorable edit too. This is a favorable edit because this is. Oh shit! All right, peace, brother. Peace. Have fun. This is a favorable edit too because he was like, I was talking a little bit of shit. I was like, oh, he's not confident in his shot. He's not confident in his shot, and then he shot 2 threes in a row, and I said, oh yeah, win by 2, right? And he was like, yeah.
Do I not? Oh my. Get in there. Get in there, nigga.
He's like,
Let's go. Let's go.
I was like, win by 2, right? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay. And then I just fucking blasted off of him and he step back. I got lucky.
Yo, bro, I'm gonna let y'all niggas know this right now. I'm not a stupid or retarded nigga. I'm not a red durag moron. Yo, bro, if I'm playing a 6'5" nigga and they know how to shoot and they are big and know how to use their body, I stand no chance unless I make every shot. And I didn't think I had to explain that. This shit is ridiculous. This shit is ridiculous. Like, yo, bro, this some demoralizing ass shit. That's why I don't 1v1 big niggas. Like, what the fuck? Do y'all know how demoralizing this is? Do y'all see this? Do you see this? Niggas screaming.
He is directly, like, his hand is directly on my face. Like, he covered my face completely. Like, there is not anything he can do in that moment. His hand is in my mouth. Like, but look at the mechanics on that. Can we just take a brief moment to notice decent shot mechanics? I think it goes the distance. Okay, it goes the distance. Decent shot mechanics goes the distance. Is that your phone in your pocket? It is not. I do not have my phone in my pocket. Oh, this is the full clip. Hassan did Max so dirty.
Oh, shoot. We won by 2s?
Yep.
Can't do shit.
Oh, they clipped it after. I go, where's the camera? Where's the camera? And I walk up into the 3 goggles. Contesting is about getting height to change the shooter's angle. Covering the face does nothing. I mean, dude, in that height difference, what is he supposed to do? Jump up and try to block the ball? Oh, look at the Jokic. Like all the way from back of his head. That's why I stopped playing basketball when I got to high school. People like you, well, don't worry. People like me I was ass, like way more ass. I was way more ass in high school. You would swap places with Max if it was you contesting Jokic? Yes. Blocking line of sight for anybody who isn't a pro is your best bet in that scenario? Yeah. No, there's a lot I need to work on. I need to work on my ball handling. I need to work on my shots. They're not like super consistent. I only did mid-range here, and even then I wasn't very happy with my shot percentage, even though it was fairly high. But like those are not super contested shots. Those are shots that are contested off of someone who's like a much smaller defensive player. I need to get better at. I just need to be more confident at my dribbling, because like if you notice, like I'm wide open when I'm dribbling, like in most situations.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on, Lud. No, I was talking to him.
He beat my ass.
You pushed him.
Yeah, I gave him a little push. Give him a little love.
Yeah, that was fucked up. He got beat and then pushed him while he was on the fucking run. I was like, don't do that, dude. You're going to fucking hurt him.
No! God damn it.
I'll stick with him. What shirts are you wearing?
Put it up.
Confidence.
Wait, stay right there. Oh.
Hey, slow down on offense.
Yeah, you're right.
See the Pablo Escobar TikTok of you? No.
There's no reason for me to shoot there. No.
Take your time. Ready, hey, back.
Outside all the way.
There you go.
I'll look at him in a second.
Stay close. Hey, ready?
Hassan,
take it out.
Hassan, hyperthermia.
Screen right. Get there, Jason.
Ooh. I'll try to pass you.
That's terrible. You can't be getting blocked by.
He's not shooting.
Back up. Go under. It's lovely. Go under screen.
My pick and rolls are ass here too. I was not even trying at that point. I was so tired.
Ooh.
I was so tired by this point, chat. I was like trying to conserve my energy to the best of my abilities. I was feeling bad for Lud, but now I know why you don't let him shoot. No, I gave him a lot of I gave him a lot of opportunities. I was trying to get him to. Those are Joker level screens, bro. Yeah, bro. It's just like I'm trying to min-max. I'm trying to fucking min-max, dude. How are you getting tired this quick? What? This was literally like the second hour. And also I worked out in the morning. How am I getting tired this quick? It's 90 degrees out. It's more than 90 degrees out. And this is my second workout of the day. I'm guarding a player that is literally half of my size. Okay? What are we talking about here? You think this was 15 minutes long? This is basically 2 hours at that point. And it's a 2v2. And it's a 2v2 where I'm like doing a lot more work than I normally would. These are all massive factors at play here.
Hey! Okay.
Love we can't score.
Excuse me.
Score, we're not gonna win.
Excuse me. I think it's 9-6.
9-6.
And he just scored.
You can't let that happen. I'm there.
Oh, you shit talking Ludwig.
Good help. Put that shit up. Swish. He's not confident in his shooting abilities. That's why I'm giving it to him. I'll let him have it. I told you. Put it up. Put it up. You got this.
1-on-1.
Oh,
it's 10?
10 what? 10 what? It's not game point.
Shot.
Oh my God.
Boy, that's out. That's out. On you.
No.
You're not allowed to step out and then be the first one to touch it back in.
Yes, bro. I broke off. My 2 feet come back in. Yes,
You can't. No.
Your rebounds are smooth glides. I don't know what that means. His shot is atrocious. Do not let him shoot. Come on, bro. It's fine. He can shoot sometimes. He shot a 3-pointer last game.
You can't be the first one to make contact if you're the one who brings
All
it out.
I know
You
is
can't
I
do
block
that.
the shit out of it.
You can shoot for it. Yeah, I'll shoot for it if you want.
Lower shot for it.
Hey.
Oh.
Game point.
Big body.
Shot.
Oh, what the f? Good D.
Wait. I thought you were watching pace still.
I was going over to Jason.
Set.
He's trying to rally with a 3. He doesn't have another one. You don't have another one on that. No, you don't. No, you don't. Oh, straight or 2? We're win by 2, right?
Can you win off a 2 or no?
Sure. Sure.
Is the FaZe community being really dumb towards you being there? No, not at all. They were so fucking awesome. Their chats were all like W-Unk. Hassan is kind of nice with it. They were calling me Jokic. They were calling me fucking Turk Nowitzki. They were super nice. There was a lot of people who were like, damn, I thought this dude sucked. Like, I thought he was a fucking bad guy. Like, there was a lot of people, I think, that were just like, oh yeah, we thought this guy was an asshole and all he likes talking about is politics or some shit. And then they were like, never mind, he's just like a normal guy. Which is true. I am a normal guy. I think a lot of people online that spend all of their time online, a lot of people online that spend most of their time online have a very different opinion of me than, like, you know, until they see me in an uninterrupted fashion, like at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break that interrupts the broadcast a little bit. But if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You talked about cancellation on Kyrie. Okay, I talked about like 1 or 2 things. Like, that wasn't that big of a deal. The bet on the first game was like 95% on FaZe. Yeah. People forget that, like, I was an adult when I became famous. So I had like a normal development. I had a normal development and I was a normal guy before I got on Twitch, and it broke my fucking brain. Also, Kyrie's cancellation is an NBA Twitter meme too.
Yeah.
Hey, back out.
Oh, bad shot. Oh, we win by 2s?
Yep.
Where's the camera?
Oh my God. That's it, baby. Hey, Ludwig and Hassan combined for 13. Don't forget.
Hey, good game.
Yo, what's on? What the fuck? One of my favorite hip hop meme pages just posted a clip from this. You're actually W-Unk now.
Good game. I'm very excited to defeat Duke Dennis's team in the upcoming Creator League alongside Max, as a matter of fact.
You're gonna be teammates with him.
Yeah, that's right.
See that, Mark?
Mark hit me up Mark hit me up. He sent me a text message. He's like, oh, like, are you good? Do you play basketball? And I just said, yep. And apparently that was good enough for him to pick me.
That's bullshit. You know what I texted him?
On the 4th or 5th player on our team.
I said, because he was thinking about who to pick, I said, they call me the white LeBron. And then he said, Ludwig, who the hell calls you that? And then he didn't pick me until the very last pick.
Do you guys think the ref called some bullshit today?
Sometimes you would just blow your whistle. Yeah, you were horrible. You're genuinely one of the worst refs to ever do it.
I thought you did great. You were trying hard. You were farming some clips. Can't wait to see it on the TikTok.
You should retire today.
Please make a Twitter community. Yeah. Ron was trying to ask you if you could go shopping, and he kept getting nervous saying you had aura. It was hilarious. Jason Down. Oh, this is about the lethal shooter stream potentially, or like any kind of basketball.
Just said on stream he wants to do a stream with you, Max, and lethal shooter training for the DreamCon match.
Oh shit, I'm so down. What the fuck?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I gotta see if I can get him on board. You were making Ron nervous the whole 2 games. Okay, that's probably because I've known Ronaldo for like years, and the thing is, like, I didn't even realize how young he was when I first met him. I just thought he was young, and he's still young. But yeah, he's been around this community for a while. Lud's message in Discord after was kind of shady towards you. I can't believe he said that. Yes, it leads to a basket, but at what cost to the communal spirit? Still want that TikTok breakdown? It's right here. I have it.
So he really is Turk Nowitzki. His mid-range game is his main weapon. He is playing smaller guys. But look, that's pretty contested. And as you can see, this is an ugly double rim. And he was hitting a ton of these types of shots all game long. I think they played 2 games. And yeah, they were contested. He was able to stretch it out to 3 as well. You can see 1 there. And then I think these were back-to-back plays. And he even hit this game winner. He's got some shooting versatility. Watch on this shot. His feet are a little off, and yeah, he's like shooting out to the side. But watch as he aligns himself in the air to get that elbow square to the basket.
Damn,
he does.
That's crazy. I've never done this level of analysis before. You correct really well with your core. This is wild stuff.
Missed this, but barely. My biggest criticism with him is that he doesn't get a deep enough seal on these post-ups.
He's
he
right.
To get the ball all the way out here. That's just making his life unnecessarily hard. What he should do is tell Ludwig, hey, don't throw that in an entry pass yet. I got to back down this guy all the way to the hoop.
The problem with that is I just don't trust Lud to be able to pass it to me between me and Jason. Like, I'll be honest. That's why I was like wide out. There was a couple moments where I would just like I'd be wide open between me and him, no one in between us, and he just would not look up. And it's just, trust your team, bro. No, I do trust Lud, but I also know his like limitations.
Catch it right here and then go up. So like you can see on this play, gets it right there and then goes into this fadeaway, which he was hitting shots, but still, that's an unnecessarily tough shot. He could have created a much easier shot by working without the ball in his hands and getting a deep seal near the hoop.
Brother, watching the film like he's an NBA prospect. I mean, I'm ass, but it's good to see. I'm so fortunate that I'm able to do this on camera and then have people just like legitimately analyze it. Oh my God, I forgot to fucking run the 3-minute ad break, by the way, after I said I was gonna run it. But yeah, this is great. I'm getting free coaching.
And then when he has an even bigger mismatch on him, he still was content getting the ball outside of the paint. And then he tries to back him down, but then just gives up a little too early. And you can see like when he catches this, he immediately goes into a move, but he started off outside the paint. So his feet are only right there. Not as easy as it could have been. If we compare to this play where he's taking him off the dribble, he gets way deeper in the paint. You see, he gets that foot right there. And then he's able to just go up right there. It's easy. He had a couple impressive passes. Ludwig did not finish them, but that doesn't mean the pass is bad. Finds him as a cutter right away.
Yeah, he tried to tell me that I was not fast enough on that pass. I was like, come on, bro. Like... He's like, yeah, just pass and go. I was like, just pass and go. Give me the ball and dive in because they're going to double me and I will immediately dish it back to you. And he was like, yeah, just pass it back to me fast enough. And I was like, come on, bro. Like, I'm passing it to you pretty fast.
Here he's going to get double teamed up here. Ludwig slips the screen, and he hits him. He did miss this pass at the beginning of the game. I think he's tall enough to see over the top of the defense, and he should have seen this play developing. He could have shot that over into the space where
That's
Ludwig
true.
was heading.
But I was already up.
He shot instead. Defensively, it's pretty clear that he's out of position out here on the perimeter. This is not the type of player he can guard these quick, little, explosive guards.
It's true.
If he plays up too close, he's pretty prone to getting blown by. And he doesn't have a lot of vertical explosiveness at all. Like, he barely gets off the ground to contest these shots. But when they switched Ludwig onto Max and had Hassan roaming in the paint as a rim protector, I thought there were some pretty impressive flashes. He's still pretty ground bound, but he was still able to make an impact just with his size and just with timely rotations. You know, there he deters one shot, now he deters a second shot, and then they do score on this, but Hassan is right there and he's contesting it. That's just a tough make. You can see on this play, he's going to slide over and force the pass, and then he's going to block that shot. Again, he starts the play over.
Dude, I have no vertical ability. It's really bad. I only have I have no vertical ability on defense. I only have like minimal vertical takeoff when I'm on offense, and I've already made my fucking mind up on like what kind of shot I'm going to take. Yeah, you white. There's plenty of white boys who can fucking jump pretty high. We're in the TikTok era now. People are doing plyometrics, okay? I can't even dunk. I'm 6'4", I can't dunk. And I'm not like that heavy anymore. I mean, I'm still pretty heavy, but like I should be able to dunk at this point, and I still can't. So like, yeah, my vertical is pretty bad.
For there, Max gets the blow by. He rotates over. He's able to shut that down without even jumping, right? Let's see. Yeah, like I think this was his most impressive perimeter defensive possession. He's able to stay with him and then get the block at the rim. I thought this was a pretty impressive rotation.
That's exactly what I said. I think that was the most impressive thing I did the entire game. But that was only because I started giving him range. Like, I started giving him distance because I noticed that he was losing confidence in his shot. So I literally started just giving him more distance. If he was not a good shooter from the jump, I could have given him a lot of distance and just stayed. I just stayed stayed a little bit behind and collapsed on him as soon as he got into like perimeter, as soon as he got into like the paint. Why are you asking me this question over and over again? Are you okay? Are you using the green screen right now, or are you home? If so, it's been a while. Be sure you be taking care of yourself. What is happening? What are you saying? Chatter, chill. You're being weird. It's getting hard to defend you. People on IG are saying you shoot hoops like Trump dances. What?
He's out here. Max gets the blow by. He meets him at the rim and forces him away from getting that easy layup. So overall, I'm really impressed by the shooting ability. I do wonder if the rim protection translates to bigger competition. I do think he has a plus wingspan, so maybe relative to the size of the competition, he could be like a Jokic type rim protector. I also do think he has untapped potential as a screener. He did set a few screens over the course of this game, but Ludwig was not the ball handler to take advantage of them. And I think if he does work on getting those deeper seals, it's going to take his game to another level.
This was great. This is great
Hassan
takes.
Piker film review. So he really...
That's great. Turk Nowitzki is gold. Generational off-season run. He shoot the third like Jokic, Lamau. The fundamentals are clean. His bank shot game is surprising. Double rim 2. Watching content creators play D is the bane of my existence. His game winner was crazy contested. 60s fundamentals. You have to force him to fade left. Way too comfortable in the right pocket. Wait, what? I was on the left. You and Max could be like Steve Nash and Mari Stoudemire, DreamCon and pick and roll demons. Is it mean to say Ludwig does not look like he plays basketball weekly? He has never played basketball like until 6 months ago. Max said it was demoralizing.
You don't have another one on that.
No, we already watched it. Yeah. Construction workers and plumbers in the league. Dude, I am though. Like I am not a I am not like a very good player. I've never fucking claimed to be a good player.
Oh my God, I see Hassan. Oh, he's big.
Bro, I've met him before. I met him at TwitchCon.
Oh no, they're big. I ain't gonna lie. Oh no, they big bodies. Oh my God, Chad, I'm nervous. Should I go up and say something, or should I wait patiently? Oh no, I'm nervous.
Yeah, he's the kid that stole Bradley Martin's hat. But yeah, I'm not that good. I've never said I'm that good. I think I'm average, but I'm also very tall and very big, and I know how to like use the height advantage. Oh, left pocket. They're saying they want you having to go left, put the ball in your left hand. Dude, they don't know what my left hand looks like. I didn't even fucking bring that out. As an expert ball watcher, I was impressed with your balling. Move that ass, baby. I want to see you put that big body to work in Creator Clash. Nah, you've claimed you ball out. I mean, I ball. Yes, I ball a lot. You've got very good fundamentals. I don't think so. I mean, we'll see. Like, we'll see how well I play in a 5-on-5, especially because like there are going to be like real ballers there. There's a lot of fucking like there's a lot of content creators who just like play basketball for their content that are going to be playing, and those guys are going to be a lot better. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. You do have good fundamentals. You big booty bitch. Take the compliment. You need to learn how to dunk, man. I need better vert. I need to position myself better and play post better. That has always been a consistent problem of mine. I don't know why. I just don't like, I don't know. You need to be careful with YPK Ray. He's fast as fuck. That's what I'm saying. I'm never going to be around him. Like, let's be real, dude. There's not going to be a moment where I'm like playing against him, most likely. Like, he's going to have to blow past 2 dudes to get to me, most likely. Hobbs is earned, not wished for. I do work on it. The fact that you kept encouraging Lud instead of bitching about his mistakes every shot is how a player should behave in a disadvantageous duo. That is what I do in badminton as well. It's going to help a lot as a team. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a lot nicer when I play basketball than I am when I like play Valorant. You know what I mean? Also, yeah, I'm not a dick, but I am when I'm playing a game that I'm confident enough in. That's very different. Anyway, that'll be all for today. I wanted to watch that. Go watch it. Give it a like. Give it a follow on the second channel. That's all for me for today. I'm tired. I'm tired as hell. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. As always, we're gonna have a big ass stream tomorrow too, I suspect, when all the 9-to-5ers, the jobbers, come back into the community to figure out what the hell's going on in the world. This was a unique Sunday stream. But congratulations to Joe Biden for dropping out of the race. Okay, we'll see if I'm riding with Mamala when her campaign comes to fruition a little bit. But on that note, for tonight, I'm out. Peace, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord active prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan